man made a difference every day. Him and his wife made a difference in this world. And that's something he's going to be remembered for.
Today, a chapter of history closes. A journey that began with hope, dedication, and service now draws to its final moments. Former President Jimmy Carter will leave the Carter Center for the last time after lying in repose, offering a final moment of reflection.
It leaves a void, but that void's all filled with so many wonderful memories and opportunities that he provided me.
As the flags remain half-staffed, the Georgia governor, state senator, and the 39th president will be honored by the nation he served so well. In the hearts of millions, his legacy of peace, kindness, and commitment to others will forever be etched in our nation's soul.
And definitely had some tears roll down because you think some people are going to live forever even though you know they don't, but you just don't want to imagine a world that they're not in it.
As the journey comes to an end, former President Jimmy Carter's final resting place awaits in his beloved Plains, Georgia, where after a lifetime of service, he will be buried. The journey from Atlanta to Washington and to Plains is both an end and a celebration of a life dedicated to peace.
Good morning, I'm Ariana Manise.
And I'm Jonathan Martin. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
And I'm Jeff Hullinger. We bring you our special coverage this morning as former President Carter now leaving the Carter Center for the final time.
And we had extended coverage on Saturday, seeing the very beginning of these days-long celebration. We saw him leave the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center. We saw that motorcade pass by the boyhood home in Archery, Georgia, the state capitol, and now he'll be off to Washington, D.C. today.
It's been a remarkable journey, and really just to see how many people, Jeff, have shown up. I think the last count was more than 16,000 people across Georgia and beyond at the Carter Center.
You were there on Saturday morning and Saturday afternoon, and I was struck by one of your reports where you were talking about the diversity of those who were streaming by the casket, that they were young, they were old, they were of all races, and really of all politics as well. And I think that's the ultimate legacy of Jimmy Carter here in Atlanta, here in Georgia. He touched so many lives, and we have talked about this quite a bit over the last few days, but he was among us, along with Mrs. Carter, that they were not a regal couple. They were of the people, for the people, and seen by the people, whether it's in restaurants, whether it was at public events or charities or sporting events as well. So the Carters have always been a part of Atlanta. I heard one writer say, as indigenous as kudzu, and certainly there's some truth in that.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
And within the next few hours, President Jimmy Carter will begin his final trip to Washington, D.C., where he served as the 39th President of the United States, closing out the path he forged through his service to both our state as a senator, a governor, and the nation.
Right now, we want to give you a live look up at our nation's capital, where Mr. Carter will lie in state later today. The casket is expected to arrive just after 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, today President Jimmy Carter will leave the Carter Center one last time as he heads off to the nation's capital, where he will lie in state, honored by a nation that he served with grace and with dignity.
He certainly did, and as the roads are pretty quiet right now with all the snow out there, we pay tribute to a man whose legacy of peace and service will endure for generations.
And today is full with a list of events as the president moves from the Carter Center to the nation's capital, and we take a look at the public visitation of President Carter lying in repose. Ended this morning at 7 o'clock, and then at 11 a.m., about 2 hours from now, there will be a ceremony as President Carter departs the Carter Center. At 12 p.m., President Carter will receive a 21-gun salute as he leaves from Robins Air Reserve Base to fly on to Washington, D.C. The casket is set to arrive at 4 p.m. at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda to lie in state. And this will be followed by remarks by Vice President Harris, U.S. Speaker Johnson, and Senate Majority Leader John Thune at 4:30. Then mourners will be able to pay their respects inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, and that will all commence at about 6 p.m.
All right, so a lot of the services moving now to Washington, D.C. Right now, we want to bring in 11 Alive anchor Cheryl Preheim, who is live in D.C. inside the Capitol Rotunda, where we will see some of those folks coming by today. Cheryl.
Yeah, we expect a lot of people will want to be part of those final goodbyes here in Washington, D.C., as we saw 23,000 plus people go through the Carter Center. The snowstorm making a big impact here on the city in terms of logistics, delaying the start of the funeral events here in Washington, D.C. today. But the best news perhaps is what's happening right now outside the U.S. Capitol. We want to show you the blue skies and the sunshine that now is illuminating the Capitol grounds. This is a very different view than we saw just 8 or 10 hours ago. Heavy snowfall overnight. It snowed all day yesterday, so these blue skies will be a gorgeous backdrop for what will be a meaningful and significant day here. There are hundreds and hundreds of flags around the U.S. Capitol grounds, all at half-staff, of course, to honor the 39th President of the United States. Really a striking scene with all the snow flying over the last 24 hours. There's a row of state flags that has been lowered as well, and we took quick note, of course, of the Georgia state flag there. Significant, as Jimmy Carter is the only president from the state of Georgia, and we certainly feel the love from Georgia here to Washington, D.C. as we start this next phase of remembrance. For anyone who is traveling to the city, you'll see an incredible amount of security. There are fences all around the U.S. Capitol grounds, both for what's happening today, the start of the funeral services, but also in anticipation of the inauguration on the 20th. Obviously, a huge police presence yesterday, marking year number 4 since the deadly Capitol riots here as the votes were being certified for the election. So many significant events converging here on the city all at once, but all of the, I think, energy at the moment, of course, is as we turn towards honoring Jimmy Carter in a city that he called home just for 4 years, but was really a leaping off point for all the years to follow, all the humanitarian work, the presidential library being built in Atlanta, and good deeds from every corner of the state of Georgia to pockets all over the world, some of the most remote places. Some significant things to look for today as you're watching the coverage. After the Air Force plane designated Special Air Mission 39 lands carrying Mr. Carter's casket, there'll be an 11-mile journey to the United States Naval Monument and Memorial. Significant, of course, because of President Carter's service in the military. He worked on nuclear submarines, was a naval officer there as well. And then it will make its way towards the Capitol. But take special note of what happens between the Naval Memorial and the Capitol on Pennsylvania Avenue. Mr. Carter, before his passing, was very clear that this is what he wanted to happen, because he was the one that pushed through the construction of the U.S. Naval Memorial Visitor Center and the Visitor Center for the White House on Pennsylvania Avenue, where millions of people have stopped by in the decades to come. And it's also a nod to a surprising moment that he and Rosalind Carter made on Inauguration Day. Take a look at this video from 1977 as President Carter was sworn in as the 39th president, and then they were supposed to go by motorcade with the Secret Service inside the car, but they surprised everyone, got out of the car, even though Secret Service told them not to. They held hands as the First Lady wore that bright green pea coat down Pennsylvania Avenue. That was a very calculated move. They said they wanted to be seen as down to earth, as accessible. That had never been done in history on Inauguration Day. Worth noting, because now we're very used to and expect a president and first lady to get out of the motorcade at some point and walk down Pennsylvania Avenue and wave to onlookers on Inauguration Day. But the Carters made that possible by making history on that day in 1977. Today in Washington, D.C., it will be a very special and touching tribute as the Carters family will walk down Pennsylvania Avenue, even on a cold and snowy day here in Washington, D.C., to kind of go through those steps one more time in honor of President Carter as we say goodbye. Again, as Jeff mentioned, the public will have a chance to come and pay their final respects to say say thank you at the Capitol Rotunda later this evening, and then on Thursday will be the funeral services at the National Cathedral. Jeff and Jonathan and Ariana, I have to tell you, I was so happy to see the sun come out and the blue skies over the Capitol. I know there's a lot of snow to navigate, but glad to see that be the backdrop of what will be such a meaningful day. I know there might be some people trying to get into town. There may be some delays, but hopefully the delay of some of these ceremonies will mean that no one will miss out on the opportunity to be part of this day.
I was really struck by the sunshine that was part of Inauguration Day in 1977 when the Carters stepped out of the car, which was, at that time, if you listen to Walter Cronkite and some of the other anchors of that era in network television, it was a revolutionary act. It was something that had never been seen before because, you know, the regal demeanor of Gerald Ford, who followed Richard Nixon, and before that Lyndon Johnson, who always remained in that car and always remained according to protocol. But the Carters changed all of that. The idea for them to walk outside of the limousine came from President Carter's son, Chip. It was his idea that they get out, and both of the Carters liked that idea, and the rest, as they say, is history, because it is one of those indelible images from 1977 and from the Carter presidency of seeing them out, seeing them wave, seeing them stop by. There's a famous moment with Willard Scott from the NBC Today show, who's the great legendary late weatherman from Washington, D.C., who the Carters came over and embraced, and that had never been seen before.
Yeah, but it's who they continue to be throughout their life, which is remarkable in itself.
Absolutely.
And an accessible person. And you see those images in the Carter Center, which is where our Liza Lucas has been all week. We've seen people in your live shots, Liza, walking by that memorial where the flowers, you see the messages. People of all ages stopping to say, hey, I was here at the Carter Center. I remember President Carter and all the work he did.
That's right, and for some people, they've been experiencing some of that history for the first time. I know Jeff was just sharing right there, the presidential years are so familiar to so many, but as people have visited the public repose, they've walked back in time, these decades that the Carters gave back in their lives. The exhibits are just extraordinary if you've never been there before, and some people, again, for the first time, have experienced that over the past week, and that's just been really beautiful to see their reactions come out and see how inspired they have been. Now here at the Carter Center right now, it has been quiet. We did just see the motorcade go by in preparation for that 11 a.m. departure ceremony, but otherwise it's been very still this morning as the last few members of the public wrapped up, when that public visitation wrapped up around 7 a.m. As Cheryl mentioned, more than 23,000 people have come here in person to pay respect to the 39th president, which is just extraordinary. 16,000 people have been sending in messages and condolences online from across 133 countries and territories. And now, as mentioned, we look to that departure ceremony that's set to take place at 11 a.m. That's going to be the send-off for the Carter Center staff, the staff and team for the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum, as they get to make their final farewell. Now, those who work here are so much a part of that legacy. They will join around the circle of flags for that final goodbye. The remembrances and stories that we have captured this week have been such a nod to the many chapters of the 39th president's 100 years. We've shown you the bag of peanuts, the Habitat for Humanity hard hat that's sitting at the foot of the sign, the photos and the letters, the personal letters left for the Carter's family, along with the bouquets of flowers. This is a president, as Jeff mentioned, who had incredible impact on everyday lives, where people knew Carter intimately or from afar. Those experiences really set apart this week. Those experiences dating back decades, ranging from the early campaign years to chance meetings at local restaurants. Take a listen.
The first president I ever got a chance to vote for. I know it was coming soon because he lost his sweetie pie.
If there's a heaven, I'm assuming that he and Rosalind are there together.
I saw him at a restaurant on Virginia Highlands years ago, eating dinner with Rosalind and his daughter. It was nice just to be in the same restaurant. A very casual, friendly man.
that composure that Carter always had. People remember his friendliness, and again, as Jeff mentioned, he was a man within reach. He was a man of the people, and now again we look to that departure ceremony in less than 2 hours here at the Carter Center, and that final farewell. Of course, Rosalind is top of mind for so many, and that love story that we've talked about over the years, people really are holding on to. We will watch as the remains of the 39th president is moved by hearse around 11:30. It will go to Dobbins and then D.C. and then back to Plains, where Jimmy Carter will be reunited with his beloved. Live at the Carter Center, Liza Lucas, 11 Alive News.
You know, it really is remarkable when you think about 23,000 people who showed up. And we talked about it earlier. I don't know if there are any other people in Atlanta or Georgia, for that matter, who have that type of reach, you know, across the state and just across every type of spectrum line who would show up. I mean, people waited out there in the cold and came from all over just to have a moment.
It is hard to imagine a public figure that has had more of a long-lasting impact in our city, in our state, in our region than Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter has been relevant since he was a state senator coming from Plains in 1966. And, you know, from there he becomes governor. From there he becomes a U.S. president, and then he becomes citizen of the world. So he has been really in a place that has seen incredible change. And you're a native, Jonathan, of this city. Has been the one constant, has been all of the change. The one constant around here has been Jimmy Carter and his life of impact.
And it will be hard to imagine a city without Jimmy Carter,
It is.
without the Carter family. While over the last few years, they did take a step back, of course, because of their declining health. We still knew they were there in Plains. We always remember and know, like, okay, this is the president's birthday coming up. Rosalind's birthday is coming up as well. We celebrated them. Sometimes they made an appearance. But it will be hard to imagine these two not here with us in the city.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, and it's one of those things that you often think about who's up next, but there is not another Jimmy Carter. There's not, you know, and I think, like you said, growing up here, I thought about some of the giants, you know, John Lewis and Andy Young, and you know, and Jimmy Carter, you know, was in a lane of his own, but there's not another. And so I think a lot of people have taken in this moment to realize the significance. This is not only a president, but for us here in Georgia, this is a giant.
It is. You make a great point that I think it's something that we took for granted for many generations here in Atlanta, that we walked among giants. The lions were among us, and we did take them for granted. You know, John Lewis, we see everywhere. We run into him at festivals. Reverend Lowry at so many events. Ralph David Abernathy, Coretta Scott King, the King family, the Carters, Ted Turner, Bernie Marcus, Arthur Blank, all of these people that have had these extraordinary impacts on our lives that, yeah, maybe you step back and you say, gosh, they're all mostly gone at this point. And who takes their place? Well, the answer is no one takes their place. And these are lives and legacies that will impact generations for decades to come. But nonetheless, Atlanta is just a little different and maybe a little poorer without their presence.
And I will say Jimmy Carter is kind of like the glue to the city. A lot of the people that you named had a tie to Jimmy Carter. You speak about Ambassador Young. Jimmy Carter appointed him. You speak of Martin Luther King Jr. One of the first things President Carter did was put a picture of MLK into the state capitol. So everyone has ties to President Jimmy Carter.
Andrew Young's life is one of the most extraordinary in the history of this country. When you take a look at all that he has been immersed in, or you look at all of these photos of his life, and knowing him and able to call him and talk to him about these events is absolutely a gift. I mean, Andrew Young's impact here, and we just need to make sure that we are part of that. Certainly, when I think of Jimmy Carter, I think of Ambassador Young. You just do, about their intersection of making this area and making lives in the United States better.
Yeah, like you said, a generation of giants. We certainly are blessed to have been around some of these people. Well, we continue our coverage this morning. Right now, we are going to hear from a longtime friend and the personal attorney of Jimmy Carter, Terry Adamson.
And Addison also worked for the Department of Justice. He's a special assistant to the Attorney General and also chief spokesman.
There are so many things that you can talk about with Mr. Adamson. You were their personal attorney since 1981, Terry. What has that been like? Is there any way to frame that in terms of your own experience about what it's been like to represent Jimmy Carter all of these years?
Well, it's been a delight. They originally retained me on one item, and then it just kind of extended. And then what really became so relevant was the opportunity to be a part of the creation of the Rosalind and Jimmy's greatest legacy, which is the Carter Center, and the staff and all they've accomplished. I don't think any of us, including Rosalind and Jimmy, had an idea that it would become as big and important and so dedicated to service and accomplishing that service as it did. But they have given it for us, and part of that is the fact that they had those 42 and 43 years, Rosie and Jimmy, to see it through, and it's in great hands. And, I'd like to comment just briefly on your prior coverage, which really evoked a lot of memories. All the names you mentioned were certainly intertwined with Jimmy and Rosalind's life. But also that film you showed of the inauguration, the one person you didn't mention in those pictures was Jason Carter, who was a baby on his daddy's shoulders in that picture of walking down Pennsylvania Avenue. Of course, Jason is now the chairperson of the board of the Carter Center, and has been an integral part of it, serving jointly with his grandparents for a number of years. And then when they were no longer active, as we put it at the time, he became the chairman of the board, and he's been a great leader of the Carter Center, and a great voice for the center. And he's been a great voice for the family in the last few days, and at those to come. Of course, we'll be giving a eulogy at the National Cathedral on Thursday.
I love the story that you tell about meeting Jimmy Carter for the first time. You were a teenager in high school.
That's correct. I was taken to the General Assembly as part of a debate team to be recognized for winning a big tournament. The debate coach was also a state senator, and his desk happened to be next to Jimmy Carter. And that's when we met for the first time. I remember it. He never did, of course. But we had many interrelations thereafter, and I did, as was mentioned in the intro, got to serve in the administration at the Justice Department with Griffin Bell. And it was the next 43 years after he was president that we really became friends and close friends, as well as a counselor and advisor. And it was the relationship with all those people. It was taking trips with him and Rosalind. We went to China 5 or 6 times together, and I went with them 5 or 6 times. Went to Japan a few times. Went to Venezuela to monitor election. Went to all the Democratic conventions he attended after he was president, and of course the Nobel Prize ceremony, which was so meaningful. So I'm just been blessed to have been there those 43 years, and for him to have lived so long to continue to build that Carter Center, of course, his work on habitat, and be a witness to so much contribution to mankind.
Mm-hmm. And Terry, when you've seen the coverage, you followed it, you hear the stories of people who had just a one encounter with the former president. How does it feel seeing so many people show up to the Carter Center over the last 2 days? Just taking a moment to reflect on his legacy. You know, how does that make you feel seeing so many people who adored him?
Well, he had that touch. He and Rosalind had that touch. I have to emphasize her role in all of this too, because it was so real, and they would relate to people also well. You know, the story is well known of his. Almost every airplane they boarded, they would go up and down the aisles and shake hands with everybody on the airplane, commercial airline. They did it for years, and so many people have memories of that. I have run into people. Ordinary people had one encounter. They may have gone to the Baptist church in Plains to church, and they might had their moment with a picture taking with the Carters, and at the church service, they might tell the president that, you know, I want you to pray for my mother. She's ill, and he said, would it help if I called her? And he did. They called her right then, and he had a conversation with the ill parent. And I've heard that story so many times of that kind of care. It didn't matter who you were or how esteemed or how high or what your title may be. You were just a person, and he valued that. He and Rosalind really valued that.
You know, Terry, how did Mr. Carter, and you know, you spent a lot of time with him personally. How do you think he was able to keep that personal touch with people? Because so often when people rise to the level of power and fame that he did, it's sometimes hard not to change, and the people around you change, but he seemed to always be able to be approachable, accessible in a way that we really haven't seen other leaders of his caliber be. How was he able to keep that?
Well, it's part of what his deep-rooted values were, and his Christianity, is do unto others as they would do to you, kind of thinking that was so ingrained with him that's how he lived his life. And one of the great blessings is that the American people and the world have had this 43 years to get to know the Carters very, very well. They've observed him, and the ideals and values of human rights and integrity and truthfulness and honor and caring for others, service to others, have been repeated as a continuum that people have now observed publicly for all that time. And they know him a lot better now than they knew him in 1976 or even 1980. And it's only confirmed, and with the light of history, those values present in his presidency itself, and that's I think I'm personally very grateful for that. The other part of that equation is there's so many people that don't live 100 years that were an important part of Jimmy Carter's life, and I can't help thinking of all of them during this time, and how much this service and this adulation and this tribute and this recognition of the tremendous values of the Carters has resonated. And I know that they, whether it's Vice President Mondale or the wonderful Charlie Kerbo, who really was his best friend and lawyer for a long time, Griffin Bell and Hamilton Jordan and Jody Powell, all familiar names to us, but who died young in many instances, but are gone by virtue of his long, valued, well-respected life.
Jimmy Carter's complexity is part of his definition as well, and there really is no easy way to frame him. And I say that from the sense of watching a 60-minute interview from maybe 15 years ago, where President Carter was telling Leslie Stahl that he and Rosalind Carter would read the Bible each night, but the caveat to this is they were reading the Bible to each other in Spanish. And I think that illustrates whatever the expectation was of Jimmy Carter, he took it somewhere else, that he defied conventional wisdom through his own intellect and his own life experience, and took it somewhere that you might not expect.
Well, he was accomplished at many things. Spanish happened to be one of them. I had the rare. I went to him with the Venezuelan election to monitor, and I think it was 1997 or 98. I can't remember when Hugo Chavez first won, and that election was co-headed by him, a prominent Republican. In that case, Nick Brady, the former Secretary of Treasury under Reagan and then Bush. And two heads of states of Latin American countries. There were several of us at the table that were not very fluent in Spanish, and all during the dinner we had together that night, Jimmy Carter was translating for all the rest of us to our other the Spanish heads of states of other countries. The primary language was Spanish. Amazing.
Nicholas F. Brady, you bring up a name, the former Treasury Secretary for President Reagan, President Bush, is still alive, a World War II veteran, famous for his Brady bucks in South America that really buoyed and saved a lot of South American economies at a time when it looked like they were all cratering.
A great man. My wife worked for Nick Brady, and she still talks to him fairly regularly.
He's amazing. I have known him a long time, too. Thank you. Yeah, Terry Adamson, thank you for all of your observations. We greatly appreciate it.
Well, thank you for all your great coverage. I appreciate it myself. Thank you.
You know, it's so great to hear from people like Terry and those who really had those private moments, those personal moments. And what's really great too is that you hear that everyone seems to have similar stories. So often politicians will have a persona in front of the camera and then a persona behind the scenes. But what we're hearing from people, including people I talked to who worked at the Carter Center for 30 or 40 years, that is who Jimmy Carter was, in front of the camera, behind the camera, and that's really what you want to be, is just the same person who everyone feels. And I think we've heard that.
Yeah. There's an unending font of stories of the Carters. When you live, Mrs. Carter lived deep into her 90s, and President Carter passes away at 100. These stories are so multi-dimensional in so many different places, not only here but all around the country, that you never tire of hearing them. And even hearing Terry Adamson tell a few stories there are just eye-opening stories that you've never heard before.
Yeah, and we've seen those stories play out from the people who have come to the Carter Center. And today, the president will leave the Carter Center for the final time. He is headed off to Washington, D.C. Our Caitlin Ross, she joins us now from Dobbins Air Force Reserve Base, where the president's remains will board that plane behind Caitlin and head off to the nation's capital. Caitlin?
Ariana, we're expecting that motorcade to get here around 12:10 this afternoon, and it's going to be a very solemn ceremony. We've been speaking with folks here at the Air Reserve Base, and they say it's going to be a completely silent ceremony. So from the moment the motorcade arrives at 12:10 until their wheels up at 12:45, no one will speak. It will be a silent plainside ceremony, and they're taking this very seriously, making sure every detail is perfect. Just a few moments ago, there were military members actually inspecting the ground right behind us, walking foot by foot to make sure everything was clear, everything was ready. You see the plane ready to take off right there, and that's where the service is going to be, right beside the plane. We know that there are going to be a number of people who really are coming to honor President Carter here. Governor Brian Kemp, his wife Marty, Mayor Andre Dickens from Atlanta, and all of them are going to be attending the service. All of this was at President Jimmy Carter's request. He wanted this to go a very specific way, and we're seeing those plans put into action today. We are anticipating speaking with a naval service member because President Carter's military service was so important to him. So there are Navy members here who have been impacted by his life of service, have been inspired by his career. And so we're going to hear from them before that ceremony begins. They did have to push everything back today because of the weather in D.C., so we arrived a little bit later to the reserve base. The ceremony is going to take place a little bit later, but they are anticipating arriving here at 12:10, and then it will be wheels up from Dobbins at 12:45.
And once again, that ceremony will happen around noon, 12:10, and it will impact traffic around the metro. Thank you so much, Caitlin.
All right, so Jeff, you've covered Jimmy Carter for a long time. How many years?
Well, I've had a number of different lives in Atlanta broadcasting.
Well, I know, we all know.
Some of them good, some of them not so good. But yeah, I've had, first half of my career was, covering sports, voice of the Falcons and all of that stuff. And the second half has been covering news. So I have sort of found myself in these venues and environments that are somewhat different, and whether it's sports or whether it's news, and we've had the opportunity to see the Carters in sporting environments or in news environments. So, I was sitting here thinking a couple of minutes ago, as our minds are sort of wandering this morning, about President Carter, and really came up with the idea of the possibility of Hollywood in Atlanta, in Georgia, the Film Commission that he came up with in 1973. I mean, he really opened the door for all of these television and all of these movie productions as well. And another part of his visionary nature that he seemed to be able to see down the road in ways that many others could not.
Yeah, that really reinvigorated Georgia's economy. Every time we talk about the president, we always mention how he was so far ahead of his time. The film industry, who would have thought? Every time we saw him bring a rock band, to the White House, and now we're seeing that now with, the Bidens having concerts at the White House. Every time we speak about him, we think of things that are happening now in modern day times.
Well, he was very involved with Capricorn Records in Macon, where the Allman Brothers came out of, and Otis Redding, and all of these great stars from another era in Georgia that were so influential. Jimmy Carter, as the CNN documentary has so marvelously illustrated, America's first first rock and roll president. I mean, you think about President Carter and his connection to Greg Allman, and certainly you think about all of these things that he has done. Willie Nelson, who supported him, that was unheard of in the 1970s to have musical acts backing a presidential candidate. I mean, nobody was coming out supporting Richard Nixon in 1972 or 1968, who was in the entertainment business, and Jimmy Carter changed all that. He was just different. He was sort of the beginning of modern times in many ways in American politics.
And Jimmy Carter, he told a story when Willie Nelson came to the White House. Willie Nelson said that he smoked pot at the White House.
With Chip Carter on the roof.
Yes, but he did not tell him that it was his son initially. He said, one of the workers was my companion during that situation, but he later, found out it was his son. And, during these days, we heard so many great personal stories from his kids.
Well, that was at the time that Chip was dating Linda Ronstadt, so
yes,
those were good times.
It was. And even the ceremony at the Carter Center, Chip, he spoke about how he was failing his Latin class, and his dad went to him and says, "Where's your Latin book?" If a parent would have came to me and says, "Where's your Latin book?" I'm thinking you're going to go meet with the teacher, but Jimmy Carter took the Latin book, and every day at work he would study and go back home and teach Chip the Latin he was supposed to learn in the classroom. And it brings up the story where you're saying that him and Rosalind would read the Bible to each other in Spanish. And it just, goes back to the fact that he was such a Renaissance man. He started on a peanut farm. You would never think that someone who started from such small beginnings would just transform America.
There's an Atlanta guy by the name of Gerald Rafshoon that everybody probably knows of a certain age, who was really the imaging director for the Carter White House Communications Group, and it was his idea essentially to frame Jimmy Carter as a peanut farmer, and that sort of framing or categorization that has occurred all these years later. I always laugh when I hear Jimmy Carter described as a peanut farmer. Well, yeah, but also with Hyman Rickover, the father of the modern U.S. nuclear Navy, his associate and confidant. And there's so many parts to Jimmy Carter, and his incredible intellectualism, his ability to understand things that are of a complex nature. Saturday Night Live did a famous skit in the 1970s with Dan Aykroyd where it was a call-in show with Jimmy Carter on SNL, and essentially people would call in and ask the most minute details of like how to fix a copy machine. And he would, as Dan Aykroyd, he would know how to fix everything just because he was so brilliant and had so many interests and so many abilities to translate information that was complex.
Yeah, he was a big deal, but I heard an interview with Jason Carter, his grandson, but he didn't think he was a big deal. He knew, but he didn't act like it. And so many people who have the kind of resume that he had and the kind of fame and popularity and power would carry themselves so differently. But Jason said the cool thing about him is that even when he was at the White House, it was just like he knew his worth and his value, but he didn't necessarily treat people differently. Right. And I think that's what to me sticks out.
The other thing is, if you go over to the Carter Center and you see on the walls Jimmy Carter's art, I mean, he was really a marvelous artist. You look at his woodworking, which has, garnered so much money for Habitat for Humanity over the years, and his amazing ability with wood in Virginia Highland at the woodworking store. He got better and better, and they would have experts who would come in from other countries, and there's pictures of Jimmy Carter watching, learning, trying to take all of it in. If you Google his woodworking, you will be amazed at the high quality of his ability to work with his hands. He was an extraordinary fly fisherman. He was just good. One of those rare people who were not only good at things, but great at things. Exactly. And whatever he undertook, his brilliant mind was able to translate.
And then the books that he wrote to help raise money to build the Carter Center, over 30 novels he's written. And when you go to the Carter Center, you see some of those novels in the walls, and they're not small books, they're pretty big books, and it was able to generate so much revenue to help build such a remarkable center to remember him.
You were able to go?
Yeah, I went yesterday. It was just so fascinating to see so many people of all walks of life. And instead of people just walking right through the exhibits to just go straight to the repose, people were stopping, reading the exhibits, and really taking time to reflect and read through his legacy. And I thought it was a great thing. They weren't just rushing through this exhibit. People were really sitting there and learning. You saw parents with their kids taking a moment to explain each chapter in Jimmy Carter's life. And I loved how they had quotes from the former president. They showed, his very humble upbringing. It really gave you a moment to draw some inspiration from this man, seeing that he grew up on a farm, seeing that he grew up around African Americans, and he named some of the people that had some of the greatest influences on his life. It was people that worked on his family's farm. It was an African American woman who did not have kids, but he said, when I was at her home, I felt the most at home. And it's just remarkable to see such a man ascend to every single level and to ascend to the highest office into the nation.
Yeah, it's incredible. And so I think that's why we'll probably see a lot more people going to the Carter Center now, people who didn't know as much about his legacy, wanting to absorb as much as they can.
Yeah, it is a day of reflection, I think, for a lot of people. And certainly, I think everybody sort of has a different interpretation of Jimmy Carter, whether it's politically or socially or demographically in terms of age and your own life experience. But I think for a lot of us who were alive and around and adults at the time during his presidency, it certainly is one of those sort of hallmarks, one of those moments that you just sort of look at the passage of time in your own life. And I think we use American presidents as sort of a litmus on that as well, that we see the passage of time through these great men who have ascended to this office that has had so much meaning in all of our lives over the decades.
And I think for a lot of people, especially you mentioned people who've been around, but people in particular who've been around Georgia and Atlanta for a long time, he really represents, I think, the best of Atlanta, the best of Georgia. Even though, he grew up south of us, I think his time that he spent in Atlanta really represents a time in Atlanta that I think a lot of people, it's a nostalgic time. I think about my parents. We're looking now at the Carter Center right now, where a lot of people have been showing up. We understand some 23,000 people from across the city. But as I mentioned, talking to my parents, talking to people who, as Jeff said, were adults during this time, it really brings back, some really great memories of some special times in Georgia. A lot of people talk a lot about how Atlanta has changed so much. It's not what it used to be, but I think a lot of people think about Jimmy Carter and the time that we saw him here a lot as a state lawmaker, as we saw him here as our governor. Some really different times that I think bring back some good memories for a lot of people.
I love the story about Ambassador Young talking about the first time he ever met Jimmy Carter. It was in the late 1960s, and it was over at Pascal's, and not the new Pascal's. For many of you who are saying, "Oh, I know where Pascal's is." No, this is
the old one,
the old Pascal's, he came in, and Ambassador Young did not want to meet Jimmy Carter. He goes, here's another politician who's rolling through here trying to take advantage of us and set of circumstances. So he says to Jimmy Carter, he goes, "Hey, do you know the sheriff there in Sumter County?" And Jimmy Carter says, "Yeah, he's a great friend of mine." Well, that sheriff had given Dr. King and Andrew Young and everybody in the civil rights movement a heck of a difficult time, that he was a racist. And Ambassador Young tells the story of, he goes, I was kind of messing with him, but he said he really got a sense that Jimmy Carter was different because he was the first politician that came into Pascal's who not only shook hands with famous and well-known people, but he went back to the kitchen and shook hands with busboys, kitchen help, cooks, and he had never seen anybody that had done that before. And it got his attention. And Martin Luther King Sr. Is the one that told Ambassador Young that this is someone to know and this is someone to keep an eye on and someone to meet.
And that was one of the reasons why he was able to gain such recognition on a national level, because you had people from Georgia traveling to the Iowa caucus, to New Hampshire, to get the word out about Jimmy Carter.
The Peanut Brigade.
Exactly, going door to door to spread the word about the Governor Carter to become President Carter. And we're going to go live to the nation's capital, where our Cheryl Preheim is in just a few hours from now, the president will be lying in state at the United States Capitol, Cheryl. And you speak about the snow, and we know Washington, D.C. could be very busy. I think it's very timely for them to have a snowstorm because it gives people time to slow down and have that opportunity to travel to the United States Capitol to have a moment to reflect on President Carter.
No doubt, we know a lot of people want to be here, out-of-towners who are coming to the nation's capital, and it's a snow day, so there are a lot of parents and kids home for the day who may be able to be a part of this today and hadn't necessarily expected that to happen. You were talking about Ambassador Andrew Young and the relationship he had with Jimmy Carter. We have been in touch with Ambassador Young. His hope is to travel here. A lot of people have been looking closely at the weather because of the logistics around trying to get into the city after a big snowstorm. We're hopeful everyone would be able to be here today. We expect a lot of people will want to go to the U.S. Capitol Rotunda to see President Carter lie in state. We hear people talking about Jimmy Carter as perhaps the most unpolitical politician, in the sense where we're talking about people's conversations really not revolving around policy or what he did necessarily specifically in his White House years, but as they're reflecting on his passing, really talking about his character, his kindness, the example of civility in politics, and a life of service giving back to the very end. A lot of people have already been sharing personal sentiments. We want to show you a condolence book that people have been signing since President Carter passed away, people lining up to make sure that they can leave a personal note in this book. Many people, all ages, all backgrounds, coming to share a thank you and a perfect maybe parting message. An important note to tell you about that condolence book, that it will be given to the Carter family after the funeral at the National Cathedral here in Washington, D.C., so they can take the condolence book back home with them to Georgia. The family can take some time to read all the personal messages, and then when they've had that moment, it will be displayed at the Carter Center for other people to experience and enjoy in the years to come. We mentioned a lot of people wanting to travel specifically from Atlanta to Washington, D.C. We want to show you some video of the airports that we have seen. Lots of people wondering if they're going to be able to get in. This is what we saw when we landed at Dulles. Front-end loaders filling dump trucks with snow, a monumental effort to try to clear the runways both at Dulles and Reagan National Airport. The runway was closed overnight, back open now as we can show you a live shot over the Capitol. Blue skies and sunshine now over the Capitol, so snowplows are hard at work clearing Pennsylvania Avenue, which will be a central point to what's happening today. As you're watching the coverage, take a special note when you see the flag-draped casket being loaded onto a horse-drawn caisson at the Naval Memorial. That was something President Carter asked to happen. He wanted that to be a significant moment. That horse-drawn carriage caisson will come down Pennsylvania Avenue. I think it will be a really significant and touching moment here in the United States Capitol. We talked about the nod to the inauguration where they surprised, shocked their Secret Service detail and got out of the car to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. Today, their family will do that. Jimmy Carter's family will walk down Pennsylvania Avenue behind that horse-drawn caisson as it makes its way to the U.S. Capitol. And thinking about the fact that for the youngest daughter of the Carters, Amy, who was just a fourth grader when she moved into the White House with her parents for those 4 years, what an incredible full circle moment on a day like today, reflecting on the incredible life of Jimmy Carter, a man who would invite a bluegrass band from Atlanta onto the White House lawn and throw a big old Southern barbecue 1 week after negotiating a monumental peace treaty between Israel and Egypt at Camp David. That was just the way it went, in his blue jeans and a flannel shirt, sort of also trying to carry that down-to-earth authenticity from the most powerful position in the world at the White House, but always drawing things back to Plains, Georgia, back to Atlanta, Georgia. And a really funny story I'll leave you with. Someone was saying on Inauguration Day, Jimmy Carter went to his mom and said, "Mom, you must be really proud of your son." And she said, "Yeah, your brother's done real well, hasn't he?" And he laughed and said, "My mother taught me how to stay humble." And we certainly feel sort of that spirit of humility and simplicity, even as we look ahead to the events here in Washington, D.C., first and foremost with a chance for the public to go to the U.S. Capitol and pay their final respects as he lies in state. So many incredible stories as we look back on a life of someone who, when he lived here, everyone called Mr. President. When he was in Georgia, he used to say people knew him by his time in Georgia because they called him governor. And if someone knew him from Plains, he knew that too because they just call him Mr. Jimmy or brother because of their connection to the church. Jeff, Jonathan, Ariana, pretty incredible to think of what's going to happen here in the nation's capital in the next 48 hours.
You know, Charlotte, I love the story about Miss Lillian. The other great story about Miss Lillian, famously told, is that when Jimmy Carter told his mother that he was going to run for president, her immediate response was, "President of what?"
And hey, the rest is history, as you said. I love that. All right, we're going to turn things right now. We're going to have more coverage in just a moment, but we do have a weather impact alert here. So meteorologist Chesley McNeil is standing by with the latest for us.
Yes, we're looking at some cold air, folks. No doubt about yesterday, and you're feeling it again as we head into today. This morning, we're looking at the flags. You can see them flying in the wind there. The winds really whipping around. Not as strong as we saw them just yesterday. Those winds was pretty strong as we head. Those winds were pretty strong as we headed into the afternoon. Today, they're still kicking up, but we'll start to die down a little bit as we head into this afternoon. Now, you notice clouds overhead as well into Georgia's Rome, and those clouds, really one of the only places that we have clouds. Everywhere else, we have the sun. So momentarily, you have the clouds here. No precipitation coming out of those clouds at all, but we are expecting that sun to begin to break out. Today's alert will begin to end, especially as we head into mid-morning. Those temperatures rise above the freezing mark, expecting them to get into the 40s. We're looking down the line a little bit into the upcoming weekend. Starting on Friday, there could be some wintry weather that moves into our forecast area, so we're paying close attention to that, and that's what we're focused on as we head into Friday and into Saturday. There could be a rain-snow mix in the area, all snow in some parts, and maybe rain in some parts as well. So a winter mix possible in our area right now. We'll give it a 50% chance on Friday, but we're really watching a system that's going to make its way toward us. Hasn't really developed yet, but as it does develop, we'll make its way into the area. Until then, we have the sunshine in place. Mostly sunny skies will be the call for today and the next couple of days as well, but the cold air stays in place. Temperatures are in the 20s for the most part. Got some 30s in here, like Atlanta at 30 degrees, 32 over toward Covington, 30 in Athens at the current hour, 27 in Carrollton, 29 degrees over into Marietta. Look at the wind right now in the teens. So again, not as strong as it was yesterday, but you got some teens out there, like 14 mile per hour winds in Marietta. You factor that in with the temperature we just saw, and it feels like the teens in many spots still this morning. And so if you're going to be going out, at least throughout the day, you definitely want to bundle up because it will be on the cold side. Even after the winds begin to subside a little bit, it will be on the cold side, likely feeling like the 20s out there and upper 20s on your exposed skin. We do have the clouds, as I mentioned, over toward the northwestern portions of our state. Everywhere else, we have the sunshine. Those clouds extend back into Mississippi and into Arkansas. That will dissipate as high pressure continues to push into the forecast area. We'll be watching that for the next couple of days. It won't be until we get to Thursday that we'll start to notice some of that moisture returning back to the forecast area, and it will interact with this cold air that remains in place. Because the cold air is in place, that moisture starts to move in. That's where we see some winter-like precipitation. Now, we can't pinpoint exactly the impacts or what will take place here because the track is uncertain. Whether or not it will stay further to the south or make its way further to the north will determine the type of precipitation we will experience, but it is likely that we will see a wintry mix, especially up into northern Georgia, and I will include Atlanta in that. Looking at the various models that we look at, two in particular, the American model and the European model, it shows the American model more of a mixing taking place in Atlanta, more of a snowy scenario when you look at the European model. These will change over the next couple of days, but we'll be here to update you on what we can expect as we head closer to the weekend. Guys, back to you.
Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting will increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plan.
Welcome back to our live coverage here at 11 Alive, where we continue to cover the state funeral for former President Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, today's events, the president is leaving the Carter Center for the final time. We'll see him board what we call Special Air Force 39 to honor the 39th president and make that trip to Washington one last time, as he will lie in state at the United States Capitol.
There was a lot to see today, a lot to talk about. Public visitation of President Carter lying in repose ended this morning at 7 o'clock. Then at 11, about an hour and 5 minutes from now, there will be a ceremony as President Carter departs the Carter Center. At 12 p.m., about 12:10 exactly, President Carter will receive a 21-gun salute as he leaves from Dobbins Air Reserve Base to fly to Washington, D.C. His casket is set to arrive at 4 p.m., and, that's sort of a floating schedule a little bit depending on the weather issues and certainly travel issues as well at the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. So that's around 4 o'clock. It is there that he will lie in state. This will be followed by remarks by Vice President Kamala Harris, U.S. Speaker Mike Johnson, and the Senate Majority Leader John Thune. That's all at 4:30. Again, that's the schedule right now, but I would imagine this will be floating or sliding just a little bit at this point. Mourners will be able to begin paying their respects inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda to President Carter, and again, that is at 7 o'clock tonight. All right, we want to go to the Carter Center right now, and we are...
we have our Liza Lucas out there, I believe, where we know everything will be shifting coming up here in just a little bit. They'll have a departure ceremony, and we know, Liza, already you've told us more than 20,000 people have shown up in the last couple days.
That was a big deal.
More than 23,000. If you can just imagine those numbers, we're talking about tens of thousands of people making their way here to the Carter Center. We've spoken with those from Texas and Michigan, some just flying in and out for the day in order to pay respects to the 39th president. A tremendous outpouring of support. Condolences coming in from across the globe. 16,000 people have sent in messages if they weren't here in person across 133 countries and territories. A testament to the great legacy of 100 years of Jimmy Carter. And we want to take some time this morning to share some of those tributes that have been coming in. Of course, we've been sharing some of the sound of the interviews that we've been grabbing here at the Carter Center throughout the course of the week, but equally wonderful and moving are those quotes as well. I want to bring one up for you on screen right now. Sarah Lister of Washington, D.C. sharing this, and I loved it so much. Whatever he touched, she said, brought a depth of integrity, a balm for cynicism, an example of the best humanity can offer. A beautiful testament right there. And this other one from Nepal, again, just showing the reach of President Carter. Adieu, President, humanitarian, peace broker, and ardent bird watcher. A blessing in my life to have you guided, to having guided you during your birdwatching sojourns in Nepal. May your soul rest in peace. Again, in less than 2 hours, we're going to have that departure ceremony here at the Carter Center, at which point Carter Center staff and their families, as well as the team and families from the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum, they're going to gather around this circle of flags, and they're going to say their final goodbye to the 39th president. They're going to carry on this legacy, though, of the Carters, that mission of furthering peace worldwide, a mission that they live and work on every single day in the various programs that we have here at the Carter Center. And as that motorcade departs, that's going to happen around 11:30 a.m. and will include the Carter family. They're going to head to Dobbins and then D.C. And of course, that's where we have our Cheryl Preheim. She's going to take you through all of that throughout the course of the day. But overall, it's just been a tremendous week here at the Carter Center, watching people come out, feel the inspiration, really moved by the public repose and this whole experience here, and walk through the history that is this legendary president, guys.
Liza, thank you so much. And you know, Jeff, you talked about this earlier. Presidents have such a hand in every piece of their state funeral, and I think it's so significant that he wanted people at the Carter Center to have a big role in this state funeral, not just from the arrival ceremony. Really was a big thank you to them. But as we heard Liza say, they'll also be a part of this departure ceremony. The people at the Carter Center who've continued his work and will continue his legacy.
Well, the one thing we certainly have learned about President Carter over the last 100 years is his attention to detail. And 9 years ago, I remember we were doing stories here about he was so matter of fact about his mortality after he had received the cancer diagnoses from Emory University and then had gone down to Plains and taught Sunday Baptist Bible School. He began to plan his own funeral, detail by detail, and certainly doing it in a way that a lot of people would have a very hard time plotting and planning their own funeral, but not Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
He was very matter of fact and very clear-eyed about those kinds of tasks. And I would assume that he has been tinkering with this plan in the last 9 years.
And I think it speaks to his deep connection to his faith, because he knows this isn't the end. You know, only my body will remain on earth. There's life after, what we experience here. And it speaks to some of the reasons why he wanted, people at the Carter Center to be a part of this. When he left Phoebe Sumter Medical Center on Saturday, we saw his Secret Service agents, men that have served with him since the 80s, be a part of that ceremony. So it just speaks to how he, appreciated everyone who supported him in his journey, his humanitarian efforts, his time in the White House. And that's why you mentioned every time we speak to someone who knew him, who worked with him, they always had great things to say about President Carter.
Well, you make a right point about it. Every thumbprint of his involved his Christian faith, and you can see it manifested in almost everything that he did, either in the White House or when he was governor or state senator, or certainly in his life after the White House.
Yeah, as his son Chip Carter and Jason, his grandson, said, his longest serving title was Sunday school teacher. That was the longest job he ever had. So that really is at the core of who he was.
He was a marvel to watch him in front of a small group sitting in pews. When he would talk about faith, he would talk about faith in action. He would talk about, deeds more important than words. I mean, it was an extraordinary thing to be able to listen to him talk about his faith and how it should be interpreted.
Yeah. Right now we're going to bring in Mr. Jay Hakes. He is the assistant to the Secretary of the Interior, Cecil Andrus, later director of the Florida Governor's Energy Office.
Yeah, in the Clinton years, administrator of the nonpartisan U.S. Energy Information Administration and director of research and policy of the Obama BP Deepwater Horizon Oil Spill Commission. He served as director of the Jimmy Carter Library and Museum from 2000 to 2013. He also authored Declaration of Energy Independence.
So joining us now to talk about the life and legacy of Mr. Carter is Jay Hakes. Jay, thank you so much for joining us today. One of the things I just mentioned was just how integral the Carter Center has been in this state funeral. You all have been with the Carters. You worked with them for many years. How special that, part of his goodbye was a thank you to many of you who had continued some of this work along the way.
Yeah, I really look at it as three events. A couple of years ago, they had, Jimmy and Rosalind had their 75th wedding anniversary in Plains, and a bunch of us were invited down, and they were able to communicate well at that time, and we sort of realized that that was, perhaps the last big public event like that. And then, of course, Rosalind's funeral was not too long ago there in Atlanta, and now the big event, 100-year-old president passing away, and a big event at the National Cathedral in Washington coming up on Thursday. So it's been sort of a long goodbye in a way with the hospice, but it's also been a time to celebrate. And those of us who I first met him in 1975 and worked closely with him for many years, it's a time to celebrate all that he accomplished and also his vision for the future, which is implemented in many ways through the work of the Carter Center.
Jay, I was thinking about your ties to the U.S. Interior Secretary, and something that Jimmy Carter doesn't really receive a lot of attention for or a lot of credit for during his White House years was his expansion of the national park system. I mean, I think it's something that we take for granted here in 2025, but at the time that he did that, I mean, this is a significant move that certainly will impact generations that have not been born yet. I mean, it's such an important part of American life, and yet we don't talk about it a lot.
Yes, that's a very good point. The impact was massive. Before Carter, the idea of an urban national park really didn't exist. They were thought to be things that were just kind of off in the wild, away from people. So that was a big breakthrough. Also, he came in at the point where he led the Congress of how we were going to deal with Alaska, but basically forever, and that was the big ecosystem in North America that was pretty much as God created it. And so that was a big part of it. And then just as you say, the parks and wildlife areas were basically doubled. And he had a supportive Congress for that. And it's something we all enjoy today. And I think it's important for us to remember that Carter played a big role in that.
Do you find yourself reflective today as the casket makes its way to Washington, D.C., that Washington, D.C. was the reason for his ascension on the national political scene when he was viewed as an outsider versus Gerald Ford, and certainly as a result of the Nixon years, that was a strength. Yet his Achilles also was Washington, D.C., his inability to maneuver within the system, how different it was from being a governor in Georgia, and how difficult it was trying to get anything done with Congress.
Well, he ruffled a few feathers when he went up there. He didn't like having Hail to the Chief played. This was in the post-Nixon era, so there was kind of a reaction against the grandiose presidency. And that hurt him a little bit. But I think as the historians are going back in my books, and Jonathan Alter or Kai Bird, the success record of Carter with Congress was kind of overlooked. I mean, he passed civil service reform. He diversified the judiciary with the support of Congress. The Congress got a 2/3 vote to ratify the Panama Canal Treaty, which is pretty amazing. Passed massive energy legislation. So that record actually, I think, as we get further away from the period and let the historians look at it statistically, he had a Democratic Congress behind him, and they fussed at each other from time to time. But you look at his record, number of bills passed and things like that. There's a display on this at the Carter Library, the museum there, and it compares pretty well with Lyndon Johnson. And that's not been the perception of Carter, but he got a lot done.
Do you think the perception is certainly mired in the fact that maybe no one would have succeeded given the economic situation of the late 1970s, given the rise of Islamic fundamentalism throughout the Middle East in the late 70s with the Ayatollah Khomeini. Was he a victim of his circumstances in many ways in the White House, do you think?
Yes and no. I think when you're in the White House, you have to accept, kind of responsibility, but you're also limited by the cards that you're dealt. So, you had the Arab oil embargo in 1973-74, and this had a huge inflationary impact. And it was, I think, one of the reasons that people were mad at Nixon, not just Watergate, and they were mad at Gerald Ford, and they were mad at Jimmy Carter about inflation. And a lot of these were oil-based, and they were things that had built up over the years. And when the Shah was over, in 1978, Carter had just passed the energy bill, and everybody was feeling good, and they just had negotiated Camp David. But then if you look at the records, that was when the first notices came in. Well, the Shah is looking very shaky, and he might be overthrown. And by July of 1979, the Shah had fled the country. So that was a situation that had built up with numerous presidents going back to Eisenhower, and Carter it happened on his watch. So I think it's good to look at the things that led into the Carter presidency, and then some of the things he did that we're benefiting from today that we forget where they started. In many cases, they started with Carter.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, Mr. J, for joining us and continuing to help us reflect on the remarkable legacy of President Carter. Thank you so much.
Good to be with you.
Thank you.
It's been incredible, and I know that one of the things I've loved about what we've seen over the last few days is just how much Georgia played a role in this state funeral. As we mentioned, Jimmy Carter could have pretty much had this go any way he wanted, but the fact that this is all going to end in Georgia and it all started here in Georgia is really, I think, remarkable.
Mm-hmm. It is. I was also thinking about Jay Hakes there for a moment as we have talked with some of the officials from that Carter era of people that were with him in the White House. And it is interesting, the interpretation of Jimmy Carter. Here we are talking about, burying him in the next day or two, and the sort of interpretation of current events, the interpretation of what he represented, not only in the White House, but certainly after the White House, is really up to a broad brush of interpretation, that everybody seems to have their own take on his life and times. It's endlessly fascinating, and it makes for conversations that are without end, certainly, and it makes these kinds of forums a lot of fun because everybody seems to have a different view of his life, and sometimes it's not great, but most of the time the one thing that we're all in agreement that he is of which we have never seen before or probably will see again.
Yeah, and these days-long ceremonies that we've seen, it really just speaks to how important and how big of an impact he had on this country. Things have been going on since Saturday. That was the beginning of the state funeral. We see him leave that motorcade in Phoebe Sumter Medical Center, and every day we continue to have coverage and we learn more about this person, the man he was here in Georgia, and it just really reflects on how deserving he is of every moment, every piece of coverage that we've had, every person that we spoke to. It helps us remind us how inspirational he was.
Just a remarkable life. I mean, there's so many moving parts of it. It's a question of what you choose to focus on, and it's extraordinary. It's just you try and think about American history in the context of great men and women who have made a difference or an impact on our society, and Jimmy Carter's life has so many components to it. You're just not sure where to begin. It's the beauty is in the beholder. It depends on where you want to go with it, because there's always a new twist or turn when examining Jimmy Carter's life.
Right now we want to go up to Washington, D.C., where 11 Alive anchor Cheryl Preheim has been all morning. Cheryl, we know that the state funeral in a few hours will shift there to you.
No question about it. Everything's been delayed a couple of hours because of the snowstorm that descended on the nation's capital. The skies are now bright blue. Take a look at a live picture over the U.S. Capitol on this Tuesday morning. That's sunshine over the Capitol and crystal clear blue skies, along with a fresh blanket of snow over the capital city, certainly make for a striking backdrop on what is a historic day in the nation's capital. Capitol, a final journey back to Washington, D.C. There will be a procession starting at the United States Naval Memorial. The family will walk behind a horse-drawn caisson carrying a flag-draped casket with President Carter on that caisson down Pennsylvania Avenue to the U.S. Capitol. There will be a ceremony in the U.S. Capitol, and then it will be open to the public to come and pay their final respects. Thinking back to when Mr. Carter first came to Washington, D.C., 52 years old when he became president and brought a young family, an elementary school-age daughter, into the White House and made history because he decided that his wife, his beloved Rosalind, would not only be by his side as, parenting out of the White House, but also as his closest advisor. Rosalind Carter sitting in cabinet meetings, discussing all kinds of policy with her husband side by side in every decision along the way, and that had not happened before. She would carry a briefcase to her office in the White House. She was the first to have an office as a first lady, and that was significant in so many ways as they would be side by side 77 years before her passing about 13 months ago. Here is someone who, against all odds, made it to the White House, a Georgia farmer, small town kid, born and raised in Georgia, went off to the Naval Academy, became a naval officer. When he decided to run for the White House, somebody said, well, you might as well pick a name out of the phone book, and they'd have just as much chance of making it. But he did it against all odds. And when he got here, he was determined to make sure he brought his kind of no-nonsense attitude, his work ethic, and kind of a demand for efficiency here to the White House, something we saw on habitat sites many years after. So I asked him about 11 years ago on a habitat site in Denver what he felt about the inefficiency in his former town of Washington, D.C.
If you look at the harmony on that building site and the sharing of experiences, like Rose and I share, putting in railings, and the cooperation that you have, that's what our government is missing. We don't have a willingness to respect one another. The lack of cooperation in Washington now is appalling and almost unprecedented, except I would say just before the Civil War is the only time it's ever been so divided. It's just an abomination in a great democracy. They could learn all the lessons that are missing in Washington right now from this habitat site.
Very strong words from former President Jimmy Carter there in 2014 about the divisions in Washington, and think about what's happened in the 10 years since. Contentious elections, false claims about a stolen election, an attack on the Capitol, many times butting heads, getting close to a government shutdown, and he was really asking both sides to come together for the good of the American people. We're going to have a chance to talk to Senators Warnock and Ossoff, representing Georgia, of course, here at the United States Capitol in just a little bit, and ask them about sort of what the mood is as we remember Jimmy Carter and move forward into a new administration. Interesting to note, though, the Trump administration did say that even during President-elect Trump's first term, he had an extensive phone conversation with President Carter about China. President Carter opened up diplomatic relations to China during his presidency and worked obviously tirelessly over many decades through the Carter Center for diplomacy and peace throughout the world. Interesting to hear of that long conversation that happened during Mr. Trump's first term as we're getting ready for an inauguration to another term for President-elect Trump.
Cheryl, I thought it was interesting to see your interview from 2014 in Denver with the Carters. What's the searing memory that you recall from that day and that experience with him when he was younger, he was healthier, a little more vibrant? What was that experience like?
Interesting, Jeff. He was young and vibrant, even though he was 89 turning 90. That was very close to his 90th birthday at that point, but yet He was building a railing with Rosalind. The two of them, Rosalind and Jimmy, sitting behind this railing, and they were just pounding nails, and the rest of the crews were trying to keep up with them. That was one thing that struck me. The second thing that struck me is just the consistency of his persona, with someone whose home he was building, with a volunteer, with the Secret Service, to the dignitaries that surrounded him at a 5,000 plate dinner that night, where Trisha Yearwood got on stage and sang just because she asked him to. I mean, there really was such a consistency in who he was, no matter whom he was talking to. That really stood out to me. And that part of the conversation stood out to me too, because he, at that point in his life, had been out of like traditional politics for so long, and just seemed to have this real desire that no matter what side someone found themselves on, that they could find some common good to rally around to get work done for the American people. And he was very strong and spoke at length about that was one of his great hopes, certainly something to think about at this juncture in American politics as we remember him. Particularly, I feel that standing here in the Rotunda in Washington, D.C.
I'm always struck by seeing the Carters, how hard they actually worked at these Habitat for Humanity events. I mean, they were really working. When, you and I have covered enough of these events, all of us, where we have sseen celebrities or politicians come out and say, hey, I'm going to be part of the cleanup, or I'm going to be part of painting, and it's just sort of a photo op, and you walk through. But not the Carters. I mean, there's real sweat equity involved in all of that.
And Cheryl,
Let me tell you a story. They were the first. Let me tell you a quick story. They were the first ones on the bus. They were the last ones on the build site. And there was a time when Garth Brooks was just getting a little water, and he was standing under a tree in Haiti. And President Carter walked next to him, gave him a wink, and said, "We didn't come here to rest." And then they walked right back in and kept getting busy. Then that night, I kid you not, he and the First Lady went into the tent. It was like a mess hall tent, and they served dinner to every volunteer before they sat down and ate. I think that says a lot.
Well, they never did rest. The only rest has now finally come.
And Cheryl, I was going to bring up your trip with the former president to Haiti, where you were doing that interview, and he was so eager and excited to show you the garden they had created, because they didn't just want to help these people in that moment. They wanted to give them something that will be sustainable when they left Haiti.
You make a very good point, Ariana. We had finished our kind of formal interview, and he said, "Let me show you the garden," and he just dropped his mic, and the Secret Service went scrambling, and off we went. And he and the First Lady took me to see this garden, and he had helped design an irrigation system for that garden to make it sustainable. And then they had also designed a system where there would be like a potable toilet built with compost, and it was just this whole way to make the entire community sustainable. And they were so intensely proud of that work. And I will tell you that they knew the names of the people that they were building homes for. They would greet them by first name. They would know the names of the children. And to that note, I have to tell you, I was at the doctor last week, and my doctor said to me, "Cheryl, my husband took care of Mr. Carter at Emory, and years later, when they ran into each other, President Carter said, 'How are your kids?' and named them by name." I don't know how that is absolutely possible, but that is just a, tidbit into how sharp he was and how connected to people he was.
Amazing. Cheryl Preheim, thank you so much. And I think that speaks to what we've all been speaking of, is just the connection he had. And I love what she said about the consistency in the persona, because again, so many people tend to change. And we've talked about Jimmy Carter being a humanitarian for so many years, but I love that what Cheryl said and what we've all been saying, that he showed up. I mean, he not only, he didn't just come for the photo op, he didn't just write the $1 million check. He showed up to these places, not just here in Georgia and around the country. He showed up in Ghana, he showed up in Indonesia, and he touched people physically in places that, frankly, a lot of people wouldn't go. And so I think that really is just his overarching legacy, being among the people and being touchable, reachable.
It is hard to think of Habitat for Humanity without the Carters. I mean, their presence was so big and so important and so significant. Their world headquarters are in Sumter County in Americus, and that because of the Carters, and certainly the work that that Habitat has done is so extraordinary and so important as we go forward. But going past the Carters is something that will be a challenge for them, I'm sure.
And they were with Habitat for, I think, 40 years, working consistently. That's incredible legacy.
And the Carter Family Foundation, which has been so greatly concerned about planes, a few years ago had Habitat involved in planes, helping families in need, helping people recondition their homes that were in poor shape. There's great concern in Plains as the Carters have passed about, the need is great there, and economic buoyancy is so important to Sumter County, and without the Carters there is great concern about, will people keep coming here? Will they keep coming to Plains? Will they keep coming to Americus and all of that? So that is certainly something to watch, and I know the Carter Family Foundation has been concerned about it as well.
Incredible work. All right, well, all of this that we're talking about leads into Thursday's National Day of Mourning. The procession will leave for Washington's National Cathedral with a funeral service, which is scheduled to start at 10 a.m. Now, once that is completed, the late president begins his final trip back here to Georgia. A private funeral service will take place in Plains at 3:45, followed by his burial at the Carter home right next to his wife, Rosalind.
And, when we talk about the coverage, when we talk about the former president, a lot of people are saying, like, when he first went into hospice, we kind of started that grieving process. Yeah, for the family, for people who knew him in recent years of former president's health, it was a big concern. You think back in 2015, he revealed that he had melanoma and that the skin cancer had spread to his brain. Remember, he underwent a new form of cancer treatment, and after 3 weeks of his therapy, there were no signs of the cancer in his brain. And at that time, he talked about his own mortality.
I didn't go into an attitude of despair or anger or anything like that. I was just completely at ease. As Rosa would testify, I think if you have any doubts about my veracity, but I've just been very grateful for that part of it. So I'm ready for anything.
And then back in 2017, President Carter was hospitalized for dehydration while on a Habitat build in Canada. And then 2 years later, he had a fall at his home in Plains just before the Habitat build. His face was bruised, but he was soon back at work building a Habitat home in Nashville. Back in 2022, he made 2 appearances of note, both, of course, down in Plains. One was in August to celebrate his wife's 95th birthday. And then in September 2022, the couple came out for the 25th annual Peanut Festival Parade. The former president and First Lady were driven around Plains in a 1946 Ford Super Deluxe convertible, the same model and year of the Carter's car at the time that they were married.
It was a gift from Garth Brooks and Trisha Yearwood, that car.
And then in September 2023, former President Jimmy Carter and First Lady Rosalind Carter, they made another public appearance that kicked off the first week in the fall at the Plains Peanuts Festival. The Carters were seen riding through the parade and waving, going back to how accessible he was to everyone. And then in February 2023, the Carter Center shared the news that former President Carter would begin receiving hospice care. They shared the former president will spend his remaining time at home. In a statement, the Carter Center said that he had the full support of his family and also his medical team.
There were so many times over the last decade where I think everyone assumed that the end had come for President Carter, only to find his way back, to bounce back. 2015 was amazing. After the cancer diagnoses, we went down, I went down with 11 Alive, and we covered his Sunday school speech, and everyone assumed at that point that this would be the last time that we ever saw Jimmy Carter do this, and we were wrong about it, because he was far from done, and every time somebody had written him off because of age or poor health, he would only defy whatever the conventional wisdom was, and we've talked about this before around here, but 23 months ago when he went into home hospice, the anchor team here, we all began to work 12-hour shifts because the assumption was that he was going to pass away it was imminent, whether it was days or maybe a week. But here we are, almost 2 years later, and President Carter survived, and that really is, in part, a definition of his life, the way that he was always defying odds, even to the end.
That's a good point.
All right, so we are preparing for President Carter to make his final journey to the nation's capital. That's where we find our Caitlin Ross at Dobbins Air Reserve Base. Behind her is a special plane that's been named Special Air Mission 39 to honor the former president. Caitlin.
Ariana, Air Mission 39 is getting ready. We're hearing them testing the engines now. They're getting that plane warmed up, and really everything is set to go here. Just about an hour ago, we saw an entire military team come out, and they were inspecting the grounds, really carefully looking at every bit of this ground where that ceremony is going to be held. We know this is going to be a really solemn ceremony. The Air Reserve folks told us this is going to be a silent ceremony. So we're anticipating that the motorcade gets here at 12:10, and from the time the motorcade drives onto the Air Reserve Base, no one speaks. From 12:10 to 12:45, that silent planeside ceremony will happen. Then at 12:45, it's wheels up for that airplane. Immediately following, all of the media is going to be escorted off base, so they really have this planned down to the minute. And a lot of this was at President Jimmy Carter's direction. He wanted certain people here, he wanted certain ceremonies observed, and that's what's going to happen. We know that Governor Brian Kemp is going to be here with his wife Marty. Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens will be here at this planeside ceremony. And again, it's going to be a silent ceremony. So we'll be here and we're going to be taking this entire thing live. It's going to be very moving. We had the opportunity to speak with one of the military officers who's actually going to attend that planeside ceremony.
Everyone can strive for something. Everyone can be, no one's perfect, but Jimmy Carter was one of the greatest men to live and a great example for all service members.
And his service was so important to him. You hear President Carter talk often about his military service, his service in the Navy. And that man we spoke to said he wants to emulate Jimmy Carter's career. He wants to go be a submarine officer. And that Jimmy Carter really gave them something to strive for, something to look up to. And so he said he is both excited and nervous to have the opportunity to be at this ceremony. And it's going to be so meaningful to honor a man that he looks up to so much.
Thank you, Caitlin. And President Biden has declared this Thursday, January 9th, a national day of mourning for former President Jimmy Carter. Now, this is the day of both his national funeral and his funeral back home in Plains, along with his burial. The president is expected to deliver a eulogy, President Biden, during that funeral at the National Cathedral in Washington, D.C. on Thursday. Both the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ will be closed. The post office will also be closed. And we do know that all living presidents, they do plan to attend this funeral. And it goes back to when we're speaking about people from all walks of life, all political backgrounds are showing up to honor the great man of Jimmy Carter.
President Carter graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy back in 1946. And he did so with distinction and was assigned to the USS Wyoming as an ensign. And it was a new Navy that he was certainly taking a look at. It became Hyman Rickover's Navy, the nuclear Navy, the submarines. These are photos from the Naval History and Heritage Command photo archives. After Mr. Carter completed 2 years of surface ship duty, he served as an executive officer, engineering officer, and electronics repair officer on the submarine, the SSK-1. Mr. Carter then joined Admiral Hyman G. Rickover's program to create a nuclear-powered submarine. He was promoted to lieutenant and in November of 1952 served on temporary duty with the Naval Reactors Branch, the U.S. Atomic Energy Commission in D.C., to assist in the design and the development of nuclear propulsion plants for naval vessels. From March 1953 to October 1953, Mr. Carter was preparing to become the engineering officer of the USS Seawolf, which was one of the first submarines to operate on atomic power. He was honorably discharged on October 9th, 1953, after resigning from the Navy to care for his family after his father passed that summer. It's always interesting that Mr. Carter is always framed as a peanut farmer. Very seldom do you hear the nuclear expertise and that amazing resume of complexity of dealing with nuclear-powered submarines. But it's more mythic. It's more the stuff of legend to talk about being a peanut farmer and ascending to the White House. We want to go over to the Carter Center right now.
Yeah, we have our Liza Lucas there. Liza, we know the president will be leaving the Carter Center within the next hour or so. All right, Liza's getting ready, but we know that we've been talking about more than 23,000 people have shown up to pay their respects. That line started, I've been out there for days, and I remember people were showing up hours and hours in advance just to be the first in line. People wanted to really have that moment.
Look, funerals are always obviously sad. It is the nature of how we all are, but at the same time, this is a life that went a century, 100 years. We do not live forever. Jimmy Carter, born in 1924, defied the odds at a time when people didn't live to be 100 years of age because of diet, because of medicine, because of lifestyle. But he, again, was able to find his way of eating healthy, of exercising, of changing the culture from which he came that didn't eat very well. There's a lot of lard, a lot of animal fat, a lot of ways that kind of kill us. But Jimmy Carter lives to be 100. It is, it's sad that it's a funeral, but this is very different. This is a celebration of life well lived.
Yeah, and you feel that spirit of celebration at the Carter Center, which is where Liza Lucas has been all week. And Liza, you had the chance to walk through the repose, and you've seen the volunteers. They have a smile on their face. They're saying thank you for coming to the Carter Center, because it's like they appreciate being a part of this moment.
That's right, and it's so encouraging seeing so many people show up. I mean, the expectation was that there would be lines and crowds, but when we talk about more than 23,000 people from states across the U.S., let alone our backyard here in Atlanta and Georgia, people who may have never encountered the president in the past, making sure to be here for this moment. Maybe they've never visited the Carter Center here before, the Jimmy Carter Presidential Library and Museum, but this was the moment that they wanted to be sure not to miss. And we heard that time and time again, of course, along with those very personal stories. You would walk up to someone, you would suddenly meet a campaign manager, someone who worked with the Carters. And that was just an off-chance conversation, one of many that we found here at the Carter Center over the past week. Of course, now is the time for the Carter Center staff and the library and museum staff to say goodbye. That departure ceremony will take place at 11 a.m. and they will be there in the circle of flags, which is just up behind me. We've seen the motorcade this morning getting ready. I heard the drums a little while ago as the honor guard was kind of making preparations for their part in this ceremony as well. Amazing Grace will be played. Music has been such a core part of this chapter of the service, and that's going to continue, and what we're going to see more of as we get closer to that 11 a.m. hour. And then as we go forward, the legacy of Jimmy Carter, the 39th president, will continue on here in the work of the Carter Center. And that was something that the Carters made sure of, that the people here would be part of the service today, and that mission would be going forward. And that's something that they've really talked about over the course of this week. In fact, I've spoken with several members of the Carter Center staff from various programs that do work every day here in Georgia and across the world. Sarah Johnson being among those. She's part of the Democracy Program. That program is all about furthering and supporting fair elections, and especially in emerging countries. Johnson had the chance to travel with the late president multiple times over the years in areas like South Sudan, and she told me that Mr. Carter would wake up every day at 5:30 a.m. determined to do better for the world. Take a listen.
He started every day with a determination that he really could make a difference as an individual, and that people could make a difference as an individual. So he did what he did because he felt very strongly that as a former president, he had a voice that was very important and that people would listen. And he gave voice to a lot of people who didn't have one.
Now, speaking of voices and inspiration, that inspiration goes back decades. That's not just something that we saw post-presidency that we've talked so much about in terms of the Carter Center work and Habitat for Humanity. That also goes back to this 9-year-old girl who wrote into the Carter Center with this message. Wendy Scarrett, remembering when she was 9 years old, she was so inspired by Jimmy Carter and his message that she started volunteering for his campaign, handing out flyers and brochures. She says, I even got my ears pierced on his inaugural Inauguration Day. I mean, she remembers those times as a young child being impacted, and now decades later, she's sharing that with the Carter Center. And then this one I thought was particularly special as well for a lot of reasons. Billy Wilkins, writing in from Pennsylvania, President Carter was an upperclassman when he befriended my father, Wesley Brown, and encouraged him to hang in there. My father would become, in 1949, its first African-American graduate. Of course, she's talking and referencing the time in the Naval Academy, too. And you just see this thread that people have with Jimmy Carter over the years, those 100 years of giving back, touching lives in various ways. Of course, again, we've been here at the memorial sign, the memorial full of flowers and remembrances, personal letters left for the Carters, just representing the various chapters of this very full and long life. And again, at 11 a.m., that departure ceremony will take place. The Carter Center staff will line the circle of flags. They'll be there with their family. The museum and library staff will be there. Of course, the Carter family will be here as well. And by 11:30, that motorcade will depart for Dobbins with the family, and the hearse will follow along well as they continue on to D.C., where the nation will be able to pay their respects to the late president. And this will go on and on. But this has just been an incredible week here at the Carter Center. Walking through the repose has been particularly moving from everyone who's come out. I've been one of them, and you can't help but take in the legacy here and really feel it on the grounds here at the Carter Center, guys.
Liza, thank you. You're looking live, in fact, right outside of the Carter Center, where you can see in the other shot there, the hearse that, again, as Liza mentioned, will be leaving the Carter Center around 11:30. They'll start the ceremony around 11. We know that they'll have a couple music selections, Amazing Grace and Blessed Assurance, and then the motorcade will leave for Dobbins Air Force Base around 11:30, Jeff.
You know, it's interesting as we take a look at these live shots from the Carter Center and Carter Library. When the Carter Library first opened in Atlanta, there was criticism. There was criticism from people about, hey, this is not like other libraries. This is not like, you know, the Eisenhower Library in Abilene, Kansas, or LBJ in Austin, or any of these other presidential libraries that have a lot of mementos, lots of artifacts. The Carters were not like that. They were more interested in ideas and themes and evoking change throughout the world. When you go to the Carter Library, you didn't see a lot of tea sets, or you didn't see a lot of, hey, this was his sweater that he wore when he was making the Malaise speech in 1977. I mean, it was different. It was a different experience. And I think those of us here in Atlanta, when the Carter Center was being built and before it was commissioned with President Carter and Ronald Reagan and Mrs. Reagan flying to Atlanta in 1985, there wasn't, nobody was sure what to expect. So here we are all these years later. We know about what it has meant, not only to our city and state, but what it's meant to the world.
Right, and you're looking live here, Jeff, right outside of the Carter Center, where again they are getting ready for that departure ceremony, kind of reminiscent of what we saw just a couple days at the arrival ceremony, where we saw the military lining up, and we saw people from across the city and the state lining up. Again, many of these people you're looking at are Carter family members, Carter friends, Carter Center employees. Many of these people, they tell me, I've spoken to some of them, they've worked with the Carters for 20, 30, even some up to 40 years. So, while they are employees, I'd say they're a lot closer than that.
Yeah, and a lot of these, you see the kids, and we talk about how President Carter planned every moment of his state funeral, and he wanted to make sure that the family of the employees of the Carter Center were also a part of this moment, because many of these employees, they work so closely, as you mentioned, Jonathan. They work tirelessly with the couple, and a lot of times they sacrifice holidays, special family moments, and at times the kids, the spouses, will have to sacrifice their own time, which is one of the reasons he wanted them to be a part of his funeral services, to say, I appreciate you for lending your spouse, lending your parents, and allowing that person to help support me to make such an incredible mark in this world.
I'm going to show my age now, but I find myself thinking as I'm sitting here that I was sitting in a television station over off Briarcliff in the 30306 zip code, watching the Reagans arrive for the opening of the Carter Center and the Carter Library. And here we are in 2025 and just how different these two entities have evolved and how President Carter's life evolved, and Mrs. Carter after 1985. And certainly, I'm going to take it a step further, the neighborhoods around the Carter Center, they were really in bad shape in 1985. Ponce was pretty scary at that point. Ponce City Market was, mostly empty. It was the Sears building where you could still go and buy a lawnmower. And the renaissance of these neighborhoods, the old Fourth Ward, which has sprung up just incredibly over the last 25 years. And you think about Inman, and you think about Candler and North Druid Hills and Ponce Highland and Virginia Highland and all of these areas around Piedmont Park as well that have had this incredible resurgence, this ascension, not unlike the Carter Center and the Carter Library. And that has been an anchor of those areas and a one constant through all of this change, including the Olympics in 1996.
Absolutely, a lot of change. But one thing is constant is the work of the Carter Center. And it's so interesting because the work it's so many things, and it's really endless when you think about the legacy of the Carters and what will continue to be their legacy. There's so much we don't talk about. Even just some of the work he's done, traveling to other countries, trying to ensure fair elections. That's a huge part of the legacy, but again, it's so much that the Carter Center has done, and the work to eradicate disease, so much, and I think we'll continue to see that, hopefully.
Yeah, the eradicated guinea worm disease.
Guinea worm's amazing. I mean, guinea worm has been around since before the Bible, and it has been a plague on humankind forever and ever, and it was the Carters who were able to eradicate it essentially in about 25 years.
Without a vaccine. It's one of the only diseases to be eradicated without a
clean
vaccine.
Water.
Exactly. And once again, we've been showing you images from the Carter Center where in about 20 minutes we'll see a ceremony get underway. This is the reflecting pool at the Carter Center. Right now we have the staff of the Carter Center standing around the motorcade in the circle of flags, where we will have a ceremony. You've seen the military personnel, and those men have been standing around his casket around the clock since he's been lying in repose. And Jonathan, we were speaking about, this is a great honor for those men to be a part of this ceremony. They've been standing still and stoic, guarding the president's casket while everyone just stands around and just takes in a moment of history.
Truly an honor. Something as Ron Jones said, who has a military background, a job that many people would dream of having, being able to be a part of this state funeral. Again, you're looking live right now at the hearse, again, which will depart this area around 11:30 following the service that they'll have a departure service en route to Dobbins Air Reserve Base over in Marietta, where our Caitlin Ross has been. And Jeff, someone you interviewed the other day I thought was interesting, as the motorcade was running behind on the way to the Carter Center, one of the people said, Jimmy Carter, he liked things to be on time and in order. So, he said, he probably, that would be the only thing he wouldn't like, is that things are running behind. But it looks like today things are going as planned.
I went down, maybe 5 or 6 years ago to Plains and did a story with Chip Carter. And he was telling the story about how his father always was, that his father ran by military time all the time, and if things were going too long, even a conversation with him, he would be watching his wristwatch to make sure that everything went according to time. He was that kind of man. He was organized in every conversation and everything that he did. It was really a definition of who he was.
Yeah, and we're seeing that play out with this state funeral. It really has, as Cheryl said, been in some ways simplistic, but in many ways really just thorough in every detail. As you're watching, the service get underway, this is going to be the departure service that will officially start right around 11 o'clock.
And right now you're watching military ceremonial troops. They're marching into position. Former President Jimmy Carter, his remains will be carried out of the Carter Center and put in the hearse that is parked in the circle of flags. We're going to just watch as they move into position.
part of U.S. military tradition, and that is the death of a U.S. president and funeral with a military band like this really was first instituted in 1865 with Abraham Lincoln. Prior to that, it had not been a part of the ceremony for burying a U.S. president, but since Lincoln's death, it has been a part of virtually every funeral. And certainly, if you have seen film or very, very old kinescope of President Kennedy's funeral, familiar with this sort of military band and military tradition.
Again, we are just about 10 minutes away from the start of the departure ceremony, which will take place here, right here at the Carter Center. You see the military troops already in place, the band in place, and again, they will depart just around 11 o'clock.
I think one of the questions we have, certainly at this point, as the casket gets ready to leave Atlanta, is what sort of weather impact Washington, D.C. will be experiencing, whether it will slow down the schedule or how it will impact things. While it is no longer snowing, we've seen, courtesy of Cheryl Preheim and Stephen Boise, her photographer, clear blue skies. It is bitterly cold there. It's really, really cold.
Yeah, and because of the weather in Washington, D.C., today's event was moved back by an hour. While it is cold, it is a lot of snow there, so it's giving everyone a moment to get in place because of this weather delay. And at any moment, the former president's remains will be taken out of the Carter Center. We'll see that military band begin playing Amazing Grace at any moment. And once again, this is a live look at the Carter Center at the reflecting pool. The doors a little further down, which is where the president has been lying in repose over the last 36 hours.
And as Caitlin mentioned, something to point out, this will for the most part be a silent ceremony other than the music that you'll hear from the band. We won't hear any speakers. The next time we'll hear a speaker will actually be 4:30 or so this afternoon when we have the service in Washington. But until then, it will be overall a quiet service, is what you'll see. Several musical selections played out over the next 30 minutes or so. And again, the people that you have seen lined up outside, as we've been pointing out, these are people who were really close to the Carter family, not just the family themselves, obviously, but people who worked at the Carter Center, many dear friends, their spouses, people who had a real connection to the family. Those are the people who were invited to be a part of this special departure ceremony.
Carter's had, at the Carter Center, they had like their own little condominium that they would stay at for extended periods. President Carter would famously show that he and Mrs. Carter would sleep on a Murphy bed there, that a U.S. president and his wife would be sleeping on this very small bed that would come out of the wall, which is what a Murphy bed is. And it was a big part of their lives, staying there. And oftentimes we would see them in the Ponce Highland neighborhood in the restaurants. Wisteria, which is a restaurant that's no longer there, was a popular choice. We used to see them certainly at Manuel's over the years for an assortment of events, but they could be seen walking in the neighborhood, walking in the area, and their lives were very much tied to the Carter Center, not only in word and deed, but they live there as well, and it's where they spent time when they were here in Atlanta. And whether they were on their way to a Braves game or a Falcons game, it was always a base for them, along with their family. Lots of room to stretch out, lots of acres, and they greatly enjoyed that property. It was more than just a place, of course. We know by now that bore his name.
Yeah, and it's kind of emotional knowing that this will be the president's final time at the Carter Center, a place where you mentioned, Jeff, he spent so much of his time. We've been preparing for this over the last, 23 months, since he's been in hospice, but knowing that the hearse will take him off and, it'll be the last time. And as you mentioned earlier, Jeff, most presidents are buried, at their presidential library and museum, but he wants to be buried in Plains, Georgia.
Well, there's a couple of reasons for that. First of all, it is, of course, where they lived. It was his boyhood home and was where it all began for both of the Carters. But there was also a great sense of community that's still there even in death, and that they were very, very concerned about that portion of Georgia and keeping Plains alive, that neighborhoods would, not neighborhoods because it's so small, but that it would be a community that would still be vibrant, that would still have some economic strength about it. And by being buried there, it will ensure that people will come to Plains, which is, out of place. It's hard to get to Plains, whether you're going to go through Columbus and cut over, or you're going to go I-75 from Macon and then cut down. But it is a place that's out of the way, and without the Carters there, I think there's great concerns about its economic health and Sumter County in the years ahead.
Yeah, that's a good point. Again, you're looking live outside the Carter Center. We are just about 5 minutes away from the departure ceremony that will happen right here outside the Carter Center. You're looking at some of the invited guests, which again include some Carter Center employees, family members, the Carter family members along with their spouses and friends. And I talked to one of the Carter Center employees, Ms. Bernstein Hollis. She had worked with the Carter Center for some 46 years, for the Carters rather, for 46 years. And she said, look, I grew up in Plains with Mr. Carter. He invited me to come work with him in Washington. When I got done with Washington, he said, hey, come work with me at the Carter Center. So a lot of these people that you're seeing out there, they have been with the Carters, not just in this type of service, but in multiple areas and layers of their life. And so this is a really important moment for them.
Yeah, and if you were able to walk through the repose, these were some of the volunteers that were welcoming you, ushering you through the exhibits. When I went yesterday, and many of them had a smile on their face. They were excited to see so many people show up to the Carter Center, people of all ages, all walks of life, all generations, all races, taking a moment to not only go through the repose, but also walk through the exhibits. So these people have a great appreciation for the work of the Carter family, and it's nice to see these individuals be a part of this moment in history, having a moment to themselves, having a quiet ceremony to say their own final goodbyes to the former president.
Well, we will never see another life like this, and we will never see a former president live his life after the White House in the way that this one has. It is unprecedented, and it certainly is his definition. But, we've been talking a lot about what his definition is, and again, the complexity of Jimmy Carter is such that it's almost impossible to frame him of who he was and what he was, but we do know what he did and the greatness after the White House and his impact on people not only politically but medically, socially, in so many different ways that were unexpected when he left in 1981.
And once again, just to set the scene of where we are right now, the former president's remains will leave the Carter Center for the final time. We are waiting for the remains to be taken out of the Carter Center, where it's been lying in repose for the last 36 hours. A hearse will take his remains to Dobbins Air Reserve, where he'll take his final journey to D.C. Coverage continues at midday.
It's a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
11 Alive News Midday starts now.
Saying goodbye right now, ceremony is underway at the Carter Center as former President Jimmy Carter begins his final journey to Washington, D.C. Hello and welcome to 11 Lives Midday. I'm Ariana Manise.
And I'm Jonathan Martin. Thank you all for being with us here today. For days, people have been paying their respects at the Carter Center. Now it's time for people to now in our nation's capital pay their respects. 11 Alive anchor Cheryl Preheim is up in D.C. for us today. Cheryl, we know the president is expected to arrive there later this afternoon.
And we expect crowds of people to greet him as he makes his final journey here to the nation's capital. The skies have cleared after a big snowstorm, blue skies over the Capitol for what will be a significant and historic day as his casket arrives. It will go to the United States Naval Memorial, be loaded onto a horse-drawn caisson to make that final journey down Pennsylvania Avenue. His family following on foot to the U.S. Capitol. And this evening, people will line up to pay their final respects and say a final thank you. But first, the ceremony in Atlanta as President Carter's body leaves the Carter Center for a final time. Liza Lucas is there as that ceremony has really gotten underway in the last few minutes. Liza.
That's right. And, we've been behind the scenes over here watching that preparation, the motorcade get in place, the drums getting in preparation, and the honor guard, of course, will certainly take part. We also want to take you to the live picture now so you can get a glimpse at what we're looking at here at the Carter Center as we kind of watch all this unfold, this goodbye ceremony of sorts. At 11 a.m., the Carter Center staff gathering around the circle of flags. They'll be joined by their family, and staff from the Presidential Library and Museum will also be gathering. This is going to be their farewell. And Atlanta will be saying farewell as well as the 39th president leaves the city that he knew so well and so many knew him. Carter serving as state senator, elected governor, and serving from 1971 to 75, of course, later becoming the 39th president. And then the city also especially significant as well, an important chapter post-presidency. Carter, a distinguished professor at Emory University, of course, founding the Carter Center with Rosalynn in 1982. Manuel's Tavern, just down the street from where we are, holding its own special memories down the block. The conversations and friendships with Manuel that we've talked about, the New Year's Eve's parties that we've covered over the course of this week. And as we close this chapter, we want to bring you back here to the memorial sign because there will be another opportunity, even though the public visitation did wrap up today, and we will be saying goodbye as the president's body is taken out through that motorcade and onto Dobbins and then D.C. On the 9th, on the National Day of Mourning, the public will be invited back here to the Presidential Library and Museum. It will be open to the public, so once again, people can gather and pay their respects. Again, you can see right there the picture of the hearse the casket being carried out, the honor guard. So we're going to bring you back out here to the sign as this all unfolds and we continue to bring together this moment. Guys, I can hear the drums in the background. I'm going to send it over to you.
And once again, we see the remains of the former president being carried out of the Carter Center for the final time. The men that have been standing around him over the last 36 hours as he's been lying in repose.
I didn't know if he was counting down me or counting down.
If we could do it on Saturday, like. Saturday. Hey, that's irrelevant. Hang on. Well, it's not. Let me look. Hang on. That's irrelevant. He's going to do what he's going to do, but hang on.
It looks like there's people trying to watch.
They said it was 23,000.
just never.
You're looking live right now at the Carter Center, where President Carter is set to leave one last time. This is the departure ceremony happening right there at the Carter Center. And guys, we just saw some of the faces of the people there who certainly had a special bond and relationship with the family.
Mm-hmm. And we heard the family speak in that ceremony at the Carter Center on Saturday. And they say how they appreciate being on that motorcade route and seeing everyone line the streets at the Phoebe Sumter Medical Center in Plains, Georgia, at the state capitol, knowing how much their father, their grandfather was adored by so many people in the state of Georgia.
There's a very strict sort of choreography for presidential funerals, and we will begin to see that implemented now as the federal government becomes involved in this on the way to Washington, D.C. And it's a very, very structured, very regimented, by the minute, by the hour of what the expectation is. So I think you'll begin to see that. May have a little bit of a different different look than what we saw on Saturday, which was less of that. It seemed less formatted, less regimented, but I think it's an illustration of Washington, D.C. and how things will have kind of a different look about it here very, very soon, and I think we're experiencing that right now.
It will. Yeah, we expect that the hearse will depart the Presidential Center here within the next 20 minutes or so. The time we were given was right around 11:30, making its way to Dobbins Air Reserve Base in Marietta. So that'll be about a 20-minute drive, you'd say?
Yeah, I was trying to figure that. That is such a bottleneck of Atlanta traffic. That 75 area and 285, and you get up there by Kennesaw, and the traffic is such a logjam no matter what time of day. So we'll see how that impacts all of this. But I would assume, I think you're right, maybe 15 or 20 minutes. We'll have to see.
Yeah, that's the plan. The plan right now is for right around 12:10 to arrive there at Dobbins. So we'll see this all again play out within the next 30 minutes or so. As our Caitlin Ross has been reporting, this will be pretty much for the most part a silent service, other than the musical selections that you'll hear.
Mm-hmm. And as you mentioned, the hearse will carry the former president's remains to Dobbin Air Reserve Base, and he'll make that final journey to the nation's capital, where our Cheryl Preheim is live. And Cheryl, this focus will now shift to the nation's capital, where we will really see a very structured service. As Jeff just mentioned, we will see the former president lie in state, where members of Congress, members of the Supreme Court, dignitaries will also have a service to honor the 39th president, Cheryl.
Yeah, there are so many details, Ariana, planned here for his arrival, a final journey back to the nation's capital for the 39th president, starting from Dobbins Air Reserve Base, where a special Air Force unit will carry the former president on Special Air Mission 39, designated, of course, for the 39th president and the only president from the state of Georgia. And there are incredibly beautiful details set aside for his time here in Washington, D.C. But first, the journey from Georgia to the nation's capital. Caitlin Ross is at Dobbins Air Reserve Base right now. Caitlin, you get a sense that the team that will carry the president to the nation's capital the very last time feels a deep honor in this mission.
That's the perfect word, Cheryl. It absolutely is an honor. We spoke with a seaman earlier today that said it was the honor of his career to be able to take part in this ceremony. It's so important to him because President Carter is someone so many military members look up to, not just because of his service in the military, but his service as the president and then beyond, his work with Habitat for Humanity. This seaman said that he hopes to emulate his career and become a naval officer because of all that President Carter accomplished. That's all going to happen here at this Plainside ceremony. That seaman's going to take part in it. There are band members warming up right now. We know that no one's going to speak. It is going to be a silent, solemn occasion. They're set to arrive here at 12:10, and then the plane will depart at 12:45. So we're going to be on standby for all of this, and we will be carrying it live. Cheryl, so much to see here as President Carter makes his way to Washington, D.C.
And from your location, he will arrive at Joint Base Andrews. It's about an 11-mile journey from the base to the United States Naval Memorial, where there will be a very beautiful transfer of the flag-draped casket onto a horse-drawn caisson, and that horse-drawn caisson will travel down Pennsylvania Avenue from the memorial to the United States Capitol, and notably the Carter family will walk behind it, and that is a tribute to a moment in 1977 where they made history, the first couple getting out of the inauguration limousine because they surprised the world. They jumped out of the limousine, and to the chagrin of the Secret Service, and said, we want to be accessible. We want to see everyone lining Pennsylvania Avenue for the inauguration. Well, today the Carter family will see everyone lining Pennsylvania Avenue for that last journey to the United States Capitol, where he will lie in state, and the public is invited to see him and pay their respects tonight ahead of the National Cathedral service on Thursday. We'll have much more here from Washington, D.C. throughout the day. Jonathan, Ariana, Jeff, I'm struck by the contrast as we drove by the White House, thinking about the White House in contrast to the little house in Plains, where he will be buried next to Rosalind Carter, his wife of 77 years, and the contrast between the National Cathedral, which seats 3,000 people, and all of the greatest dignitaries in politics from the United States and beyond in the world will be there, to that final private service in Maranatha Baptist Church that seats about 300, with that cross made of wood that the former president made with his own hands over the pulpit. Pretty incredible to see the contrast as we enter day one of the funeral events here in the nation's capital.
I think you make an interesting point about contrast. It really is a day of contrast, not only in terms of taking a look at these environments going from Atlanta now on the way to Washington, D.C., but the contrast in his life. Washington, D.C., and the relationship with Jimmy Carter has oftentimes been a very contentious one, and it has been after 1980 as well. Not embraced by the Democratic Party during the conventions over the years, really not given a prime place to be able to speak. Had some difficult relationships with Reagan and Bush and Clinton and Gore as well, and he was always involved with foreign affairs, and he always had his own mind of what he would say and what he would do. It was his independence that oftentimes ruffled a lot of party leadership, and certainly a lot of presidents that came after him.
And when he lies in state, we will have a ceremony where congressional leaders, they will have an opportunity to pay their respects. And I think knowing the fact that Vice President Kamala Harris will also speak at this ceremony, she just represents one of the things that Jimmy Carter really implemented when he came into office. He was a governor from the South, and he spoke at his inaugural speech when he became governor, saying the time for racial segregation ends now. And seeing a black woman speak at that ceremony just continues to show how transformative the former president was.
That's a good point, and I think that we've also seen the inclusivity in various parts of this service. I remember even just on Saturday, as we were watching the state funeral, in terms of the arrival ceremony, just the diversity of not just the people in the crowd, but the speakers, having the Morehouse College Glee Club, having his personal pastor, and his friend, Ms. Bernstein Hollis, a black woman he met back down in Plains, Georgia. Everyone felt included, and I think that this was really important, this moment for Georgia, for him to have this service here before you go to Washington and have the dignitaries and everyone speak, to really have this moment for Georgia. And I think so many people really appreciated the fact that, again, that it will all end here, but it also started here as well.
And in 1980, running against Ronald Reagan, he won Georgia. He won the state. Didn't win many states in that campaign against soon-to-be President Reagan, but Jimmy Carter remains a favorite son of the state. Through thick and thin, there was a great love for him and his accomplishments and what he continued to do as an ex-president. But again, that relationship with Washington, D.C. is one certainly I think that will draw a lot of reflection today as he was able to rise in American politics on a national level. he ran against Washington. He did not embrace Washington. And Washington was always something that he pointed toward that needed to be better, needed to do better. He ran a populist campaign in 1976 where people saw him as an agent of change, and Washington certainly was not going to embrace that. It doesn't now. It didn't then. So it has always been an interesting relationship with our nation's capital, with Jimmy Carter. It's the stuff that historians love to write about, and it's the kinds of things that reporters still like to talk about all these years later.
And Jeff, when you just speak about what's happening in this time as we reflect on the former president passing away, people say one of the reasons he lost was because of inflation, and we're seeing a transition of power. President Biden leaving the White House and a new administration coming in. And a lot of people, when we went to the polls, a lot of people spoke about inflation and economy. So it's just the parallels of the times, as we reflect on, the Carter administration and the transition of the Biden administration.
Well, American politics has always been referred to as a giant wheel, that it is ever circling and it ever comes back to where it began. So certainly there is some truth in that. But the 1970s, the late 1970s, a very, very difficult time in the United States. And we've heard that from some of our guests that we've had this morning, whether it was the oil embargo that began in 1973 and had ramifications that can still be felt in many ways in America. But, you have Iran and the rise of the Ayatollah and Islamic fundamentalism in running many of these states around the world. Very, very difficult time that was full of change and full of problems of an economic nature where, interest rates for houses was through the roof. It was impossible for many people to be able to afford a home back then.
And you look to the current times, and we know President Biden will deliver the eulogy at his state funeral at the Washington Cathedral. And he's just not delivering the eulogy because he is the current president. President Jimmy Carter wanted President Biden to speak at his funeral.
That's significant as well. In case you're just joining us, so I know a lot of people may just be tuning in. Right now, you are looking live at the Presidential Center, the Carter Presidential Center here in Atlanta, where just a few moments ago we all watched as the hearse left the Carter Center, now making its way to Dobbins Air Reserve Base, the motorcade and the president's remains. They left a little early. I know we originally heard that they were going to leave and depart right around 11:30, but perhaps with the weather and some of the delays that have already happened today, they're getting out a little early. So right now, we expect that the motorcade will make its way to Dobbins, which is, Jeff, we said about a 20-minute drive or so. So I think around 11:30 or so, 11:45, we should see the motorcade arriving, maybe a little after that. But again, it looks like they got a little earlier start today.
Yeah, and just looking ahead at 12:10 p.m., President Carter will receive a 21-gun salute as he leaves from Dobbins Air Reserve Base to fly to Washington, D.C. His casket is set to arrive at 4:10 p.m. at the United States Capitol Rotunda to lie in state. Right now, you're seeing the military personnel ceremonial troops walk around the center of flags at the Carter Center in just a moment. In about 7 minutes, based on the schedule that we received, the hearse is expected to pull out and arrive at Dobbins Air Reserve Base. Now, after the president lies in state, once again, this is all leading up to Thursday. This will be followed by remarks by President Joe Biden. We'll have U.S. Speaker Mike Johnson, President Pro Temp of the Senate, Chuck Grassley, and others. They will speak at the United States Capitol at a ceremony for members of Congress, members of the Supreme Court. Other political national figures will ascend on the United States Capitol this afternoon at 4:30 p.m. They'll have their own personal moment to reflect. Once again, many of those ceremonies that were expected to take place in the nation's capital today, they were pushed back by an hour or so because of a snowstorm in the nation's capital. Many of the federal offices are closed, and I think that really gives people a moment in the nation's capital who are often busy. I was telling Jonathan, many people who live in D.C., they're used to ceremonies like this, and it gives them a moment to clear their schedule and walk over to the Capitol in the snowstorm and have a time to reflect on President Jimmy Carter's legacy and see a moment in history, a president lying in state.
I think it'll be interesting to see what sort of crowds we see in the Rotunda as far as age goes. How many young people connect with Jimmy Carter? How many young people recall his presidency? Have we moved so fast and so far that some of these famous names and great names and men and women of impact oftentimes are forgotten. I think it will be interesting to see the ages that pay their respects today.
Right now, you're taking a live look at Dobbins Air Reserve Base, where within the next 15 or 20 minutes, we expect the motorcade and the president's remains to arrive. As we mentioned, this will be a special mission. I believe it's going to be called Air Mission 39 to honor our 39th president. So really, again, as we've said earlier this afternoon, everything that you will see play out in the next 5 or 6 hours has been planned very meticulously and carefully, really for years. These presidential funerals, we talked to some of the people with the Carter Center and even the sheriff in Sumter County. He said, we've been planning this service for more than a decade, and we go and tweak the plans, but all of this, President Carter had a hand in every musical selection, even down to the honorary pallbearers. So a lot of what you will see today are the specific wishes of the former president. Again, you're looking live. Again, within just moments here, within the next 15 or 20 minutes, we will see the motorcade arrive here. The schedule as it stands right now, they're expected to arrive right around 12 o'clock and then depart around 12:45. As our Caitlin Ross has been reporting, this, for the most part, will be a silent service outside of the musical selections that we'll hear.
Every one of these presidential funerals certainly has a different look about it. The last one that we saw was President Bush Sr., who died a few years ago in the month of December. The last time that we had a U.S. president die during the month of January was Lyndon Johnson in 1973. That's today's obscure piece of information that doesn't mean anything to anybody.
That's why we have you here, Jeff. You're a history book.
But every one of these presidential funerals certainly have a different look. This one is different in this sense. He was the longest living U.S. president, so the reflections on him are different. There's a very long resume of President Carter that everyone can look at and celebrate this long life of service to the United States and above and beyond just holding, the presidential seal. It's so amazingly different from other U.S. presidents in terms of what the service and ceremony and salute will look like.
That's absolutely true. I spent 7 years as an anchor in Houston, so I covered George H.W. Bush's funeral. So I was there anchoring live, and it did have a different feel. And I think the difference here is it is really a community connection that we talk about. There's a really strong community connection. Right now, you're taking a live look at the motorcade as it's making its way to Marietta. As I mentioned, they left a little earlier, than they had planned, so they will be arriving probably a little earlier as well over at Dobbins Air Reserve Base around 12 o'clock. So right around noon, we expect them to arrive, if not sooner.
And what's interesting, at every moment of the state funeral, we've seen them continue to treat him like a current president. They never missed a mark, planning this to every point, having a motorcade. And also the family is a part of this motorcade. The hearse that is going to Dobbins Air Reserve Base. It is expected to get there. Our schedule says around 12:10. He will then take that final journey on Special Mission 39. That is the special plane that they have named in honor of former President Jimmy Carter as he takes his final trip to the nation's capital, to Lyon State.
And if you're wondering where they are right now, as you are looking high above, they're right at Georgia Tech, as they're just passing the bridge underneath Tech Square. So they are beginning to make their way toward Cobb County.
And our Caitlin Ross is live at Dobbins Air Reserve Base with Special Air Mission 39 behind her. Caitlin, they are headed your way.
Yes, they are headed here right now, and you can see they really are prepared. They have the plane going. People are rehearsing inside. They are ready for this ceremony. We were able to speak with a seaman earlier who's going to be part of the ceremony. He called it the honor of his career. He said this is such a big deal to take part in this ceremony because he looks up to President Carter so much. He says his life of service, starting with the military to the presidency, to everything he accomplished after the presidency, was just incredible and something that he wants chance to emulate. He says everyone taking part in this ceremony today is so honored to be a part of it, and they're taking it extremely seriously. Jeff Hollinger earlier said this was a minute-by-minute endeavor, and that's definitely what we're seeing here. We're seeing the coordination of every last move. Early this morning, we saw people coming out and inspecting the grounds, actually looking at the concrete to make sure that there was nothing there, that everything was clean and ready to go. The military band is preparing right now. They're rehearsing, they're getting ready, and they have us up on these risers back from the plane where we're going to be able to see that planeside ceremony. We're expecting the motorcade to get here at 12:10, and then that ceremony begins immediately. The ceremony itself will be a silent ceremony. They actually said all of us need to remain silent, silence your cell phones. It really is a solemn occasion. And then from there, President Carter's remains will move onto the plane, Mission 39. It's not Air Force One because the sitting president is not on it, but they're calling it Mission 39. The president's remains will board the plane. That plane will take off by 12:45, and then immediately all of us will leave. And so it really is a coordinated effort that they're making sure is orchestrated very clearly, one thing to the next. We are expecting that motorcade to arrive here by 12:10.
And once again, you are looking live at the motorcade, taking the final journey to Dobbins Air Reserve Base. The former president, his family is part of this motorcade. We're going to see them shortly once they arrive at Dobbins Air Reserve Base. As Caitlin Ross just said, it's going to be a quiet ceremony as we watch the late president, his remains, be loaded into Special Air Mission 39. That is the plane that you're looking live also on the screen.
You know, we were talking about President Reagan and President Herbert Walker Bush's death, and we want to mention President Ford as well. It was President Carter who gave the eulogy to the man that he defeated for the White House. I mean, that's such an extraordinary thing, and I think it gives great testament to the character and the kind of person that Jimmy Carter was. I mean, it's
remarkable.
Another presidential funeral, certainly, that had a lot of structure about it and really mirrored the man from Grand Rapids, Michigan. But this is a funeral, a state funeral that certainly has the hallmark of Jimmy Carter, with the great organization and the great, minute by minute of the clock.
Yeah, I was actually looking at some of the plans that the Carter Center sent over to us, and the details is really what stands out to me. When the first note of this song is played, this movement happens. So really, if you think about these state funerals, as we said, are planned for years, but I'm sure it has a little Jimmy Carter touch on it, a little extra sauce of his, sort of detail, attention to detail.
But what is also somewhat ironic about this is when President Carter swept into office, he was one who was trying to get rid of all of the pomp and circumstance of the office. And we've talked about this before, but he eliminated Hail to the Chief temporarily and then brought it back when so many people were disappointed that he would walk into a room and it would not be played. But he understood, and he was able to make a sort of navigational tact for him to get back into the sense that people do like routine, they do like ritual, they believe traditions are important, and by that, you need to have them scheduled, and President Carter understood that better than anybody.
Yeah, and we see military personnel ceremonial march around Special Air Mission 39. This part of the service we've seen in Georgia, more character of President Jimmy Carter. Now the tradition will transfer over to the nation's capital when the president will lie in state, and that's where we find our anchor, Cheryl Preheim. Cheryl, the focus will then be in the United States Capitol when he will lie in state at the Capitol Rotunda. Cheryl.
I think it's so interesting what you're talking about, ritual, and how important it is for people to be a part of that, because that is a big part of what's going to happen here in Washington, D.C. in the next couple of days. And we saw that in such a beautiful fashion at the Carter Center in Atlanta as 23,000 people came to say goodbye, to pay respects. And we expect an outpouring of gratitude and love here in the nation's capital as well after the former president makes this journey out of Georgia to Washington, D.C., to the United States Naval Memorial, and then ultimately to the United States Capitol. There will be that opportunity this evening for people to come and pay respects as he lies in state in the Capitol. And the expectation is a lot of people will line up to do that, despite a snowstorm that hit Washington, D.C. well into the early morning hours. Blue skies over the Capitol right now, thankfully. A lot of kids have a snow day here today, and we've heard people making plans to be part of this ritual to say goodbye and thank you to the 39th President of the United States. Something else we noticed as we were around the city is some beautiful banners, tributes to the President on some of the government buildings. We just saw some handwritten signs that people had posted as well. And there's a beautiful condolence book that's been out since his passing, and people have been coming in droves to write down personal messages, personal thank yous, and their reflections as they say goodbye as well. That condolence book, by the way, will be given to the Carter family as a gift once they leave the National Cathedral and that final service on Thursday. They will take that book back to Georgia. Eventually, it will be displayed inside the Carter Center. So 2 days of public viewing here at the United States Capitol before that final funeral service on Thursday at the National Cathedral. 3,000 people will be part of that tribute, another important ritual to say thank you to a president. Back to you.
Cheryl, I was thinking about something that you said a few hours ago that I think we ought to talk about briefly. Is the Carter family will be getting out of the limousine in Washington, D.C., which will mirror what Mr. and Mrs. Carter did on the day of the inauguration in 1977. It's one of those moments in American history that is a searing memory of the Carter White House and certainly of 20th century America.
Yes, it's something we should all watch together, knowing that context, right? That on that inauguration day in 1977, where Mr. and Mrs. Carter were in that limousine and just going to drive to their next destination, they stopped everything at the suggestion of their son, Chip, and said, we want to get out, we want to walk Pennsylvania Avenue. Well, that had never happened before, and Secret Service scrambled to follow them, and President Carter, holding Mrs. Carter's hand, she was in this beautiful green pea coat, waved to the crowd on a blue sky day and really symbolized their hope to be of the people, to be accessible, to be down to earth, to be a different kind of first couple in Washington. And I think that's really poignant. And today we'll see the entire Carter family walking behind that horse-drawn caisson, that flag-draped casket on the horse-drawn casket as it makes that final trek to the U.S. Capitol. That will be a moment that will be significant and touching as we all watch together, and more so understanding how that book ends this moment in history for the family and for the country.
Cheryl, I think it really illustrates just how far and how much we have changed in almost 50 years of not only politics, but life in this country. That I still remember, and I've seen this on YouTube, where Walter Cronkite and some of the anchors at the other networks were stunned. They were shocked when the Carters got out of the limousine. It was like this amazing thing that nobody had ever seen, and it was stunning people. I mean, we look at that now like, you know, why was that a big deal? It was a very, very big deal in our interpretation of politics from a social standpoint of how things have evolved, not necessarily for the better, it was just different.
That's such a good point, and something we'll all watch together here January 20th when we're on the verge of another inauguration, just how that is just something we expect to see now, but something that the Carters just set into motion. And when they came to Washington, D.C., out of the governor's office in Georgia, they said, we're going to do some things the way we think they need to be done. First and foremost, they said they pledged never to lie to the American public. And even after his presidency, Mr. Carter said, people may not have agreed with everything I did. Maybe they don't agree with my politics, but I kept an oath never to tell a lie to the American people and to withhold peace and do my best for the American public every day. And aside from politics, he certainly kept that commitment to do good and try to give his best to the people as long as he had the energy to do that. And we saw that happen well into his 90s.
Cheryl Preheim joining us live from D.C. We'll be checking back with you in just a bit, but in case you were just joining us, you were taking a look on the left of your screen of the motorcade making its way to Dobbins Air Reserve Base, which is where you see Special Air Mission 39 on the right of your screen. We expect it to arrive there in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and there is where we'll see a departure ceremony. The family of the late president will fly with his remains to the nation's capital, where they'll also have a ceremony. Once he arrives in Washington, they'll have another ceremony where he'll be taken past the Naval Memorial and then to the United States Capitol, where members of Congress, they'll have a ceremony. We expect Vice President Kamala Harris to deliver the eulogy in that moment. And then from there, the public from around the world, from across the country, will have a moment to see the president lie in state from 7 p.m. until 7 a.m.
And we just heard from the Carter Center that they expect that the ceremony there will start right around 12:05, so running a few minutes ahead of schedule. So again, the motorcade making its way to Dobbins Air Reserve, where we will, for the most part, have a silent ceremony. You'll hear a couple of musical selections, Hail to the Chief. Also, a 21-gun salute will be a part of this service. Immediately following that, we'll see the Army maneuver. They'll maneuver into their band position, and you'll hear another selection, Nearer My God to Thee. So all of these songs, all of these moments, carefully planned out, and really President Carter had a hand in so much of it.
You know, those great Christian anthems, Nearer My God to Thee, you know, is one of those great hallmarks of the faith, you know, that was a tune that was played on board the Titanic as it sank in 1912. It's always been that sort of funeral song, that sort of dirge, that sort of passing in and passing on to the next part of the afterlife. I mean,
and it's significant because that's the song that we will hear played as his casket is carried onto this plane. And so I think all of that was not symbolic, it was significant. That's what he wanted.
And I do think it's interesting. We're hearing so many like traditional gospel songs during every ceremony that we've had thus far, and it really just continues to connect to, you know, the late president's upbringing, growing up in the church, growing up in the South, growing up in Sumter County, which was predominantly African American. And it goes into his love of rock and roll. He says that a lot of the songs, the blues of rock and roll, really had gospel ties. And we continue to see how deep the late president was in his faith.
And and like I said earlier, his title that he was perhaps most proud of, other than being a grandfather and a great-grandfather, was that of a Sunday school teacher. His son said that's one of the things he wanted to be remembered most for, was being a grandfather and his role in the church.
The thing that's always amazed me about Jimmy Carter, among many things, is his ability to take influence from things that you might think that he wouldn't find solace in or influence. I'm going to give a quick example. Near Columbus, Georgia, on the Alabama state line, is a mythical place created by an eccentric artist by the name of George Martin, who died in 1986. It is called Passaquan, and it is maintained. It's a mythical kingdom of androgynous figures of art and spirituality. And Jimmy Carter, Greg Allman, and Michael Stipe of REM would tour this place and find great influence in it. You wouldn't expect Jimmy Carter to find influence in a place as unusual as this, but he did. He was always looking for ways to try and open his mind to ideas and themes that would serve him well.
And Jeff, as we watch this, what do you take away from this? We've spoke about the other, dignitaries, the funerals that we've covered. We'll always look back at this and remember where we were at this moment in history.
I just think of Jimmy Carter, and certainly I arrived in Atlanta going on about 41 years ago, where Jimmy Carter was such an omnipresence here in Atlanta and Georgia. He was just everywhere all the time, and he was as much a part of living here as Coca-Cola and Home Depot and Delta and in all of these sorts of things that really define living here. And I sort of look at this and look, nobody lives forever, and he lived to be 100. But at the same time, it is a sort of realization of the passage of time, of our own mortality in many ways. I guess Jimmy Carter was a larger-than-life figure around here for so long, going back to the mid-1960s. I guess you just never really thought of him dying.
Mm-hmm.
And he had been able to get around dying, whether it was in 2015 or hospice. He was just one of those guys who just seemed to defy whatever conventional wisdom was.
That's true. And, we talked about comparing this to other funerals or other presidencies. And I think the biggest difference is that we focus so much on him as a person, his humanitarian work, and all that he did after the White House. I think in the past, usually with the presidential funeral, much of the focus is on what they did in office, the policy, or what they perhaps did not do. But for him, it's all that life that he lived after leaving Washington that really is what touches people, I think.
Sometimes I drive around Atlanta and I think, you think that time doesn't pass, and then I look at all of these streets, whether it's the John Lewis Freedom Parkway or Jimmy Carter Boulevard, or Ambassador Andrew Young statue downtown, or Reverend Lowry, or Hosea Williams. We knew all these people. They were among us, these great lions of Atlanta in the civil rights movement, in American politics, in American life. They were people that we took for granted for the most part, and now they are all gone, and now their names are on streets, they're on statues, and that in itself gives you pause for reflection just about the passage of time. And I think that's what these images of President Carter on the way to Dobbins and then on the way to Washington, D.C., that, here we are, it's 2025 and he's not here anymore.
Not here anymore. And as we said, there's never going to be another Jimmy Carter. There's just no one like him.
We'll never see a life like this. And this is not whether you agree with him politically or you agree with anything. It's just, this is a life that I don't know who you compare him to in the 20th century. I really don't. I mean, I always think that it's important at some point, if you've lived here a long time and you love this state, to make the drive to Plains and turn off your radio as you do it, just to get a sense of look where he came from. How did he do this? What sort of talents did he have to be able to rise from this place in Sumter County to where he went in his life? It is a staggering thing to ponder.
And I think that's why we saw so many different generations go to the Carter Center to see him lie in repose. I was standing by the memorial sign, and I saw a mom explaining to her child after they went through the exhibit who Jimmy Carter was, asking, "Hey, Mom, why are there peanuts at the bottom of the sign? Why is there a Braves cap?" And at that memorial, you just saw different chapters of his life. You saw a construction hat from a Habitat for Humanity build. It's just so much that we've learned about this man over the course of the last few weeks, and we're going to continue to see that. And when we go to Washington, you'll get another opportunity to see the different people who will show up from across the country who want to take part in this moment, to see him lie in state.
Well, he lived to be 100, but the one thing that never changed with Jimmy Carter, he was always an advocate for poor people, for black and white. And that never changed in his life. He was always an advocate trying to make lives better, whether that was economic or it was with health or it was with food. It was just any way that he could help people in need or people who necessarily were unable to help themselves within, where they lived. Jimmy Carter was a great advocate for them, and I think that's the hallmark of his life.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's so remarkable because those aren't things you have to do, right? Like, my pastor used to say, people don't have to be nice to you. They don't have to do good, but in someone of his stature, and to do it for so long, so many people will have a moment where they do a good deed, and that's their good deed.
He never lost his ambition.
Yeah,
for it,
it went on forever, as long as he could. I mean, we look at those images of him with, sick and, falling and with black eye and still out there helping people. And it's just really remarkable when you think about the longevity of not just his life, but the longevity of the compassion, the longevity of the service. That in itself. It's almost, you can't think of anyone else who could, Cheryl was talking about at nearly 90 years old, still on a habitat build. I don't know many 90-year-old people who could really continue to do that kind of work or who would want to do that.
His life transcended politics. It transcended generations. He just never lost his fervor to contribute and to help.
And Jonathan, you speak of what people do not have to do. He was a one-term president. He lost by a landslide to Ronald Reagan. He could have just went back to Plains, sat at his home, and just allowed his life to pass by. But we heard the president of Emory say the presidency was a stepping stone for Jimmy Carter and all the remarkable things that he's done over the course of 100 years. So this is why we've been extensively covering the state funeral of the late president, because we will probably never see such grand ceremonies for a person like this.
Certainly not in Georgia. I mean, he's our first and only president from Georgia. Right now, you're looking live as the motorcade is arriving here momentarily at Dobbins Air Reserve Base. We understand that the service will get underway just after 12 o'clock. The family tells us 12:05 right here before it departs out to Washington.
I was thinking about Ken Stein, who helped formulate the Carter Center, that we had him on Saturday talking about Jimmy Carter, that when Jimmy Carter came back to Georgia after losing in 1981, there wasn't a clear consensus about what he was going to do. And really, you mentioned President James Laney of Emory, who we also had on, who's now 97 years of age. But all of this began with a handshake over at Emory. I mean, essentially, it began with his affiliation with Emory, and it just sort of grew into this behemoth. And it all started with a handshake in 1981.
That's incredible. Again, you're looking live right now at Dobbins Air Reserve Base on your right, where a special air mission 39 will take off, heading up to Washington, D.C. within the next 30 minutes or so. We understand that the ceremony here will get underway right after noon today. We'll see the family also there as a part of this ceremony. You see the band. You can see some of the instruments there on the left of your screen. We know there will be a couple of musical selections played. Again, if you look right there, I believe the motorcade is now arriving there to Dobbins. We know once the motorcade arrives, they'll get in place for the ceremony. The family will leave their vehicles and they'll get in place for the ceremony. Again, that'll start right around 12:05, we're told. The ceremonial troops you'll see present arms for ruffles and flourishes. I'll also hear "Hail to the Chief." And that 21-gun salute will take place before Special Air Mission 39 departs for Washington.
And I do want to add that the family, they will fly with the late president to the nation's capital. They've been a part of this ceremony at every moment over the last 7 days or so. And, you just think about if a family member of yours passed away. You had that moment to grieve privately, but this family, they've done so with the community. They've had the support of everyone, with the members of the Carter Center. When they go over to Washington, D.C., they'll have members of Congress continue to just celebrate the person that was their grandfather, was their father, or someone that they knew so closely, has so many personal moments with. So, you really appreciate this family for sharing, their grandfather or their father with the world.
And they've been preparing for this moment for a while. In an interview, his grandson, Jason Carter, said, look, we knew the end was near. They've known that for a while. But he said it doesn't make it any easier, but we've known, and so we've prepared for this moment. But he talked about just still how tough it is when you actually have to go through it. He says none of us really knows what the end of life is like until you get there. And so he really talked about that.
I've always wondered about the impact on the Carter family, in that it's not the same as if my father passes away at 100 or ours. But when you have this larger-than-life figure in American history that shadows your every step, it's trying to find your own identity underneath the shadow of Jimmy Carter and his wife Rosalind. must be an extraordinary thing if you are a child or even if you're a grandchild trying to find your way. There are great advantages to it, obviously, but the disadvantages would have to be legion as well. There must be a different set of feelings when you lose a parent of this magnitude who has meant this much to the country and to the world. What that must feel like. It must take on a totally different kind of vibe about it.
And in some ways, you really shared them with all of us. Chip Carter mentioned that at the arrival ceremony. He said sometimes we had to schedule time with Dad, with Mom, because they were so many places and they were so many things to so many people, traveling the world. But they also realized the importance of that mission. But it said sometimes it was tough. So
I think it's interesting to see, Jason has led, you went to Duke, a successful attorney, did very well against Nathan Deal running for governor. He may run for governor again here in the next year or so. That's one of the stories certainly to follow. But you look at Amy, who was a child in the White House, who had to deal with all of those issues as a kid, and has led a very successful, quiet life living in Candler Park. And Chip has led a successful life too. He lives in Decatur, and they have all led successful lives.
All right, you're looking right now live as the ceremony is set to get underway here within the next 5 or 10 minutes. As you see, members are showing up here as we get ready for this ceremony. I believe we see the governor here. I believe that's the governor and his wife, Marty, right at the front or the second in line there. You can see along with some other dignitaries, Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens there also in line. So again, this service will include members of the Carter family and many invited guests, including some of our local dignitaries.
It's always great to see the working relationship between Atlanta Mayor Dickens and Governor Kemp. Yeah. I think the state runs at its best, and I think we're all best served when Atlanta and state government certainly have some sort of symbiotic relationship. We saw it with Mayor Kasim Reed and Governor Nathan Deal, and I think it really matters, and we have seen both of these men have a successful relationship which I think is gratifying for a lot of people.
Absolutely. We actually saw them together, a lot of these same people together at the arrival ceremony. You may remember on Saturday there was a stop at the state capitol, just a brief stop where the family got out to shake the hands of some of these dignitaries as the president's motorcade made its way into Atlanta, the arrival ceremony, and really a chance for the governor and the mayor. We also to lay wreaths on the casket. So like you said, some of our local dignitaries have had a role, but I think what's so significant too is that in this, at least the first part of the state funeral, it really has been about family. It really has been about the Carter Center employees and people who've been with the Carters along the way, including, again, this all started down in Plains. It made that stop in Archery and it started in America. So it's had a very community feel, in addition to what we're going to now see in Washington, where we'll see a lot of the dignitaries, including the president and vice president, play a role.
Yeah, and that will be a more traditional ceremony. But just as you mentioned, Jeff, seeing Governor Kemp and Mayor Andre Dickens stand side by side at the ceremony at the Carter Center and at the state capitol, and now at this, it just represents another mark of President Carter, seeing two people from two different parties work together side by side to work for the betterment of their people, for the state, for the city, and now take a moment to really just reflect on who he was and everything that he did and the legacy that he left in the state.
I think the shot, there you're looking again at some of the people as we expect that the president's hearse will be arriving with the motorcade in just about the next couple of minutes. The service, we understand, will get underway right around 12:05 before it departs for Washington, D.C. there on Special Air Mission 39.
Thinking about President Carter, certainly in Cobb County with cold day here in January, and President Carter in Cobb County and waiting to depart for Washington, D.C. During warmer days, President Carter's great love of baseball and the Braves, Cobb County and Turner Field, Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, and you know, we've talked about how he was good at a myriad of things, whether it was fly fishing or woodworking or art, or he wrote poetry as a means of expression and a means of relaxation. But he's one of the few public officials who get the opportunity to throw out the first pitch who look like he knew how to throw a baseball. And, you know, he spent all those years playing baseball in Sumter County and leading up to the White House and during the White House years, having those famous softball games with his brother Billy involved, playing softball against the media. And, you know, he was very athletic. He was running up until he was 80. And, you know, we look back and say, wow, how did this guy live to be 100? Well, he was very, very active, very, very athletic, running, and, you know, he liked to throw a ball around, and was a guy who was very, very physically active at a time when, you know, a lot of American politicians were a lot more sedate.
Yeah, you look at some of the videos we've been showing, and you have to really think, wow, he was 90 years old here. He was 92 years old here. Sometimes it doesn't click when you see the activity matched with what he was doing.
Yes, that's why I would say age is relative. It depends on how well you take care of yourself. And, you know, he took care of himself, he took care of others, and I think that's one of the reasons why he lived so long, because, you know, God didn't want him to leave. He wasn't done. His work wasn't done here. So,
not yet.
You know, what is it our mothers always tell us? Live everything in moderation. You know, and he certainly did everything, at least health-wise, in moderation.
He did, he did. Right now you're taking a live look again here in Marietta, Cobb County, at the Dobbins Air Reserve Base. We expect within the next 2 or 3 minutes the service to start here. It'll be more of a ceremony. You won't really hear anyone speak, but you'll hear a couple of music selections. You'll also hear the 21-gun salute before Special Air Mission 39 takes off to Washington, where we understand there will be a national funeral, a national service happening later this afternoon. That's going to get underway around 3:45 or so. Again, things are running a few minutes ahead of schedule, but we've also been talking about the weather today in D.C. and how that could play a role in the timing of everything. But we know the president will be lying in state in the Capitol. Our Cheryl Preheim has been there. We'll be checking back with her again later. But right now, this is part of the final goodbye to Georgia. Again, the president will be making his way back here to Georgia on Thursday, where he will be having a final resting place back where it all started in Plains, Georgia, reunited with his wife, Rosalind, which I think is really part of this whole, state funeral that's really special, that it really will end back to his humble beginnings.
And right now you're seeing some special guests that were invited by the Carter Center. You have Governor Brian Kemp. He is standing there for this departure ceremony, as well as Mayor Andre Dickens, the Carter Center Board of Counselors. They're also there, the Carter family. They are there, and this will be, as you mentioned, a very quiet ceremony. We are just waiting for the remains to be loaded onto Special Mission 39.
Ceremonial and leave.
All right, the departure ceremony will start just minutes from now. We are preparing and waiting for the late President Jimmy Carter's remains to be loaded onto Special Mission 39. Right now, you're taking a live look at Dobbins Air Reserve Base. We see special guests of the Carter family, dignitaries, local officials, Governor Brian Kemp, Mayor Andre Dickens, waiting for that final moment where we will see the late president take his final journey to the nation's capital.
Washington is going to be a very, very busy place for the next 13 days. The inauguration is the 20th. Here we are, and we are sitting on January 7th. So these two events of a lot of detail and a lot of dignitaries certainly are nestled next to each other.
Yeah, a lot of security too. We've been talking about that, considering this is all happening after the certification of the election results yesterday and other events happening. So we're going to be seeing a lot, but hopefully everything will go according to plan. We know a lot of these plans have been in place for many years, and many specific details, exactly how President Carter wanted them to go. Again, for the most part, this will be a quiet service, a quiet send-off. You'll hear the 21-gun salute. You'll hear a couple of musical selections by the band before the national service that we'll see take place in Washington.
And the 21-gun salute is one of the highest military salutes you can give to and a moment to honor a head of state, a fallen hero. It is a national occasion, and this is what we're witnessing right now. We're witnessing a moment in history where the motorcade carrying the remains of the late president is arriving on the tarmac before it is loaded onto Special Air Mission 39.
So much of this tradition has been really rooted in the funeral of Abraham Lincoln in 1865, and that tradition of burying an American president certainly has followed the choreography of that tragic event so long ago. But it is interesting how in a country that doesn't embrace a lot of tradition and a lot of nuance from the past, we certainly do when it comes to events such as burying a U.S. president.
You're looking right now live at the Air Reserve Base as the hearse is now making its way in for this service, this ceremony that we'll see take place here any moment now. Special Air Mission 39, taking the president up to Washington. And again, this special air mission will also be returning President Carter back here to Atlanta, the Atlanta area, and then eventually planes after some time in Washington.
That was a quick trip from the Carter Library and the Carter Center.
Yeah, quicker than they thought. You know, they had originally planned to arrive around this time, but a few minutes early.
Anytime anyone is able to navigate in the midst of Atlanta traffic, you know something is going on.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's true. Well, they seem to have a pretty clear way, especially this time of day. I think probably was a good opportunity for them to avoid some of that normal traffic, even with the motorcade.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the weather in Washington, D.C. has been bitterly cold today, though there has not been any snow. There is snow on the ground, but it has delayed events by about an hour. And I think one of the things worth watching in the hours ahead is to see how that weather may impact more of what is to come. We simply don't know that. I think we'll have a better sense of that once the plane lands in D.C.
And the family is loaded into this motorcade. They're on the buses behind the hearse, where they also witness this departure ceremony that will get underway in just a matter of minutes, which is what we are looking at live at the moment.
You see the American flag and the flag of the president.
Right now, you're taking a live look at Dobbins Air Reserve Base, where the late president's remains are being loaded onto Special Mission 39 as he will be transported to the nation's capital. Right now, you see his family loading the airplane. They will also fly with his remains.
You know, one thing Jason Carter mentioned, he talked about how this time of year, every year, for so long, they would take a family trip. He would say we would go together as a family. And he said, you know, while this is certainly not a exciting or, the typical type of trip they would take, he said it is a chance for our family to get together one last time with granddad, with his grandfather. So I think for many of them, as you mentioned, Ariana, a good time for them to be together as a family. They've shared, you know, President Carter with so much of us, so many of us for so long, and this may be a time for them to just be together, just a family and some close friends.
As the casket was placed on the airplane, we heard two compositions, two ancient pieces of music, one Near My God to Thee, the traditional Christian anthem most notably played on the Titanic when it sank in 1912. And the other, Hail to the Chief, which was first played in 1812 in the United States, and it is attributed to an English composer by the name of James Sanderson, part of an adaptation of Sir Walter Scott's The Lady of the Lake. Hail to the Chief certainly has become a part of American life and as familiar as any melody in this country.
President Carter's journey here on Special Air Mission 39 is more than just a flight. It's more than just the plane that you see. Really, we're told it is a reflection of his lifetime, 100 years of service to our country. We've talked about his time in the Navy, his time in the White House, and certainly his time after leaving the White House here in Georgia, and the service that really is incomparable. His legacy of compassion, one of peace and dedication. So the service goes beyond just the flight itself, the mission itself, what you're seeing. It really is special and symbolic in many ways.
As I take a look at this live picture that you are seeing right now, I'm flashing back to a photo, a very famous photo of Jimmy Carter from 1976 from an airport where his flight, his plane was behind him, and he needed to get through a fence. And there's the famous picture of him leaping the fence in his suit while Secret Service agents around him were looking at him like, what on earth are you doing? But it was a very athletic move, very typical of Jimmy Carter, and very much a departure, if you pardon the pun, from what we had seen in the past from United States presidents.
Yeah, he was a really young president, and it just, speaks to how young he was when he left the White House, which is one of the many reasons why we saw him live just such a great post-presidency. And it just speaks to why we will probably never see such a grand ceremony like this.
Yeah, it's certainly not here in Georgia. Again, right now you're taking a look at the departure ceremony, which got underway not too long ago. The president's casket is now loaded into the Special Air Mission, the flight that you will see, the same flight that will bring him back here to Georgia in a couple days. So we expect that the plane will leave around 12:45, so in about 20 minutes or so, making its way up to Washington, D.C., where it will arrive at Joint Base Andrews. They'll have a special ceremony, an arrival ceremony there in D.C. as well.
Well, we've talked about this for a number of hours, but it will be worth watching, seeing how different this service, this state funeral, will look once it gets to Washington, D.C. It will have a very different look from what we've seen in Georgia over the past few days.
And when he arrives, he'll be greeted by the U.S. Air Force Band there in Washington, D.C. Another song that people may be remembering, Abide With Me. That's the song that will be played. So again, as I said, every selection, every movement, all the logistics here, very intentional and planned out by the president and his team, and in some cases many years ago.
And we do know there will be an arrival ceremony in the nation's capital when Special Air Mission 39 lands in D.C. After that ceremony, we know the family and the motorcade will depart the airfield for the U.S. Naval Memorial in Washington, D.C. It'll pass by the memorial to mark the president's time serving with the U.S. Navy.
Again, many people here in Georgia are so grateful for the opportunity to have had the chance to go pay their respects. We talked earlier about the 23,000 people. I mean, and you think about that, that is a huge number of people from just across Atlanta and beyond who made their way to the Carter Center to see the president lie in repose, knowing that, as we said, Ariana and Jeff, this is an opportunity that we won't get again in our lifetime, to have a president in Georgia, from Georgia, lying in repose.
And there were opportunities to get there in a myriad of ways. Most notably, one was from the King Station and MARTA. That was one way that people would take a shuttle bus over to the Carter Center. And the other is the emergence of these neighborhoods around the Carter Center, which, you know, we have talked about as well. But more than 40 years ago, when the Carter Center was being built, there was less vibrancy. Those neighborhoods were really not very healthy at that point. And here we are in 2025, and you're ringed by this huge population influx that wasn't there 25, 30 years ago. And I think that also led to a lot of people that were able to walk over to the Carter Center to pay their respects, and thus it increased the crowds as well.
For sure. We saw a lot of people riding their bikes, walking up. It really was, as I said earlier, a great cross-section of Atlanta. You know, people, you know, in some cases 2 or 3 generations deep, families coming in to pay their respects, just really showing not only the reach that President Carter had, but the universal respect across the board.
Yeah, I was there on Sunday. You just saw a steady stream of people showing up, and it was really cold out there. That didn't keep people away from taking part in this historic moment in history. Many people, as you mentioned, of all generations, just walking around the Carter Center, taking time to walk through the exhibits. And it was nice to see so many people show up on Sunday, because it connects back to the late president's deep connection with his faith. Many people were leaving their church services. I saw people still dressed up from church going over to the Carter Center to see the president lie in repose.
Look, we don't have royalty in this country. We threw it out over 200 years ago. But there is an endless fascination with the presidency. And I think no matter your political persuasion, seeing an American president, meeting one, or being in his, or maybe down the road, her presence, is something that all of us take note of. And I think any of us who have been in the presence of a U.S. president, it's something you always remember. And I think there were a lot of parents that were taking their children to the Carter Center over the weekend for that reason alone, that their kids will always remember it. It's just how it is here in this country.
Yeah, we saw a woman. She was taking her daughter. She was only 2 years old. She says, I know she would never remember it, but we're taking pictures.
But you'll always have a story.
Yeah, she said, we're taking pictures on the MARTA shuttle. We're going to take pictures at the sign. We're going to take pictures every moment, because I really want her to be able to reflect on this chance that, you know, we probably will never see again.
Yeah, it really is historic in so many ways. And we talked about this throughout the morning, of just the giant that Jimmy Carter was here in Georgia. And it goes well beyond the politics, as we said. It goes well beyond the figure, but the person. And I saw one of the cards left at the Carter Center. It said, Jimmy Carter, thank you for inspiring us to be better. And several people echoed that same sentiment, that his legacy is just a legacy of inspiring us to do more, to be more, and he certainly lived that through his actions. Like I said, it wasn't what he said, but his actions really touched a lot of people.
Unending ambition as well. He never lost the fire to either learn or to do. I think as many of us age, the fire begins to go out. And there's less of a propensity toward trying to learn new things or accept new things, or just be as active as maybe we once were. But for Jimmy Carter, he just never lost any of that. That in itself is worth looking at and saying, how did he do that? How was it that his ambition in life, toward life, was never ever quelled?
And I don't think any of us have the answer, because only Jimmy knows it. Only he knows.
Maybe that's how you get out of planes during the Depression, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe that's how it works.
Once again, we're taking a live look at Dobbins Air Reserve. We are awaiting the late president to take his final journey on Special Mission 39. His family is aboard this plane. They will travel with the late president's remains to the nation's capital, where a ceremony will take place at 4:30 p.m. Members of Congress, members of the Supreme Court, other dignitaries will join for a ceremony where they will have a moment to reflect on the president's legacy. We know Vice President Kamala Harris, she will deliver the eulogy, and the second gentleman, he will deliver a wreath on behalf of the executive office during that ceremony. And at 7 p.m., we will see him lie in state, and we will have members of the public. They will have an opportunity, those in Washington, D.C., those who are traveling from across the nation to the nation's capital, to see the president lie in state. That will happen starting at 7 p.m. this evening, all leading up to Thursday, when we will see the late president have his funeral at the Washington National Cathedral.
We've been fortunate with the weather here in Georgia that it's a sunny day. Yeah, it's cold, but no rain, no ice, and certainly as we look ahead toward the weekend, with inclement weather potentially on the horizon and not knowing what the expectation is, with all due respect to Chesley and Chris and the weather team, it could have been significantly worse, and this has made the day, and I think the last few days, really delightful for everyone as we pay respects.
And again, we know when the service starts in Washington, we know that the family will be a part of it, at least in the term since the grandchildren will be honorary pallbearers, something special. You have to think that that's something that he wanted. I believe it's at least 12 grandchildren that have been invited to be part of that. And so we've seen his son, Chip, speak at this service, the arrival service, and his grandson Jason, and we'll get to see some of the other grandchildren taking part in the service up in Washington as well.
I do think it's nice that the family will have their own burial service in Plains when his remains return back here in Georgia, because they've had to grieve publicly, they've had to speak publicly. They're flying on Special Mission 39 to their grandfather or their father's funeral at the Washington Cathedral. It's very grand, but they'll have their own special moment with their family member, which is special. I can only imagine.
You can be guaranteed it's going to be a very, very memorable service, very emotional. I mean, when you think about Mrs. Carter's funeral over at Glenn Memorial on the campus of Emory, about 13 months ago. I mean, it was a really memorable service with so much emotion from the family and so many stories that illuminated just what their relationship was all about. And now both of them are gone.
Again, you're taking a live look at Special Air Mission 39, which is set to depart Atlanta, at least the Atlanta area here, within the next 10 minutes or so, before making its way up to Washington, D.C. We saw the service there, the departure service, within the last few minutes among the dignitaries. We saw Atlanta Mayor Andre Dickens, Georgia Governor. You saw the Georgia Governor along with his wife. A lot of people showing up, and like we said, transcending, different types of people, transcending different parties. Really, everyone had a deep respect for President Jimmy Carter, who really represented the best of us. As you said, the favorite son is what I've heard a lot of people say throughout the last couple days. Georgia's favorite son.
And we're saying on this because we want to make sure we capture the plane taking off, because once again, this will be a historic moment. This will be the late president's final journey to the nation's capital. Just a small chapter in his 100 years, his 4 years in Washington, 4 years serving in the White House. So we're going to stay on this, awaiting Special Air Mission 39 to take off to D.C.
How are we doing on schedule? Is it?
Well, they had originally, we were told that they would depart right around 12:45. Now, we know that the service here, the ceremony, got started a couple minutes early. So perhaps they might depart a couple minutes early as well if things are moving a little ahead of schedule. We'll have to see.
We have to make sure everyone's buckled up on the plane, of course.
Right.
And you were talking about how, someone mentioned how the president wanted everything to run on time. And it has been running on time all day. The events were moved back by an hour or so because of the snowstorm in Washington, D.C. So we're still ahead of time, even though we have to move things back by 1 hour.
What do they say? If you're on time, you're late. And if you're, what is it? It's something like that.
That's right.
If you're early, you're on time. And if you're on time, you're late. So the president, as we've heard from several of his closest friends, he liked things to be on time. So, so far, so good. So being early is on time, I'm sure.
If we could turn the clock back to 2 years ago when President Carter first entered home hospice, and somebody would have told us then that it would be January of 2025 when this state funeral would begin, I'm not sure any of us would have believed it at that time. I mean, it has been, it must have been an incredibly difficult journey for not only the president himself, but also the caregivers and his family. I mean, dealing with home hospice for such an extended period of time must have been very, very difficult.
That's why the family, I understand, was so gracious and really grateful at the arrival ceremony. Chip Carter, his son, made sure to thank those hospice care workers and the doctors, the people who had been with the president by his side for so long. They were really, really grateful, and you could really feel that gratitude when they spoke earlier. But yeah, I remember when we even, Jason Carter told the news media, I think it was months ago, that the end is near. But even then, we saw President Carter continue to live.
Yeah, where he had good days and he had bad days of being, if you want to call being, asleep is a bad day. But there were some days when he was certainly coherent and was able to communicate with family members and chat and all. But for that to go on such an extended period of time, is really, really heartbreaking in many ways. No one wants death to arrive, but nonetheless, when you're 100 and home hospice is indefinitely part of your life, I mean, I can't imagine how arduous that must have been.
Yeah, and you think of, how hard it's been for the family over the last 23 months. We heard, his son speak about going to planes around the clock, them taking shifts to go and spend time with their father when he was in hospice care, because you want to make sure your family member feels that love, and they made sure they did that, and they spoke about that at the ceremony, just making sure, each of the kids had their time to go and help take care of their father. And it was also nice to see him be able to show up for his wife's funeral.
I think that's amazing. I mean, when you look back at that he was able to go through that, what must have been so emotionally wrenching and physically failing at the same time, and to be able to do that, I mean, I think many people were stunned when he was seen in Atlanta, in the front row.
Yeah, and he had a blanket.
But the expectation of him of any less, would be a mistake, because he is a man who always charted his own course and did what he was going to do.
I think it would have been more alarming if he was not there, just thinking about the love and connection that they have for one another. And when he was at the funeral, he had a blanket with his wife's face on it. And even though he wasn't able to speak, we heard words from the late president. They read a letter that he wrote to Rosalynn when he was deployed in the Navy. So
Amy Carter read that emotional letter that was so touching.
Yeah, I don't think any of us forget that. It looks like Special Air Mission 39 is going to be taking off here from Dobbins Air Reserve any moment now. They had set to depart right around 12:45. Again, they got a little bit of an early start, so we expect it to take off here any moment now, heading up to Washington, D.C. before the state funeral and the national funeral that will take place there.
So if 12:45 is takeoff time, right on schedule.
Right on the nose.
Mr. Carter would have appreciated that very much.
Yeah, and they expect to arrive right around 2:15 in D.C., so not too long of a flight up to D.C.
And once again, the family is flying with his remains, and we talk about just the family having that moment. And unfortunately, that's the only time a lot of families have a time to come together, is to say goodbye. And they're doing this on the national stage. So we appreciate them for allowing us to be a part of every single ceremony and allowing us to all just reflect on their family members' legacy.
say the new one. I don't know. They're like further down. Takes like 2 or 3 years. It's gone.
And you're looking live at Dobbins Air Reserve Base, where Special Mission 39 carrying late President Jimmy Carter is taking off to the Washington, D.C. area, where the state funeral will then shift over and the focus will continue at the United States Capitol, where the president will lie in state.
Again, we know among the people on that flight, the president's family and several other trusted friends and loved ones of the family who've worked at the Carter Center and been so close to them. We understand that this flight will arrive in D.C. around 2:15 this afternoon at Joint Base Andrews.
Our special coverage will continue. Jennifer Bellamy, Ron Jones, and Brenda Wood will join us. Stick around. We will continue this coverage of the late president's state funeral.
Your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent.
And welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us on our special coverage remembering President Jimmy Carter. I'm Ron Jones.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. Right now, we are joined by former 11 Alive anchor Brenda Wood as well. Brenda, we want to welcome you in. We are so grateful to have you joining us today. We know that you have a great experience and wealth of knowledge of Jimmy Carter, Rosalind Carter, and their family, as well as the Atlanta area. So we're so glad to have you with us.
It's truly an honor to be here, to tell you the truth, to be able to just to think back on all of the accomplishments in my lifetime of President Carter, and then speak some about my engagement with him over the years as a reporter, which a lot of times we have to step back and just remind ourselves how fortunate we are as reporters, as journalists, to be able to be in the same room with some of the greatest people in the world often, and President Jimmy Carter certainly is one of those folks. So it's an honor to cover him.
And especially for you having the opportunity, I know we're going to dive a little bit deeper into it, but when you had the opportunity to travel with him to Africa when they were fighting that horrific disease over there in Madagascar? Or
it was in Ethiopia, actually. So, the Carter Center and President Carter and Rosalind Carter have done just tremendous work around the world in eradicating diseases. Guinea worm, river blindness, guinea worm disease, which has almost pretty much been eradicated in just the short span of time, 20 years or so, by the Carter Center, but also their efforts in trying to eradicate the eye disease called trachoma, which also causes blindness, and the ground zero center of trachoma is in Ethiopia. Sub-Saharan Africa, that's not the only place, but that is ground zero. And I had the opportunity to travel with personnel from the Carter Center to Gondar in northern Ethiopia to see the progress that they have made in eradicating that disease. It's not as far in progress as the guinea worm disease, but they've made a lot of progress. So over the time that the Carter Center has been targeting trachoma in Ethiopia and around the world, cases have diminished some 78% in just 20 years. So they have made great progress, and they're hoping that maybe in the next 10 years or so that disease as well will be eradicated. But it was amazing to see just the logistics that were orchestrated by the Carter Center in Gondar and all of Ethiopia to get people to clinics and remote areas in order for them to get treatment and in some cases surgery. I happened to be in Gondar where they were doing eye surgery to correct the problem of trachoma. And they were doing it by cell phone flashlight.
Oh my goodness.
In a mud hut. So, but take a look at what we're looking at right now. These are the final moments as President Carter makes his journey to Washington. We just saw the plane take off as they head for Andrews in Maryland to begin the official ceremonies there in Washington, D.C. But this was at the Carter Center earlier today. President Carter leaving his beloved Carter Center for the very last time.
Yeah, and we know that so many people, more than 22,000, almost 23,000, taking advantage of the opportunity to give their respects and say goodbye to Georgia's former president over the last few days here at the Carter Center. We have seen people braving different conditions of cold weather. I was out there on Sunday. People were out there in the rain, close to midnight and beyond, taking advantage of those overnight hours. I think a lot of folks were really grateful for this opportunity, but not just having the chance to do it during the day, but at all hours to fit whatever schedule people may have been on, to make time to travel by MARTA, walk, ride a bicycle. We saw so many modes of transportation for folks making sure that they took that chance to say goodbye to former President Jimmy Carter.
You know, it was amazing that there were really not very long lines like we have seen in the past for other dignitaries and presidents when people go to pay their respects. Here it was so very well orchestrated by MARTA and the Carter Center. They made sure that there were enough buses and shuttles for people to get to the Carter Center from the MARTA station. That they did it in such a fashion that people were able to walk right in and not have to stand in the bitter cold for so very long in order to pay their respects. I mean, just remarkably well orchestrated, and we have to give great thanks to MARTA. As a matter of fact, it's worth noting that President Carter, when he was governor here in the 70s, 71, that he really helped put together MARTA and gave great financial economic support to the Metro Atlanta Transit Authority. And so this is one way that MARTA has been able to pay their respects by being so well orchestrated.
We're going to head out to Dobbins real quick and at least show some of the video. As you see that the motorcade was heading out there as he get ready to board Special Air 39. Obviously this represents the 39th President of the United States. Family and friends were out there, dignitaries out there as well. You had the mayor, you had the governor and his family, and it just shows the different political parties coming together. Regardless of their differences, it shows you the impact that Carter had on all those different generations and those political differences as well.
This is his political legacy, actually. He was so very good at bringing different points of view together. I mean, this is why the Camp David Accords, is still in effect today. The peace settlement between Egypt and Israel. Nobody thought that was possible
and it's
at the time.
It's still going on.
But he tackled it, and he brought the two opposing forces together and was able to carve out a peace agreement that still stands today from 1978. So really, really remarkable. But that is indeed his legacy.
Yeah, and I also want to mention, just his post-presidency, just the things that we saw him doing. You mentioned all the work from former President Carter and his wife Rosalind in the Carter Center to eradicate disease, to impact democracy all over the world. And, we also talk about Habitat for Humanity all the time. All of the things that they did, all of their efforts beyond the White House, I think just really contributed to the fact that so many people respect the former president regardless of politics.
I always say that President Carter, was the accessible president. That's what he wanted to be. He didn't want to appear that he was higher or above others. He wanted to be the regular man president, and that made him accessible to people. People saw themselves in him. I think this is how I see it. That they saw a man who was compassionate. They saw a man who cared for others, who gave back, and those are things that we all can do. He reflected in us the things that that we ourselves can do. We can give back. We can make a difference in the world that we live in. So, you know, in our neighborhoods, in our communities, everywhere.
He did it.
I mean, there are so many aspects to President Carter that are just legacies that, you know, and life lessons for all of us for generations to come.
And you know, he made the impact here also in Washington, D.C., and that's where we have 11 Alive's Faith Jesse. She's live out there right now as she anticipates the arrival of President Carter. And what is the situation like? What is the mood like there as they head your way, Faith?
Ron, I'll tell you that this is going to be a continuation of what we shot in planes up to Atlanta and then right here to D.C. I'll tell you that the story here is surrounding the weather. Much like it was very cold here in Atlanta, it was a snowstorm here in D.C. shutting down the city yesterday. Schools were closed. Federal offices were closed. The airport here shut down for some time. Now you take a look around me. Every once in a while you see a car driving by. That was not the case yesterday. A lot of snow, a lot of muck on the ground. The crews are out here powering through. The sun is up, a little bit warmer, that snow melting down to make room for what is going to be a beautiful motorcade and procession to the building right behind me, the state capitol, where President Carter will lie in state. When he touches down here in D.C. at Joint Base Andrews, all the way to the Navy Memorial, going down Pennsylvania Avenue, coming to the Capitol, each part of what you'll see today was planned out piece by piece by Mr. Carter and his late wife, Rosalind Carter. It started back in 1986 with the Joint Task Force. They planned out everything from the locations to the music that you're going to hear to the people that were invited. Everything has significance. And it really goes back to what Ms. Brenda was saying, that he was a man of the people, a president of the people. When we see him and the case and going down Pennsylvania Avenue, it is an ode to that iconic moment when he and Mrs. Carter decided to get out of that limousine, to stop that tradition, to be on foot, to be there with the people. So that's what we're seeing here in Washington so far tonight. People will be able to come and pay their respects throughout the night, throughout tomorrow, and then we will see that state funeral on Thursday before he is flown back to Plains for his final resting place. So that's a little bit of what we're seeing here in D.C. We'll send it back to you in Atlanta.
All right, Faith, thank you so much. We'll be checking back with you throughout the evening. We do want to go now to 11 Alive anchor Cheryl Preheim. She is also in Washington, D.C. And Cheryl, we know that you have been spending the morning reflecting on the life of President Carter and speaking with other notable dignitaries as well.
Yes, all of whom are planning to be inside the Capitol Rotunda when former President Carter arrives. I love that Faith was telling the story about that moment that will happen down Pennsylvania Avenue. It will really bring a really special moment full circle, because as the President and First Lady surprised the world, jumped out of the limousine and never had been done before and walked along Pennsylvania Avenue because they wanted to make a conscious decision and really make a statement that they were going to be accessible to the people, that today the family will follow the case in down Pennsylvania Avenue until it arrives here at the United States Capitol, and that will be an extraordinary moment. We've been talking to Senators Warnock and Ossoff today, of course representing Georgia, about the significance of this day here in the nation's capital and for our home state of Georgia. Senator Warnock, of course, feels a connection because he, as a reverend who goes back home to preach on the weekends, connects with the president who taught Sunday school at his church here in D.C., just a few blocks away from the Capitol. Here's a little bit of our conversation reflecting on the life of President Carter. We're inside the Russell Rotunda of the Senate building here with Senator Raphael Warnock, of course, representing Georgia on an historic day here in D.C., a final journey for the only president from Georgia. Your thoughts as we start these ceremonies here in the Capitol?
Well, let me just say that Jimmy Carter, President Carter, is one of my heroes, and I'm so proud of this leading light coming out of Georgia. He's the first president that I really remember as a kid. And I never thought as a kid growing up in public housing that one day I'd get to know him personally. But I got to know him over the years. He would worship with us virtually on our online service every Sunday. His grandson is a member of my church. And I've been deeply honored to walk with his family even to this very moment.
I think it's really telling that he made an impression on you as a child and that you still draw on that in your service to the country.
Well, I'm Baptist and he's Baptist. And, here's somebody who really demonstrates for me what it means to make your faith come alive in public service. I often say that I am not a senator who used to be a pastor, but a pastor in the Senate. My work here, in a real sense, is an extension of my lifelong commitment to ministry. And I think that's why I feel a real resonance with Jimmy Carter, because he's an example of what that might look like. Somebody who, as a Sunday school teacher, read Matthew 25, I was hungry and you fed me. I was in prison, I was sick, and you visited me. I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. And Jimmy Carter literally took those lessons and applied them to public policy. First, as a president, where he centered human rights in American diplomacy, which was no foregone conclusion. He pushed that and centered it as a piece of our agenda, something that must remain there in his view. Someone who fought for peace in the Middle East and made great historic progress there. But then long after leaving the White House, continuing to fight for the poor and most marginalized members of the human family. For me, that's what faith is all about. My faith is not a weapon, it's a bridge. And Jimmy Carter is one of my examples.
What do you hope, based on his character, what people are remembering about his kindness and the way he kind of handled himself as a person above politics, would you like to see carry on even as we transition to a new era here in Washington?
Our politics has become so coarse, and there's a kind of cynicism that attends much of American politics. I think you look at somebody like Jimmy Carter and you realize that in the end, good wins. Good wins, that it's right to do right, kindness, justice, mercy, truth. I think those virtues still matter. And, there's been a lot made of the fact that he lived to be 100, but you can live 100 years and never do anything for anybody. Jimmy Carter didn't just live to 100, he taught us how to give 100. He gave 100 as an American citizen, as a patriot, and as a humanitarian who cared about people all over the globe. We could use more of that right now in our politics.
Striking thoughts as we are less than 2 weeks from an inauguration from Senator Warnock. And one other thing he mentioned I thought that was really interesting. He had a chance to be in the Carter's home, and he was struck by their decision to live frugally in the home they had had for decades, with wood paneling still on the wall and a phone that still had a cord, just because the president said it still works. Why would we replace it? And it is, I think, worth noting in this kind of time of contrast as we drove by the White House today, contrasting the White House with the house in Plains where he will be buried next to Rosalind, his wife of 70 years, under that willow tree off the front porch. And also the contrast between the National Cathedral, which will host the funeral on Thursday. Dignitaries, of course, from all over the country and the world will be there in what will be a very significant and meaningful service. But the contrast of then going full circle back to Plains, Maranatha Baptist Church seats about 300, and over the pulpit, that wooden cross that Jimmy Carter himself crafted, the carpenter who was also a president and a humanitarian and a naval officer and a submarinist. What a Renaissance man being honored here at the U.S. Capitol. We expect a big crowd at the U.S. Capitol later this afternoon as the public is invited to say a final thank you and a final goodbye. Brenda, Ron, Jennifer, really a feeling in the Capitol of stillness. I think there's something about the snow over the city and all the flags at half-staff. The snow kind of forced this slowdown, but it feels fitting as we take a moment and take a breath and honor the life of someone who dedicated his life to others in so many forms.
Yeah. Some remarkable reflections, and really great to hear from another son of Georgia, Reverend Raphael Warnock. Cheryl, thank you so much. We'll continue to check back with you. We appreciate that perspective. It really is just an incredible life that was lived by Jimmy Carter. You just hear all these nuggets, and it's like, wow, wow, wow.
Well, as she was listing all of the things that he, you know, we can describe him in so many ways. President's just, you know, one of the many things, you know, which that's not normal. That is really not normal.
It's not what you see nowadays.
That's the epitome of anybody's career. You know, president always tops the list. But with Jimmy Carter, that's not necessarily the case. And, you know, we're talking about somebody who's lived to 100 years old. So imagine, you know, he has lived a lifetime of seeing dramatic change and historical events throughout his life. You know, he has seen changes in America that have shaped America, and he's also been part of shaping America. Everything from the Depression to the Vietnam War, from the Civil Rights Movement to desegregation to, you know, the tremendous strides made in technology and healthcare. He's seen all of that. And not only has that affected his life, but he also helped shape American life as well. So
absolutely.
He's all in there.
And
incredible.
For decades he's done that, obviously. And for decades he has a very close friend, Mike Posner, who's a human rights activist. He joins us right now to give us a little bit more context as to the impact the former president had. And welcome once again. We talked to you last Saturday, and we really appreciate you showing up again today. So let's just talk about the challenges. Brenda talked about him being a trailblazer back in the day during the civil rights movement. What were some of the challenges that you saw then that we are reaping a harvest of now?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me back. You know, as I've worked in the human rights field for a long time, and I was really honored to work with President Carter after he left office and set up the Carter Center and made human rights a central piece of what he was doing there. You know, before President Carter, before he became president, issues of human rights were really relegated to the back burner of foreign policy. People in the State Department and the White House were concerned about economic issues, strategic, political issues, and human rights were often inconvenient in relations with countries around the world, friends and foes. And what President Carter did was to basically elevate human rights and say this ought to be a part of our foreign policy, the soul of our foreign policy. And he was up against all kinds of bureaucratic challenges to that, but he was determined. This was something that mattered to him because of his own experience, his life experience, his religious convictions, and he was determined one way or another to bring this onto the world stage. So it affected the way the U.S. dealt with the world. He helped create a human rights movement outside of government. I was part of that. And then he carried on this effort once he left office and went to the Carter Center and carried it on for another 40 years.
Mr. Posner, this is Brenda Wood here. I just want to ask you, I know you were a close advisor to the Carter Center in its early years of founding. So I want to just dig a little deeper into the conversations that you and President Carter had at that time when you were kind of formulating, you know, the parameters of the Carter Center, what it would do, what it would not do, what the strategy was. Can you give us some insight into those conversations and what you all landed on?
Yeah, it's a good question. And in fact, you know, a lot of the conversation was about how to integrate human rights with other things the Carter Center was doing. You've been talking about all the work he and the Carter Center did on global health, all the work he and the Carter Center did on conflict resolution. And human rights, you know, if you're dealing with a country, let's say Sudan or Haiti, where you're trying to balance all of those priorities, it's a bit of a challenge. And so a lot of our discussion was, where can he make the greatest difference? Where can the Carter Center weigh in? And a lot of it, I think, turned on individuals and his belief, which I share, that change occurs within a society when you have advocates within that society pushing for change. Now, you can do that in the United States, but if you're in an authoritarian state, the government will crack down, put people in jail, persecute them. So a lot of our initial efforts, and it's what he did throughout his life, was to intervene on behalf of individual human rights advocates, defenders, throw a lifeline, make sure they had some sense of international protection, and allow them to be the messengers of change within their own society.
Mike Posner, we really appreciate you stopping by once again to give us that perspective and context of the impact and of the life and legacy of President Jimmy Carter. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, well, right now we want to get you to our meteorologist, Melissa Nord. We know that the conditions in Washington, D.C. have played a role, have an impact on the services that have been planned. And we're also watching what we are going to see here. Melissa.
Right, and there's a storm system coming at the end of the week. The time frame of that on Friday. So I know Jimmy Carter's final return home to Plains is going to be late on Thursday. If it were delayed any further than that, of course, it would be impacted by this Gulf flow coming in. But this is high interest to the metro area because it now looks like the wintry mix is going to be likely as we go through the day on Friday. It's the storm cutting across the northern Gulf of Mexico. Yesterday, there was still a lot of differences with where the track of that model, the storm would go. But today, we're getting a much clearer picture. We will see that wintry mix coming all the way down into the metro area. We know we're going to see some accumulating snow even possible in far northern Georgia. We also can say that the timing of it moves in Friday morning, clears out early Saturday, and I do believe with everything we're looking at, untreated roadways will be significantly impacted from the system moving in. Treated roadways, that brine on the roads is going to help to melt that snow, melt any sleet coming down. That will help, but I do think we're going to see some big impacts here on Friday. What we still can't see is how much snow, sleet, or freezing rain we're going to see. And some of our southern counties, we're looking at wintry mix and rain possible. Will we end up seeing that sleet and freezing rain, or will it be all rain? Still a little too far out to say any of that with certain. We know there are going to be some road impacts, but power outages, that right now doesn't look as high of a risk, but something we'll be watching here over the next 24 hours as we get closer to the event to really fine tune. So this is new today. It's the first time we've put this on air. This is the type of winter weather we're expecting across parts of North Georgia. Today's Tuesday. This is a Friday event. Things could still change. In the mountains, we're talking about Dahlonega, Helen, up towards Rabun County. Mostly snow. There will be some mixing towards the afternoon or evening, but it's a mostly snow event. Now, on the northern side of the metro down to about I-20, we're probably going to start with snow and transition to a wintry mix some point during the afternoon on Friday. The south side of I-20, the snow is less favorable, more favorable for a wintry mix with sleet and freezing rain, and then eventually changing over to just rain. And then down in central Georgia, it's mostly going to be a cold rain event. Are you going to see accumulating snow? For snow lovers, better news today. Model runs are coming in colder. This means a better chance of some of that snow sticking and accumulating. We feel pretty good that we're going to get some snow in the mountains. North side of the metro, giving it a 60% chance of accumulating snow. If we keep on this trend of colder air in place, that number will go up. And then south of I-20 still depends on the track of the system. And then we'll also watch some of that freezing rain, especially just south of I-20 on Friday. What I'm expecting for a timeline, this is big picture. Thursday night, Thursday during the day, dry with sunshine. Friday morning, we'll start to see the snow and wintry mix moving in between 4 in the morning and 10 in the morning. So in the morning it arrives. Notice this is just a model. This is not what's actually going to play out, but this shows some of that snow getting even south of I-20, little wintry mix in there as well. And then as we go throughout the day, the Gulf flow is going to pull in some warmer air. So you'll start to see this pink line, which is the wintry mix transitioning to rain. That mix line gets further north the later in the day that we go. So this is Friday at 3 o'clock, pushing up towards the Atlanta area. Then overnight, still dealing with the mix and snow to the north, but Atlanta transitioning to rain and then clearing out as we get into early Saturday morning. So we will be watching all of those things in the timeline to come. So Friday morning, just to recap, steady snow. We're expecting to move in to the south of I-20. It might not be straight snow. It might be a mix. Untreated roads will quickly become snow covered. slick or slushy depending on where you are. And then Friday afternoon, we'll continue to track mostly snow up in the mountains. The metro area, snow and a wintry mix. Transitioning throughout the afternoon, still some of those road issues. And then Friday overnight, we'll see that warmer air creeping further in. So in the metro area, wintry mix transitioning to rain by later on Friday night. So a lot of fine details still to come. But while we are waiting for the president to arrive in Washington, D.C., we wanted to give you this update because we do expect some big impacts coming in on Friday through Friday night. I believe the roads will be highly impacted. I also think that a lot of schools will have to make the decision of what they want to end up doing. By the way, if you're wondering, when can they start pre-treating the roads? Is this going to be the same scenario as January 2014? It's not. The capabilities GDOT has now for pre-treating the roads is night and day difference from a decade ago. They have brining capabilities. That salt brine, it lowers the freezing point of the road surfaces. They can start applying that about 48 hours before the snow arrives. And because we're going to start with snow and not start with rain, it's not going to be washed off. So it will be effective as it starts. Here's a different model. This is the European, so slightly different from the American model I just showed you. It also shows Friday morning, snow moving in. Again, it's starting as snow in Atlanta and for the North Georgia mountains, but watch later in the day this pink line, that's our rain snow line, creeping further north. So as we go into Friday night, we see that transition happening in Atlanta, and then by first thing on Saturday morning, it is pretty much out of here. So a lot of information still coming in, amounts of snow, amounts of freezing rain. Those are the things we'll get a clear picture of here in the next 24 hours.
Wow. Yeah, Melissa, thank you so much. It is certainly something that we know our weather team will continue to track for you, but it's something that people really need to know about, especially when you think about the schools and that brining information. Some amazing context.
Tremendous that Melissa brought up 2014, because you know, I think a lot of people were, you know,
we always think about it anytime
back
there's snow,
on what it was like then, and you know what a mess. And so thank you, Melissa, for telling us that technology has improved things. It's not going to be as crazy as it was 10 years ago.
That's always a relief.
11 years ago now.
All right, stay with us, folks. We're going to continue our coverage of the 39th President of the United States. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Welcome Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for joining us for our special coverage remembering President Jimmy Carter. I'm Ron Jones.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy, and we are joined, so happy to be joined by former 11 Alive anchor Brenda Wood. It has been amazing for you to join us. We really appreciate the look back and the knowledge that you bring to this conversation about the former president.
Thank you for having me. You know, there's so much to talk about with President Carter, and I hope the conversations about him don't end this week. You know, everybody has him on their mind, especially if you live here in Georgia, and then folks in Washington, D.C. who, you know, rub shoulders with him, who approved or disapproved his legislative policies and so forth. But his legacy will, you know, stand the test of time through generation after generation. The work at the Carter Center will continue, as has been promised by the board and by his family members, and we so hope so, because the work is so great around the world. 80 countries thus far that the Carter Center has touched in some way, either advancing democracy or eliminating or fighting disease, promoting human rights, increasing the productivity of farmers around the world, all kinds of things that make life better for human beings on this planet. So the work you know, will continue, and I hope the conversation about him continues. I want to point out a couple of things as we saw the rituals and the ceremony as President Carter left the Carter Center today for the last time, and you know, there was a lot of pomp and circumstance around that. And if you notice, there were a lot of hymns that were played. You know, he's a man of faith. We know that. Lived his Christianity out loud and proud, and they played some of his favorite hymns. Amazing Grace being number one on his list from what I've read. He loved Amazing Grace, Blessed Assurance, also my mom's favorite hymn as well. Nearer My God to Thee. These are hymns that meant so much to him because they spoke of grace and redemption. And you know, I think President Carter saw himself as a humble man who you know, was able to achieve all that he achieved by the grace of God, and a man who saw himself as redeemed by the love of God. So those hymns were quite significant as they were played by the military bands there, and as you can see, all of the pomp, the ritual there that is afforded a dignitary on the stature of President Carter, and every movement there, as designed by him, every movement there, every song played had meaning and had purpose.
And that's what I was going to say. It's hard for so many of us to think about the end of our time here on Earth. It's hard to think about it for our loved ones, but we know that former President Carter and Rosalind had a hand in all of these ceremonies that we have seen today and the ones that we saw recently at the passing of Rosalind Carter. And these details that you mentioned really mattered to them to include and to make sure that they were part of their homegoing services and celebrations.
You know, planning your own funeral, it sounds like a daunting thing. You know, the average person doesn't really want to think about that. But Jimmy Carter, and probably Rosalind as well, but Jimmy Carter made it quite well known as he spoke to reporters and as he did news conferences and you know, anywhere where he was engaged about you know, the coming end. He was not afraid. He was not afraid of death. He was not afraid of the end. We all know that, you know, we're not going to get out of here alive. And he accepted that as part of his life journey. And you know, as many people have remarked, he's now in many people's eyesights, he is now reunited with the love of his life.
We heard from someone yesterday saying he's with his sweetie pie now. And I think that's so fitting. I think for so many people, when you think of former President Carter, you think of Rosalind. You saw them together, and
they were a team.
Saw that love, whether it was the kiss cams at various sporting events across Atlanta. It was really a sight to see, and so many people really appreciating that fact, the longevity of their love and marriage as something that we don't always see. So
he said that was his greatest accomplishment. His greatest accomplishment was marrying Rosalind.
Yeah, it wasn't just the nation's capital. I know we have a live look at the nation's capital right now where the flags are at half staff. Our very own Cheryl Preheim is standing by right now. Now, Cheryl, I know that you spoke with Senator Raphael Reverend Warnock, but you also spoke with another one of Georgia's senators as well.
Yeah, and it's clear the impact that President Carter made on both the senators representing Georgia as the one president from the state of Georgia and someone that they feel really set a tone for what politics should be like. Here's a little bit of our conversation with Senator Jon Ossoff. What are your thoughts as Washington, D.C. receives the former president for a final time?
It'll be a solemn moment in the Capitol Rotunda today. The Senate will process out of the Senate chamber. We'll all take a moment to pay our final respects to President Carter and to reflect on his legacy. And I think it's, in particular, those of us who represent Georgia, a significant moment as the whole nation reflects on the legacy of one of the most historically significant Georgians ever to engage in public life in the United States.
It was so telling back home to see 23,000 people come through the Carter Center to say a final goodbye, a thank you, and we expect a lot of people to do the same here in Washington, D.C. What, as you look back on an incredible life of service, what stands out to you most when you think of President Carter?
One of the most remarkable things about President Carter is how he had such an impact, not just as an elected official, a governor and a president of the United States, but in his post-presidency. He and his organization and his First Lady's work advancing democracy and free and fair elections around the world. They're very impactful, sometimes unheralded, but very impactful work in public health and disease eradication, really demonstrating his continued commitment to having an impact and ability to have an impact even after he'd left elected office.
Such a conscious decision, and I know the thought from the Carter Center, much of the family, was the best way that each of us could honor his legacy is to choose a way to put good into the world as well.
Well, I think it'll also be an important moment as the country is seemingly so politically divided for folks of all ideological persuasions and political affiliations to take a moment and reflect on the life and contributions of a great American.
Interesting. It's such an important point you make, because as people are talking about President Carter and his long life, most people are talking about kindness, character, authenticity, sincerity, not as much about politics, really the things that bring us together, not divide us.
Yeah, in his time, of course, he was also embroiled in the daily cut and thrust of partisan politics, as we all now today. And yet, when we look back on his presidency and his life, we put that to the side. We focus on his contributions to the nation and to the world. And I hope it can be a unifying moment for us here in Congress today.
As we transition here in Washington in this period of time, what do you hope of President Carter's legacy is carried on as the work continues in Washington?
Well, I think that President Carter brought a moral grounding to his public service. And so much of politics has become debased from core American values, even from just the fundamentals of civility and mutual respect. I hope that part of his legacy can inspire us all to treat each other decently and kindly, even if we have sharp and profound disagreements.
Interesting sentiment about bringing people together at this time in the nation's capital. Think about this. Yesterday, of course, was the certification of the electoral votes and the beginning of the transfer of power on 4 years to the day of the deadly U.S. Capitol riot. Of course, getting ready in here in the nation's capital for the inauguration, a lot of security around that. And then at the same time, the beginning of President Carter's funeral event starting today as he's making his way to D.C. and then will ultimately lie in state in the Capitol Rotunda before the National Cathedral ceremony and funeral services on Thursday. All of this happening at one time here in Washington, D.C. You know, there's a condolence book here that people have been signing since his passing, lines and lines of people wanting to leave a personal note. I think that's very telling. And one note that we read said that I'll teach my children and grandchildren about how someone can have power and still have humility, put self down to help others. I thought that really stood out. Made me think of a story about inauguration in 1977. President Carter said that he went up to his mom right before he was going to put his hand on the Bible and go through that ceremony. He said, "Mom, you must be very proud of your son today." And she winked at him and said, "Your brother's done really well." He said that humility was just part of the family. And we are thinking of the Carter family, a big, very close family, all on their way to Washington, D.C. as we speak. They will follow the horse-drawn caisson with that flag-draped casket down Pennsylvania Avenue for a final journey to the U.S. Capitol in a matter of hours, and we will bring you that coverage throughout the day. I'll send it back to Jennifer, Ron, and Brenda.
Thank you, Cheryl. That's a lovely little anecdote, and I think that we are just hearing so many of them about the Carter's life and legacy and their time and the work that they've done. And Brenda, I know at this moment we want to talk to you about some of the experiences you had with former President Carter and his wife during remarkable things that they were doing and experiencing.
So many of us have had, one-on-ones with him at one time or another, covering his news conferences, covering his work through Emory University, his professorship there at Emory, and covering his bills for Habitat for Humanity. So I did have an opportunity to go to Memphis, where he was a part of the bill. Now, I want to set the stage because he had been diagnosed at this point with brain cancer. He was undergoing treatment, and actually the cancer had metastasized. He had melanoma of the liver, and the cancer had metastasized to 4 different regions of his brain. And so at the time of this Habitat build, he was undergoing treatment for the cancer of the brain. He chose to have elective surgery. He did radiation. He also did new and progressive, bold immunotherapy, which few people were doing at the time. They were, it was just brand new on the scene. The immunotherapy that he got was what we know now as Keytruda. But it was still very, very new. He was brave, and I will come back to this. President Carter was a fearless man. And so he's brave enough to do the elective surgery on his brain. He was brave enough to do the radiation, truly brave enough to do the immunotherapy. And now, at the age of 90, you're looking at pictures of him as he has been undergoing brain treatment, cancer treatment. He is running a buzzsaw in a hard hat and working, from sun up to sundown, nonstop. And it was just something amazing to witness. And then at some point he stopped for lunch, and that's the only reason why he would stop, and agreed to do an interview with me. And during the interview, I asked him, how he felt, and he said, I'm feeling pretty good. And I said, well, are you tired? Are your muscles ache? And he's like, well, my muscles do ache just a little bit, and so I might go home and soak a little bit in the tub. But he said, at that time, he said, I'm not afraid of death. He said, I feel pretty good, and as long as I feel pretty good, I'm going to continue to do the work that I have committed to doing. And he never backed away from the work for Habitat for Humanity. He loved that organization. He's the one who put it on the map. He didn't start it. Many people believe, the fallacy that he and Rosalind Carter started Habitat, but they did not. Millard and Linda Fuller did in Americus, Georgia, back in the 70s. But he was so committed to it, and he really brought worldwide attention to that organization, and nothing stopped him. You're aware of, his unstoppable nature when it comes to Habitat, when he had a build in Nashville.
A lot of folks it's synonymous almost. I know that's why so many people believe that they maybe founded it, but his work and Rosalind's work for so many years. I know the Carter Center says they would spend a week volunteering on these sites at least a week, once a year until 2020.
They would, corral 1,000 volunteers. That happened here in Atlanta. That in I think the 1980s, they corralled 1,000 volunteers in part of Atlanta on the east side, in the Edgewood area, where in 1 week they built 21 homes.
Wow, incredible!
And Jimmy and Rosalind Carter were very much a part of that. Rumor has it, and the habitat director here in Atlanta said that Jimmy Carter was so competitive. He always wanted to be the first one to finish his house before everybody else. And and he worked late into the night if he needed to in order to be the one whose house got finished first. Yeah. And as I referenced earlier, the story in Nashville, this happened just a few months before the interview I did with him in Memphis. But in Nashville, he was scheduled to be a part of one of those annual week-long builds. And the day that he was scheduled to arrive in Nashville for that build, he had a fall in his home. Yes. And a pretty bad one. And people were anticipating that he would not show up for it. But he did. Yeah, he showed up just a little late, bruised. He had a scar, a bandage on his brow, and a black and swollen black eye. But he showed up with a Atlanta Braves baseball cap, ready to work.
Ready to go.
And in spite of that fall. And he was, I believe he was 90 again. He was 89, 90, 91, somewhere in there. He was, as I said earlier, these are not normal things.
No, not at all.
He's an extraordinary man on so many levels.
And such an incredible life.
Yeah, such an incredible life. And you hear all these stories. Everyone's talking about all these stories, the impacts that he has made on so many lives, especially post-presidency. And I know a lot of folks are mourning the loss of the former president, but to me, it's kind of like a celebration of life.
How about it?
You've got video of it. Someone else has video. Someone else has a photograph of him, whether it's Habitat for Humanity or doing the work that he's doing around the globe. It really is a celebration of life.
100 years is incredible in and of itself. But when you think of everything that he accomplished, even outside of being governor, even outside of being president, it really is remarkable to think about the life he led and the impacts that he had, not only here in the United States, but also all around the world. And so many things that he overcame. When you talk about cancer, when you talk about the fall, so many times, hospice care for so long, so many times, there were instances where people were thinking we might lose President Carter, and yet he managed to live a life to reach 100 years. It really is nothing else to say but incredible and remarkable.
Well, I have said this previously, and I will say it again, and it's probably not the politically correct thing to say, but I believe that he was one of God's favorites. to have lived so long, to have done so much. I mean, rare is the man who is able to achieve the highest political office in the land, who is able to hold the most powerful position in the world, and after that, rise even higher with the things that he continued to do. That doesn't happen. He is a being that we probably won't see the likes of which in our lifetime again.
A rare life.
That's right. And now the nation is getting ready to, well, especially at the nation's capital, they're getting ready to mourn the loss of the 39th President of the United States. This is a live look right now at the Joint Base Andrews. It's going to receive Special Air 39. It's going to be landing there here shortly after it left from Georgia, obviously heading to the nation's capital. Folks, stay with us. We're going to have a lot more on Carter's final journey to Washington, and then later his final journey back here to his home in Georgia. Stay with us.
Inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything is.
And welcome back, everyone, as we continue to honor the life and legacy of the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter.
And we thank you so much for spending this time along with us. We're joined by former 11 Alive anchor Brenda Wood, sharing her reflections and her experience with the Carter family as well. Right now, we do want to get you up to the nation's capital. Our Faith Jesse is there live for us right now. And Faith, you're right outside of the public entrance to the Capitol, where people will be able to pay their final respects to the former president there in D.C.
That's right, Jennifer. Tonight, following that service at the Capitol and following a private time for Mr. Carter's friends and family and staff very close to him to pay their respects, this will open up to the public. This will be a Lion State period. I believe it's going to be open up until midnight tonight. It will reopen tomorrow throughout the day for the public. People from right here in D.C. We know that there's people coming up from Georgia, from around the nation, as well as from across the world. The Carters had a huge international presence, not just during his presidency, but beyond that with their humanitarian work. They're going to come behind me. We're seeing a lot more security here. Just in the last hour, we saw some more barricades being put up all around the Capitol, because keep in mind, while this is going on, we do have an inauguration that's also coming up, so there's a increased security presence. But where I'm standing right now, those who are watching, if you might be in D.C., this is where you will be coming to come through to go to that rotunda to pay your respects to former President Jimmy Carter. Today is a much different scene than what we saw yesterday, especially with the weather. The sun is out, it's a little bit warmer, that snow is starting to melt. These streets are starting to clear. You can see a lot of the traffic behind me. That is not what we were seeing yesterday because the city was really shut down. But today is going to be the start of a beautiful 3 days here in D.C. That respects and ceremony started at home in Plains to Atlanta, then to D.C. And it's just a time for people to reflect. President Carter was a man of the people. He and his late wife, Miss Rosalind Carter, they made sure that the people were put first. He attended church here in D.C. His daughter, Amy, when she was 9, she went to public school here, a campaign promise. He wanted to be here with the people. So this is just a perfect setting for that. I'm so honored to be here on the ground where people will come to pay their final respects with Mr. Carter here in D.C., something that he absolutely would have wanted because he was a man of the people. Right now, I will say the foot traffic is pretty light. We are still early in the day as Mr. Carter's remains make his way to D.C. But as we get in later in the day, I believe the service at the Congress is supposed to start at 4:30. Traffic will begin to pick up. I believe the Lion State for the public will open around 6 p.m. So we will keep an eye on that. And as we see people come through, we're going to try to speak with people and get their thoughts. So that's what we're seeing here in D.C. right now. We'll send it back to you in Atlanta.
All right, Faith, thank you so much.
You know, I want to pick up on something that Faith said with reference to Amy Carter going to public school. I mean, that was the first time in modern history that a president's child would go to public school.
Yeah.
And the philosophy of the Carters during their presidency was unique. They actually set the precedent for how reporters should treat children of the president, and they wanted the reporters to kind of stay away a little bit and just give her space to be a normal child. They wanted a normal childhood for their daughter. Amy was 9 years old when they entered the White House. So, she's 4th grade, 5th grade in public school. They wanted to try, despite the circumstances, they wanted her to have as normal a childhood as possible. Every now and then, there would be a lighthearted story about Amy, her Siamese cat, and Misty Malarkey was the name, and some lighthearted piece like that, which would get into the media. But by and large, reporters respected the boundaries, respected the wishes of the Carters, and really set the precedent. Of course, JFK had children as well while he was in office, but those children were little. They were not in school yet, so the parents really could protect them in the confines of the White House. Amy, out in public, at a public school, there had to be some rules. And they set them firmly because they wanted their child to be normal as much as possible, given the circumstances, and journalists respected that.
I'm sure the Secret Service are like, this is driving us crazy. but
Their hands were full. But I imagine, the Carters probably treated Secret Service and all those around them with equal measure. Everybody was as important as the next person. Everyone was important.
And that's what we are hearing time and time again from so many people who interacted or worked in some form with the Carter family, the Carter Center, that he was with them and that he made each of them feel just as special, and that I think is part of Mr. Carter's
legacy. Which is why they had that ceremony at the Carter Center for all of the workers there.
The other big story for us ladies obviously is the weather, the impact of the weather and what it could do for folks out there wanting to go out to Washington, D.C. Let's check in now with Melissa Norton with our weather impact forecast to talk about that.
Yeah, and you could see the snow on the ground there by the White House. This is another angle. This is in Northwest D.C. This is the monument right up here, the National Mall, and that is the cathedral right there where the ceremony will be as we go through the next 24 hours. But in Atlanta, we've also got cold sunshine, and both Washington, D.C. and here in Atlanta will be impacted by the next winter storm. And for us, the timing of that you see in red, weather impact alert Friday and again on Saturday morning. So we'll see the system moving in during the morning hours on Friday and cutting out of here early Saturday. But here's the deal. I mean, yesterday there was still a lot of model disagreement. Today they're coming into a much clearer picture. Here's the path the storm's going to take. And with that, we see a wintry mix over the metro area. And for the North Georgia Mountains, this is mostly going to be an all snow event for them. I say that today's Tuesday. It arrives Friday morning. We're still more than 48 hours out. Some of this can and probably will change some. But as of today, this is a look into the future at what might unfold and transpire on Friday. So mostly snow up in far north Georgia. In the north side of the metro down to about I-20, we will start with snow, transition to a wintry mix later in the day. And then south of I-20, it'll start with a wintry mix, which could mean snow, sleet, and freezing rain, and eventually transition to rain by Friday evening and overnight. So the timing of it moves in Friday morning. This is the rain snow line where we see that wintry mix. As we go through the day Friday, watch how that line creeps further north, and then overnight, maybe just some plain rain south of I-20, and then this pulls out of here really early on Saturday morning. Another model, this is the European model, which shows a similar time frame. But there are still a few differences with how much snow versus sleet versus freezing rain we end up getting. But this also has first thing Friday morning, getting up, probably seeing a lot of schools deciding to cancel because of the incoming weather. We go into midday, that snow and wintry mix is here, and then it continues through the afternoon and evening with finally that warmer air trying to win out into Friday evening and overnight. So this system, even though there's a few differences in the models, we feel pretty confident at this point that we're going to see wintry weather, wintry mix through the metro area, accumulating snow most likely in far north Georgia, but a 60% chance right now with what we're seeing that we'll see some accumulation precipitation on the northern half of the metro. Southern half of the metro depends on the track of that storm. I think that's where we'll end up seeing a little bit more freezing rain. Right now, it doesn't look like an all-out ice storm, but if we see a little more warm air creeping in, we cut down on the snow and we increase the sleet and freezing rain potential. That's why you got to check back day by day. All right, Danielle and I have come up with this impact graphic, okay? What are we expecting the impacts to be for the roads, the power outages, and closures and delays? Roads. I say high impact because many of us around here are not familiar with driving around in snow-covered roadways. They will be brining the roads, they will be pre-treating the state roads, and each county has the responsibility of doing what they want to their own county roads. So depending on what county you live in, the roads could look far different one county from another. If they're untreated, there will be high impacts. Snow covered, slushy, slick, depending on what time of precipitation you're tracking. Power outages, right now, you really need well over a half inch of ice accumulation to start seeing more power outages. Right now, we don't see that playing out. However, things could change. So I'm putting power outages at low. It'll be a wet snow, but I don't think it's going to weigh the power lines down too much. Closures and delays. Anytime there's a chance of snow around here, things close. So I think after the pandemic, a lot of the schools have the ability to do, school days from home. We'll probably see a lot of that playing out for Friday at least, and also a lot of telecommuting options for work. A lot of those places will probably say, you know what, work from home, be safe. Let's go over the timeline. In the morning, steady snow and that wintry mix arrives. The time frame of that moves into West Georgia first, finishes moving into East Georgia, so about 4 to 10 in the morning. And when we start to see that snow and sleet coming down, any untreated roadways will quickly become snow covered and slick. For the afternoon, once everything starts, it's going to continue all the way past midnight. So we'll keep tracking snow to the north, snow and a wintry mix to the south. And as that warmer air tries to work in, we'll see the transition from snow to a mix to just plain rain for areas to the south. But once everything starts on Friday morning, if the roads near your house, we're talking neighborhoods, secondary roads, tertiary roads, are untreated, they're quickly going to become kind of a mess out there. All right, 3-day forecast. Before we get this winter weather in here, we're cold, but we're dry. Sunshine today, high of 42. We're already up to 39, but that wind chill is colder than that right now. 43 tomorrow, refreezing tonight. So if you had pipes that burst 2 years ago, it's not that cold, but there could be a little refreezing tonight, and then Thursday again, cold and dry before Friday morning our Gulf low starts to move in. We've got a full breakdown on this on 11live.com and 11 Live Plus as well.
We absolutely have to be weather aware. Melissa, thanks a lot.
All right, well, we are awaiting the arrival of Special Air Mission 39. It will be hopefully pulling into Joint Base Andrews in Maryland in about 20 minutes or so. We're expecting that to happen around 2:15, and we understand the plane did take off on time, which we know that former President Carter would have appreciated, and being a military man and
must be on time.
Very timely man. Right now, we do want to get you back up to the nation's capital, where our 11 Alive's Cheryl Preheim has been. And Cheryl, you've had an opportunity to speak with several dignitaries, including Georgia's state's national U.S. senators. And also, we've been talking a lot about the delay we saw today and all of the proceedings as a result of the weather that y'all have experienced up there in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, at 2 o'clock this morning, it was still snowing like crazy over the U.S. Capitol, and it had accumulated almost a foot in some places around the city. So everyone was kind of holding their breath to see what might happen. But when the sun came up, the sky cleared, not a cloud in the sky, beautiful blue skies over the U.S. Capitol. Seems fitting as we are so close to the arrival of President Carter's remains. It will then travel to the Capitol grounds. It's about 11 miles from Joint Base Andrews in Maryland to the U.S. Capitol grounds. But the first stop's really significant because it's a tribute to President Carter's service in the Navy. The United States Navy Memorial will be that first stop, and that's where the transfer of the flag-draped casket will be onto a horse-drawn caisson, and that will be a really poignant picture that we'll all watch together as it travels down Pennsylvania Avenue with the family behind it. Again, a backdrop of all the snow that just fell overnight and the blue skies here at the Capitol. But a tribute to a naval officer who worked on nuclear submarines and was commissioned to continue on with the Navy, but only gave up that commission when his father passed away, and he infamously made that decision to go back to Plains, Georgia. His wife, Rosalind, was not that happy about it at the time, but they came together and said, this is where we're going to plant our roots. And did they ever, staying in that home until both of their final breath, and at the very home where they'll both be buried side by side under the willow tree that's right off the front porch. That will be a gift, that property, to the National Historic Society. And the town of Plains hopes that people, generations, for many generations to come, will come visit Plains for that moment. So things will happen here in the next 20 minutes or so. After that procession down Pennsylvania Avenue, of course, that's when he will lie in state in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, and we expect a lot of people will want to be a part of that. Each of these markers in his life pretty significant. He once said, if I'm in Washington, D.C., you'll know, because people will address me by Mr. President. Most people in Georgia, he said, just call me Governor, and if people know me from Plains, they'll just call me Mr. Jimmy. Back to you.
All right, Cheryl, thank you so much. And we are taking a live look now at Joint Base Andrews again in Maryland, where we are anticipating the arrival of Special Air Mission 39, carrying the remains of former President Carter along with members of his family and other loved ones and close members of the Carter Center and other loved ones that were close to the family. Again, they are expected to arrive there in just over 15 minutes at 2:15. And we've talked a lot about Plains, Georgia. And if you have ever had the chance to visit Plains, you know that the people down there love the Carter family. They love Jimmy Carter and Rosalind Carter. And they take such pride in him being a son of that community and sharing in his history and legacy down there.
Yeah, Plains, Georgia, nobody ever, really heard of it until President Carter, rose to national fame during his political career and, approaching the White House and beyond. So, he put Plains on the map, and people from around the world have come to Plains to meet the Carters, have come to Plains to be a part of Jimmy Carter's Sunday school class that he taught. He was committed to that, if nothing else, throughout his lifetime. People would attend Maranatha Baptist Church, which is his home church, and it really put Plains on the map for people around the world. And I'm sure that, the folks in Plains are wondering if that will continue, now that he has passed. But I believe so, because he and Rosalind both will be buried there at the National Jimmy Carter Historic Park, and people will continue to want to be as close as they can to that kind of legacy. So hopefully Plains will continue to be a touchstone for people as they come here to the state of Georgia.
And it's going to continue with all the initiatives that he's been involved in post-presidency. And I know we've talked about that many times before, especially for folks who are just joining us now, but the impact of his legacy will continue on. And hopefully it'll be picked up. The baton will be passed on to the next generation so they can keep that legacy continuously to move on. All right, we're going to take a quick break, folks. We're going to be right back. We're going to join you right here at Joint Base Andrews in just a couple of minutes.
Inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
Welcome back, everyone, as we continue to remember the 39th President of the United States, Jimmy Carter. He's going to be landing there at Joint Base Andrews, his remains around 2:15 as we continue to honor him today.
Yeah, we are continuing to keep an eye on Joint Base Andrews. In fact, I think we want to take a live look out there right now as we are seeing some action as we prepare for the arrival of Special Air Mission 39. As Ron mentioned, they're carrying the remains of former President Carter along with members of his family and close friends as well.
I want to say something about what we're, this portion of the commemoration and ceremony surrounding the passing of President Carter. It's now moving from Georgia into the nation's capital and the halls of Congress, where he will lie and repose at the Capitol in the rotunda there. And I wanted to make reference to something that Senator Ossoff said in his interview with Cheryl Preheim earlier. He mentioned, or at least made reference to, the political divide in our country, and especially in the halls of Congress right now. Just one side going after the other, and how he hopes that the lessons that we take from President Carter and how he conducted himself during his administration and beyond would be something that could, bleed over into how representatives and senators conduct themselves now. And I wanted to jump off of that point and give an example. Here's another aspect of President Carter. He defeated incumbent President Gerald Ford. The 1976 presidential campaign was a rough and tumble one. It was hard fought. Gerald Ford, a Republican, Jimmy Carter, obviously the Democrat, and so it was a tough campaign. But in the end, Carter won. Gerald Ford, made for a smooth transition, admitted defeat, and as they left the White House and made room for the Carters to move in, they discovered that they had a friendship. They had kindred spirits on many subjects, and so post Gerald Ford's presidency, the Fords and the Carters became very good friends, and then post the Carter presidency, they really forged that friendship by engaging together in initiatives. They respected each other. They had, one had respect for the one's integrity. The other had respect for the decency and honesty of each other. Betty Ford respected Rosalind Carter. Rosalind Carter, of course, her advocacy for mental health. Betty Ford, her support and advocacy for overcoming addictions. They forged a long-lasting relationship, despite the fact that they were on opposite sides of politics. Very different points of view when it came to political issues and policy, but nonetheless, they were able to maintain a friendship.
And someone who actually walked through all of that was right there in the Oval Office is Jerry Rafshoon. He's the former White House Communications Director. He joins us right now on the phone. If you're with us, Mr. Rafshoon, give us a little perspective of what it was like in the Oval Office during those challenging times, sir.
Well, I go back a long time with Jimmy Carter to when I met him was in 1966 when he was trying to run for governor at that time, and I was just started my advertising agency. Anyway, I did that campaign. We didn't win, but we came close, and then 4 years later, he was elected governor. And then 3 years into the governorship, we thought it might be a cool idea for him to run for president. So he ran for president and won. Jimmy Carter was a great president. And I know him as being a great friend. The people who worked for him loved him. And he was a tough taskmaster. I mean, you had to know your stuff if you go into a meeting with Carter. But he never insulted you, or he never made you feel bad, even when you were bad or when you got things wrong.
You know, we're just now seeing, I'm sorry, sir, we're just now seeing him land at Joint Base Andrews, the plane, his remains there. What are your thoughts about what has transpired as folks across the country and across the globe, even the royal family, they pay homage to the 39th president?
Well, I think he's underrated, and the truth of the matter is that we didn't have a war. We were hit by a terrible energy crisis and the Iranian crisis, but he never shirked his duties. He never shirked his responsibility. He may have, in some ways, been too nice in not taking the blame for something that somebody else did. But he was the smartest man I've ever known, I will tell you. He was a farmer, and he was a businessman, and he excelled in both of those things. And then, but as far as part of the man, you couldn't have a better friend.
You mentioned Mr. Carter being a friend, and so many people feel like he was their friend, whether it was just from a chance meeting with the former president and the Carter family. What do you want people to know about your friend? What do you think that legacy should be for former President Carter as somebody who was in the trenches working with him for so many years on this journey?
Well, I don't understand what do you mean?
What do you want people to remember of the man who was your friend?
I want them to remember the man who never hurt people, who never shirked his duties, who was whip smart, but never lauded. He never made you feel he never made you feel bad. And there were times when he could have said, you failed on something. But he didn't do that. But you certainly went out of your way to do the right thing around him. He made me feel good. I once said to him, you make me feel, being around you make me feel like a better person. And he said, well, that's a tough job. He says, but I'll do my best.
Right.
Mr. Rafshoon, I want to ask you, how do you think history in the long run will treat President Carter's presidency. In the immediacy of post-President Carter's administration, many said that it was an unsuccessful presidency, that it was troubled. There were many things, the Iranian hostage crisis chief among them, but also the energy, fuel crisis, fuel shortage. There were lots of problems that many people refer to when they speak of Carter's presidency. But in the long run, do you think that his presidency will get a new evaluation, and do you think the history books will treat it differently in years to come?
He was hit by a worldwide energy crisis, and it was hit by a energy crisis and hit by a hostage crisis. Mm-hmm. And also, he was challenged by Ted Kennedy in the Democratic primary. And any time a president, an incumbent president, is challenged by somebody in his own party, that person doesn't win the nomination. Mm-hmm. But his challenge does a lot to cause you to lose the general election.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I say the two people that we had to worry about were Kennedy and Khomeini. But he never cried about. He never tried to get out of a situation by not telling the truth.
Yeah, we hear a lot about that, Mr. Rafshoon. We really appreciate you stopping by, giving us that perspective and context about your relationship.
I wasn't close to my father, but Jimmy Carter in some ways the father I didn't have. And I'm closer to his age than Hamilton and Jody and others, but I'm so proud that I knew him and that I worked for him and that I was able to love him.
And we appreciate all that you did during that time. Thank you for stopping by. And
thank you. Thank you for thinking about us.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Here's a live look once now at the Joint Base Andrews, where the remains of President Carter has arrived, and we're told that it's going to deplane and head for the Capitol around 2:45. And ladies, think about this. He's early. Right? So if you're early, you're on time.
Yeah, right.
And if you're on time, you're late, right? So he is early. He was supposed to arrive at 2:15, but there he is right now.
I want to talk a little bit more about the Carter accomplishments. I mean, what's highlighted so many times when speaking of his presidency is the Iranian hostage crisis and, the energy crisis. Those things loom large when speaking of his presidency. But President Carter accomplished a lot of things. I mean, on his second day in office, Carter pardoned all the Vietnam War draft evaders. That was a bold move on his second day in office. But then, he had the very successful Camp David Accords, the peace agreement between Egypt and Israel that was forged in 1978 that still lasts today. Very difficult thing to do. Took 13 days up at Camp David to accomplish, but he did it. He created the national energy policy that helped to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels. Ended up putting solar panels on the White House. He was so progressive in thought around energy. He created incentives for clean energy alternatives by modeling the solar panels on the White House. He saved Social Security, shored that up, doubled our national parks. The Panama Canal treaties, he was able to get that passed, and he negotiated the SALT treaty as well. And he persuaded the Soviet Union to free the Jewish dissidents in concentration camps. I mean, there were many, many accomplishments made during his administration. And at the same time that he said war was the ultimate violation of human rights. And so, he kept this country out of wars during his presidency. But at the same time, he also built up the U.S. military and made it the strongest military power in the world. So, he was successful at many things.
Yeah, you mentioned his daughter attending public school in Washington, D.C. Former President Carter also responsible for creating the Department of Education. And we'll see what happens with that with
Health and Human Services.
And we'll also see what happens with that under the incoming administration. But it is certainly a big thing that has been a part of our lives now for decades, and something that has made a difference. Again, we are live right now looking at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland as we see the door opening here on Special Air Mission 39. It has now arrived, and we are watching as that staircase is moving ever closer to the plane there. As Ron mentioned just a short time ago, we understand that they are scheduled for a 2:45 departure for the nation's capital, where services and events will continue. We know that many dignitaries and others will be taking part of different services there prior to the public being given an opportunity from either 6 or 7 until midnight to go and pay their respects. We also know that there will be a procession as well as different naval honors that are going to be taking place as well as this transition now to the nation's capital for our final goodbyes to former President Jimmy Carter continue today.
And you pointed this out. So at 2:15 is scheduled, even though it looks like we're a little behind here, but well, actually we're not. So the flight arrives there at Joint Base Andrews. And then from there, we talked about it heading to the nation's capital, but at 3:30 it's supposed to stop at the U.S. Navy Memorial. The remains are transferred to a horse-drawn caisson or carriage, as some folks may call it, and for a solemn procession to the U.S. Capitol. And obviously, the U.S. Navy Memorial, this is very special for him because he was in the Navy. He was also in a submariner as well, back in the day when he first joined the military, which is a feat all to itself. And so this is all part of the pomp and circumstances.
Yeah, and we know that this is something that President Carter chose for the U.S. Navy Memorial as the site for this event. And Brenda, as we were talking about some of his accomplishments and the things that he did, one thing that he did during his presidency was authorizing the construction of the United States Naval Memorial Plaza and Visitor Center off of Pennsylvania Avenue back in 1980. So many lasting things that you may not think of immediately, but still parts of the Carter administration and presidency.
He was in the Navy he worked as a submarine engineer, right?
Yeah.
And it was interesting that 50 years later, as president, he was able to christen a very high-tech submarine, the USS Jimmy Carter, which was sort of a full circle moment, I'm sure, for him personally, because that was his start in the military. He has had so many full circle moments, as have we, watching his career. And this full circle moment right now is President Carter makes his way back to Washington for the very last time.
And we are starting to see people deplane at this moment, some that we saw here at Dobbins Air Reserve Base, members of the party accompanying the remains of former President Carter. So we should very shortly be seeing members of the Carter family who again have traveled up there on Special Air Mission 39. We do know that members of the family, because of the grandchildren, will be serving as honorary pallbearers during services here in Washington, D.C. So again, we are waiting for them to come off of the plane, as well as the casket, as it will then begin further travels here during its final goodbye here in Washington, D.C.
It remains to be seen whether or not they're going to play out all of the scheduled pomp and circumstance and rituals that they had planned here at Joint Base Andrews. Because of the weather, things have been adjusted a little bit to accommodate, and so we'll see. But right now, we're looking at some pomp and circumstance, as unfold in front of us. There'll be "Hail to the Chief," "Ruffles and Flourishes," another hymn to be played. That's the schedule anyway. "Abide with Me," another one of President Carter's hymns, will be played there. At least that is scheduled to happen. So we're going to watch and see exactly what all unfolds here as they continue to pay great respects and homage to this incredible human being that we had the privilege of knowing as Governor and President Jimmy Carter, State Senator, Governor and President Jimmy Carter.
And as I'm watching this, ladies, it reminds me of just way back in the day when I was in the Army, and I'm watching the honor guard. I'm watching these troops as they are going up to the plane. Everything is planned out. This is not a last thing where they just throw this together like all willy-nilly, right? So they have been practicing this not only for the former president, but for any other dignitary that's there. And this is part of a joint operation. So you have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Coast Guard, the Marines there as well. All of them are participating rather in the honor guard procedures. So every step that they take, every time that they salute, when they take the weapons from their sides and they put it in front of them, that's considered present arms. It's their salute to the former commander-in-chief. And the other thing, this is just a little trivia thing, but when you see some of the service members there, they're standing there at attention. You know, they told us back in the day, do not lock your knees. Because if you lock your knees and you're standing for a long period of time, you will pass out.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So they tell you that when you're standing at attention that you put your heels together and your feet are like at a 45-degree angle, your toes are out at a 45-degree angle, but don't lock your knees, just leave a little bounce in your knees somewhat so that you can stay upright at the same time.
I think a lot of folks were wondering about that as we saw former President Carter lie in repose at the Carter Center, because you saw those members of the military standing there at attention and no movement until it was time to change the shift, I guess, if you will. And so a lot of folks probably wondering about how you do that for the amount of time and with the respect and reverence that is due for the moments that we are seeing play out. We understand, as Ron was just mentioning, the Special Honor Guard is moving in position there. They're out there, and after that finishes, that is when we will see members of the family disembark from the plane from Special Air Mission 39. They will then move into position, and as Brenda mentioned, we're waiting to see if there will be a special arrival ceremony or not. Again, things had to be delayed as a result of the weather up in Washington, D.C. Clear blue skies right now, but our Cheryl Preheim told us that early this morning it was still snowing. And our Faith Jesse also up there in D.C. telling us about the slush and some of the other conditions that were there this morning. Things have improved. They look better, and we are on schedule, but we are waiting to see what happens in terms of if the honor salute, the 21-gun salute, the ceremonial presenting of arms, and some of the music from the U.S. Air Force Band will be played. So we'll be watching right here. And in fact, let's take a pause as we watch what's going on right now.
Well, we're still waiting, obviously, for more of the pomp and circumstance that Brenda was talking about. But I find it fascinating that some of these service members who, I mean, they may have just been part of the service maybe the past 2 or 3 years, you know, and you could still make it to the honor guard or be part of that unit. And they may not have been alive when President Carter was president then, but just for them to participate, because a lot of times we see them as dressing, right, as part of this event that's taking place. But for them, this is personal. They are not only witnessing history, but they're taking part of history. And you're going to hear some of the commands out there between whoever is in charge of the honor guard. You'll hear them say things like, when we go silent, you're going to hear them say, present arms. So that is when they either bring their hands up to salute the casket, or when they put their weapon out in front of them. It is basically a salute to the former commander-in-chief. And then the 21-gun salute is similar to that, is paying homage to the former commander-in-chief. And the 21-gun salute has been around for centuries. I mean, it's been around for not just decades, for centuries. But for us as Americans, it has a specific meaning. Once again, showing our reverence to those who have served our country proudly, whether it's a commander-in-chief or another dignitary as well.
They will play the Hail to the Chief. that is at least scheduled, and that's part of the surroundings of a president. Whenever he enters the room, Hail to the Chief is played. President Carter really could have sort of almost cringed at that. Right. He really didn't want that to be something that was associated with him, because he felt like, it took him out of his humbleness and raised him up to be higher than everybody else, which he was. But that was not his. That was not his persona. That was not how he wanted to be portrayed in any way. And so, there were many instances where, the circumstance called for required Hail to the Chief. Yeah. This is one of them that we're looking at, but as little as possible, play it. That was his take on it. Don't play it if you don't have to, because that's not who I am. I'm every man's president, and I'm not any better than or higher than anybody else. Yeah. This is a man who really operated from very defined core principles: justice and equality, humility. All of his directives, all of his decisions, all of his policy wants were grounded and rooted in those core principles: justice, equality for all, whether you're black or white, rich or poor, healthy or sick. It didn't matter. Everybody was equal in his sight. He was just a humble servant, and everything that he did, he was consistent about that throughout his entire career, pre-presidency, presidency, post-presidency, all of his career. He operated from the same core principles.
And that looks like possibly members of the family, perhaps walking through, after having disembarked from the plane there, as we continue to watch this arrival at Joint Base Andrews. And Brenda, you were talking about the everyday aspect of the person that former President Carter was, and since his passing, people have been sharing stories and videos, and I recall one where he's walking down an airplane, shaking hands with everybody up and down the aisles, stopping to speak with everyone, and I can only imagine that that's a story that those people who were on that plane or in similar circumstances are sharing with others. We heard from former Ambassador Andrew Young, and he was closely allied with President Carter, having worked with him in various occasions, and he was speaking about how I think it was that they went to Pascal's or another restaurant, and he was speaking about how President Carter, they were all in there speaking to everyone, shaking hands, and President Carter goes to the back and he's speaking with the workers and making sure that he spoke to everyone, no matter what they were doing at the restaurant, no matter what position they held. And Ambassador Young said, that gave him pause to think about what he could do and how he could carry himself as well.
That was a turning point for Ambassador Young. Of course, Ambassador Young was the UN ambassador in the Carter administration. He was appointed to that role, but he first had to learn to like Jimmy Carter, and that happened at Pascal's. Daddy King was a big supporter of Jimmy Carter. He wanted Ambassador Young, at the time Andrew Young, civil rights activist, to get on board with that. And Andrew Young wasn't so sure, because when he first met, again, at Pascal's, first met Jimmy Carter, Jimmy Carter said that one of his good friends was the sheriff of Sumter County. Well, the sheriff of Sumter County had been very mean to the civil rights activists in Sumter County, including Ambassador Young. And when Carter said, "Oh yeah, that's a good friend of mine," Andrew Young said, "Well, I'm not sure. I want to be a supporter of you. Who are you?" But he said everything changed when Jimmy Carter went to the back in the kitchen and spoke to all of the workers back there in the kitchen at Pascal's. He was like, "Well, who is this man?" And to humble himself enough to go back and shake the hands and speak to all of the workers back there. And so that was a turning point for Andy Young, and then of course they became fast friends. And in the administration of Carter, he was appointed the UN ambassador, and they worked together during the administration and post as well.
Well, talk about how he unified different political beliefs, because just think about this: when he was running for governor and all of that, this was just years after the assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. There was a lot of tension here still in the South, right? So you had segregationists, then you had those who were part of the civil rights movement. How was he able to bring those two thoughts together?
Right. He had to learn that. You know, Carter ran for governor unsuccessfully the first time in '66, and at the time, you know, Jimmy Carter grew up, you know, with lots of black friends, and you know, that was sort of, he had a diverse group of friends and people surrounding him. But when he ran for governor, you know, he had to travel a very thin line between not alienating the white political establishment, but also wanting to bring on board African Americans and you know, very divided, racially divided South. Well, he didn't quite do it very well first time around, but he learned how to craft his message in such a way that he could pull both sides together. Not to say so much about you know, segregation and how we're going to eliminate it, not, you know, but also bring blacks on board. You know, we're going to do some progressive things. He had to learn that lesson. He walked that thin line again. This time he won in '71, and in his inaugural address as the incoming governor, he made the very bold statement that the time for segregation has come to an end in Georgia.
That's bold back then.
That was bold. And I really believe that he stands as a bridge between the old South and the new South politics. You know, this was all at a time, 60s, 70s, 80s, where there was a lot of racial upheaval and transition and change that was being forged by the civil rights movement. He saw all of that, and he was in the mix of all of that, especially in the very racially divided, the racially segregated South. And he really stands as a model, as a bridge between what was and what was to be.
And his dad, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that extended into his time as president, because he's also known for having appointed a record number of women, blacks, and Hispanic people into various positions within the government as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you know, he as governor, he insisted on, you know, hanging the picture of Martin Luther King Jr. in the state capitol. It's like, this is the way it's going to be, folks.
And the Ku Klux Klan, I mean, obviously they marched in protest around the state capitol at the time.
Yes, he has always been a person who brings people together. We said that previously, as you noted earlier on, that, you know, that is who he is. That's what he does. That's what the Carter Center is all about. You know, no person is above or below anyone else. We are all in this together, and he operated from that point of view.
But you know, so his dad, though. His dad had a different point of view, right? His dad, can you tell us a little bit about his dad at all?
Earl Carter, you know, he was a peanut farmer, and you know, very large in Plains, Georgia. He was very strict, but you know, Jimmy Carter, his dad and the family still embraced blacks in their home. Jimmy Carter, you know, did not see a difference there. And, you know, he grew up with that mindset. He grew up with embracing all kinds, very, very religious family. And so they, you know, Jimmy Carter and the family, they took their Christianity and their religion to heart. They were very, very precise about living out their beliefs.
Just instead of talking the talk, actually walking the walk.
That's right.
You know, making that happen.
So, you know, Jimmy Carter saw the good in people, but not only saw the good in people, Jimmy Carter was the good.
Right.
He was the good that he gave back to people.
And I think that's something that you hear so much when you talk to people, especially those in planes, having that close contact with a former president. I mean, so many people who have served in the nation's highest office, once they leave that position, they're still inaccessible to a certain degree, and that was not the case for former President Carter, participating in parades and festivals, and folks just feeling like they really knew and had a relationship with the Carters because of the people that they were, and that humility that they had, and that connection and wanting to be of the people was just a way of life.
You know, President Carter, and I don't know if many people are aware, though some old timers will remember, he is the reason why the King Childhood Home, Ebenezer Baptist Church, and the King Center have been designated national landmarks. Wow. It is because of Jimmy Carter. He got Congress to pass that with the work of working with the King family, working with civil rights leaders, working with members of Congress. He was able to get past legislation that designated Ebenezer, King Center, the Childhood Home, and some portions of Sweet Auburn as national landmarks. Wow. And because of that, he really raised the legacy of Martin Luther King around the world, because it is a national landmark, and that enabled and allowed more national funds to come to those entities.
Just down the street from the Carter Center.
That's right. But that was his doing. He really thought he had a great respect for Martin Luther King Jr. and that family, and he wanted to do all he could to make sure that legacy remained and heightened it even more.
Yeah. Once again, you're taking a live look, folks. If you're just joining us, this is Joint Base Andrews here, and the producer's talking to me as well, trying to get, there's the casket once again, as it is now deplaning. The remains of the 39th president is being deplaned right now. So let's listen in.
and you have been watching the arrival of Special Air Mission 39 to Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. We just witnessed the remains of former President Carter receiving some of those military honors. We heard "Hail to the Chief" in that 21-gun salute. We know members of the family, along with close personal friends, traveled here on Special Air Mission 39 to continue paying tribute and honor to the nation's 39th president. As the honors and services continue in Washington, D.C., we see that hearse taking off or about to depart right now from Joint Base Andrews, and we know that coming next will be a funeral procession and an arrival of the family and Mr. Carter at the U.S. Navy Memorial for what will be a transfer ceremony and funeral procession up to the U.S. Capitol. That'll be around 3:30. And again, we've been saying all day long, they did have to push back the schedule a little bit because of the weather conditions in Washington, D.C., but everything else is running on time. You know, you'd say with military precision. We did expect for this departure to take place at 2:45, and here we are right there on the nose with them taking off and heading to the next stage of the services and honors in the nation's capital.
Yeah, that's right. And you know, as they make that journey and they stop for the Naval Memorial, so this is a procession to the U.S. Capitol from there. It's going to be a horse-drawn caisson, or some folks would refer to it as a horse-drawn carriage. It's been going on for decades here in the United States. And it actually represents the nation's gratitude for President Carter's leadership and service, and it's a reminder of the unity and respect that we all owe to those who dedicate their lives for the greater good. So the greater good would be for those of us here in the United States, and not just for the former president, but for any other dignitary they would give that same type of ceremony and right to as well.
Well, you know, the funeral procession will include a military honor cordon lining Pennsylvania and Constitution Avenues as the caisson makes its way down towards the Capitol. And what will be very significant is that the family members will walk a portion of that funeral procession in honor of what President Carter did during his inauguration. He was the first, he and Rosalind were the first presidential couple to walk a portion of the inaugural route during the parade. And you know, that had not been seen before, but here again, evidence of a man who wanted to connect with the people as much as possible.
And we understand from the telling of that story that it caught so many people by surprise. Broadcasters,
not the least of whom the Secret Service.
Exactly, Secret Service members. Nobody was ready. And now it's something that's just built in. It's expected now. And we see it from every president during those inauguration ceremonies. And we're likely to see it again in just a couple of days as President-elect Donald Trump is set to have his inauguration. I also want to go back, Ron. We were talking about the memorial with the U.S. Navy. President Carter selected the U.S. Navy Memorial as a site for this particular event, selected for this to be a part of services and celebration. And we understand there's likely to be a lone sailor salute, which is to represent everyone who has served, who is serving, or will serve in the U.S. Navy. And we know so much about Mr. Carter's time in the Navy as a lieutenant, and also other things that he did as well during his time of service to the nation.
And so much respect for those in the military, and you know, subsequently those in the military not just respect the president, which is, you know, what they are called to do, as that is their duty, but inspired by him. I was listening to one of the military people who we interviewed earlier today, who, you know, the young man said he wanted to emulate President Carter. You know, he wanted to live a life as humble and as giving and as empathetic and as compassionate as what he saw President Carter do. So, you know, these military men and women who are a part of all of this formality honoring the president, there's a lot of personal investment here for many of those who really respect this man and are inspired to live a better, greater life because of him.
That's right. And if you've been in the military before, like I have, many years ago, regardless of whether you're a Republican, you're a Democrat, you're independent, Green, you name it, right? But if you're part of the military, you feel like you have this common ground with someone else who is a veteran, someone else who is serving actively. And so this salute to the president as a Democrat, or whether it's a Republican president, doesn't matter. Those veterans see it as an honor to be able to salute in their own way, to show their respect to the 39th President of the United States. And what fitting way to do this, him being a former vet himself, being honored. I believe it's going to be at 3:30 at the Navy Memorial. And it's supposed to be really symbolic here when he gets there to the Navy Memorial, because this is actually, as you know, situated in Washington, D.C., and the backdrop for moments of reflection and reverence and national tribute, not only to the Navy, but to the Marine Corps, to the U.S. Coast Guard as well. Everyone who has served within that branch of service is going to be there to celebrate, or at least to honor, the 39th president.
And I'm sorry, I was just going to say, oftentimes in the past, historically, it was almost a requirement for commanders in chiefs to have served in the military, and that's not something that we traditionally necessarily see anymore in some of our recent presidents. And so Jimmy Carter was one of those commanders in chief who served himself.
Yeah. President Carter, you mentioned, Ron, that all of this next portion of the tribute that we're paying the president this week, the backdrop. You mentioned that phrase, and I just want to say that there's a lot of backdrop when you talk about Washington D.C. right now. Again, a very divided nation. Politically headed to the seat of Congress, where there is so much division, and just sort of the overarching theme here surrounding a man who brought people together. We are honoring that, and yet the backdrop is so very different in Washington, D.C., really which is a reflection of our country as a whole. I think that just so the dichotomy, the dissonance, almost, if you will, here in the same month that there will be an inauguration. And here we are honoring a man who, we're honoring him in such great ways for an entire week, who brought people together. Are there lessons that can be learned? Hopefully. Is there anything that can change as a result of people talking about this great man and all of the things that he did to bring people together?
The other backdrop we're looking at right now, lady, is seeing all the snow on the ground. And there's a lot of concern about traffic and being able to move through the nation's capital. Our very own 11 Alive Faith Jesse is actually there on the ground. And Faith, are you there? What does it look like when it comes to traffic and also pedestrians walking through that area?
Hi, Ron. Yeah, very fluid situation here. We are seeing, you can see a lot of traffic moving behind me. That was not the case yesterday. As we were talking about earlier, a lot of snow on the ground, a lot of sleet, a lot of these roads were closed. It's a little hard to see right now, but really in the last couple of hours, they've been putting up a little bit more barricades, creating a little bit more of a security presence here. This is the east side of the Capitol entrance. I've been told that this is the entrance where those who are coming to pay their respects to President Carter, who will be lying in state at the Capitol, this is actually where they are going to be coming to enter. That is, of course, going to open up after that 4:30 service, and then a small ceremony, a private ceremony, a lying in state ceremony for former President Carter's family, friends, those who worked with the administration and those who are very close to the administration, to have a special private time. And then that's going to open up to the public tonight throughout midnight, again tomorrow, and then it will close down for Thursday, that big state funeral that we will see here in D.C. We are starting to see some foot traffic pick up. There's a lot of people, keep in mind we are in the nation's capital, right? So there are a lot of people who are just here for winter vacation, wondering, okay, what's going on? A lot of people who are from outside of the country just coming on family vacations and whatnot, but there's also a lot of people that are here specifically to see Mr. Carter. Some people also here for the inauguration. They're here for the funeral, and they're going to stay through for President-elect Trump's inauguration. But we are starting to see foot traffic pick up, a mix of tourists and a mix of people here coming to pay their respects. I will also note something of note. It's a lot warmer. It's still very cold out, but it's a lot warmer. Not as much snow coming down, so it's a little bit easier to navigate. The sun is up, melting that snow a little bit, making it easier for people to traverse this area, which is a very popular area. A lot of these federal buildings still closed because of weather-related things, but like I said, security is coming up, and you can really just see kind of the traffic moving through here. But that is a look at the scene right here, once again on the east side of the Capitol. After that service at 4:30, we expect foot traffic to really pick up, because shortly after that, that is when these gates are going to open to let people in so they can start paying their respects.
All right, 11 Alive's Faith Jesse live for us from the nation's capital. Faith, thank you so much. And you're looking live right now with images of that motorcade traveling through the nation's capital. We told you Special Air Mission 39 just landed at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland. If you are just now joining us, that motorcade is now on the way to the U.S. Navy Memorial, and that is where President Carter's remains will be transferred from a hearse to a horse-drawn caisson, or as Ron's been letting us know, that's also what you might think of as a horse-drawn carriage. Again, this is going to be at the U.S. Navy Memorial and Visitor Center, and then the procession will proceed down to the United States Capitol. We understand that that will travel down Pennsylvania Avenue, I believe, and members of the family will join along for that procession, hearkening back to former President Carter and his wife walking down the street themselves, extending themselves to the people during his inauguration so long ago.
And a lot of people have, have been encouraged to come out and line the streets as the entourage here passes by. It'll be interesting to see how much the weather impacts that. We know that there were, just hundreds of people here in Georgia who lined the streets as the hearse and the family passed by here in Georgia. So that remains to be seen. I want to say that, President Carter was quite the visionary. Believe it or not, as governor, he really set into motion and laid the foundation for what we call the Hollywood of the South, which is right here in Georgia. He, as governor, he established the Film Commission. Georgia Film Commission back in 1973, and in establishing that, he also put into place supports that would bring films and their film production here to Georgia. The tax incentives, that was later to come, but just being able to make life easier for permits and so forth for producers, film producers, and big film studios to do their work here in Georgia. He laid the foundation for all of that. And do you know, the very first benefit that came of that was the filming of Deliverance.
Oh wow.
Wow. Here in Georgia. How about that? Yeah, that was in 1972 that Deliverance was filmed here and around Georgia, and that was because of the vision that then Governor Carter had for this state. He just thought it was a beautiful state that that Hollywood could benefit from bringing their cameras here.
And some might say we are reaping the benefits for sure today. Yes,
even more so. Even more so.
I recall my first job out of TV news was down in Macon, Georgia, and that was my one and only time to see an interview briefly. The president, another reporter, and I went to Plains. It was my first trip to Plains. Okay. And they had a ribbon cutting, a grand opening ceremony of some sort. And the other reporter wanted to ask President Carter about something completely off topic. Sometimes we take advantage of whatever opportunity we can to get to somebody. And President Carter was having none of it.
Really?
He was like, we are here for this purpose today. All about business. If you have a question about this, I will answer it. Otherwise, we can be done.
Oh boy, okay.
He was all about focusing on what it was in that moment.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm not going to stray. I've got a mission today.
Yeah.
And that mission today was the matter at hand. And he was not accepting anything from the public or the reporters that were there in attendance to take away the attention from the matter that was so close and personal to him at that time. And that's something that I always took away about Jimmy Carter. He wasn't, playing around. We hear so much about the personable person, and you see the smile when you think about him. But he was about business.
He was not
too.
milquetoast at all. No, he was about business always, and always consistent, always hardworking. Wanted you to be hardworking. Wanted you to be focused, just as he was. And he was approachable, friendly, kind-hearted, compassionate, but he was also very clear about where he stood, what he wanted to do, and what he wanted you to do if you were working with him. Not milquetoast at all.
Well, I'm just thinking, so as a young journalist, because that's considered a smaller market down there in Plains, because I know you've interviewed him, I think, several times before in the past. How did he treat those young cub reporters? They're probably terrified. This is the former president of the United States. I need to interview him. They probably had a list of questions they wanted to ask. And, Mr. President, how did he treat those young reporters?
I don't know. I wasn't a young reporter when I met him.
I will say, after he was like, if you got questions about this, we'll pertain to that. So I asked a question about the event that we were there, and he just continued on as if there were no interruption. Again, he was about the business of the day. And so he continued to answer questions, but he made sure that he was firm in the fact that today is about today, and that's not what we're doing. He was very firm, but he continued right on with everything else that he had to do. It was a crowd of people, and not just members of the media, but other people from the community there attending that event. And he continued right on as if nothing had happened and continued to keep the focus on what he was focusing on.
My heart goes out to the young cub reporters maybe who have had to deal with him on that. My guess is that he took all that into consideration perhaps. I do want to reference though the last time that I got a chance to interview him, which was in January of 2017. And I was able to attend the news conference that he was holding there at the Carter Center. And at some point, when we get a chance, maybe we can show the pictures. But he was very kind, always very, very kind to me, as he was to many of the local reporters, especially in one-on-one interviews, not in the context of a press conference where he's addressing a lot of people at one time, but one-on-one interviews. He was, always had that big, broad smile, always spoke the truth, always spoke from his heart, but, always very, very kind. So, he took time to take a picture with me. And I remember, the trappings around that particular instance where he had reporters come in, because he did a one-on-one interview with me after the news conference was over. But when the news conference was going on, Rosalind was with him, and he was posing for pictures with Rosalind and some other Carter Center employees, and he was constantly holding her hand.
Wow.
Never let go
the love of his
her
life.
hand. They were partners through and through, thick and thin, all from the beginning to the very end, they were partners, and he loved holding her hand. And that was one of the things, I snapped a picture of that because I just thought that was so sweet. And then after, I had finished my interview with him one-on-one, and we were packing up our gear to leave, I caught a picture of him talking to a group of kids who were touring the Carter Center. And he took time, as he was walking back to his office, he stopped and he took time to engage with those young kids. They were elementary school kids, and they were looking up at him in awe as he literally bent over and spoke to them. I don't know what all he was saying, but he took the time to be very gentle with them. And, I don't know whether those children really realized who they were talking to or not, the grandness of that moment. But I snapped a picture of that too, because, that was the heart of the man.
We are just past the 3 o'clock hour. We want to thank you for being with us. If you're just joining us, welcome to our continuing coverage of remembering former President Jimmy Carter. I'm Jennifer Bellamy, along with Ron Jones and former 11 Alive anchor Brenda Wood joining us. And it has been an amazing day so far, I would say. We have watched as Mr. Carter and his family have traveled from the Carter Center to Dobbins Air Reserve Base, arriving just a short time ago at Joint Base Andrews. And now what you're watching live is a look at the motorcade heading to the U.S. Navy Memorial. There's so much more to come today as we transfer these services from Atlanta to the nation's capital.
Well, you know, is it too much to make note of the fact that the heavens have cleared and we have blue skies and sunshine after a really big snowstorm, a first in D.C. in a long time, and the skies have cleared and the sun is shining for the arrival of President Carter. I'll just leave that there.
It's fitting. It's certainly fitting, as our Cheryl Preheim told us. It was snowing this morning, and to see this view now, and to know that, you know, while there was a brief delay in the scheduled activities, they are rolling along. We've been saying they're on time, on schedule, and if you're just joining us, what's next is motorcade will arrive at the U.S. Navy Memorial for what's going to be a transfer ceremony, and that will be followed by a funeral procession up to the U.S. Capitol. We know that the casket transfer ceremony will take place there. From here, this hearse to a horse-drawn caisson or carriage, and that is going to be accompanied by music from the U.S. Navy Band, along with the various dignitaries who will be attending that portion as well.
That's right.
You know, I mentioned earlier about how President and Mrs. Carter really forged a friendship with a political rival, if you will, Gerald Ford, whom Carter defeated in 1976. They were on opposite sides of the political spectrum, but they forged a very close friendship. They had a bipartisan friendship that had mutual respect and courtesy and friendship between them, so much so that President Carter actually delivered the eulogy for Gerald Ford in 2006, and he called Gerald Ford one of the most admirable people he'd ever met.
Is there anyone that was not admirable to him? It just seems like
could you not be?
Fair point.
Yeah, he gets along with so many people during that time.
It didn't matter where they came from or even what their political beliefs were. Here again, this is a man who operated from the consistent same core principles. It didn't matter your status, didn't matter what your religion, didn't matter whether you were a political rival, because that 76 presidential campaign was hard fought. It was rough and tumble, but it didn't matter to Carter, because once that was over, and they continued on their separate paths, they were still human beings, and they found commonalities in their lives.
I think that civility is something that people have been mentioning about President Carter, and
that is so missing in our political
among
scene
so much
now.
divisiveness. And we've heard from so many people who took time to stop by the Carter Presidential Center to pay respects as he lie in repose there. We know nearly 23,000 people stopping by, and among some of the comments, people are remembering, the older generations, remembering the times of President Carter being active in politics, and painting the picture of the juxtaposition of what we saw then and what we see today. And we heard, Brenda, you mentioned we were hearing from Cheryl Preheim. She interviewed U.S. Senator John Ossoff, and he remarked upon needing more of that civility, more of that working together. And it'll be interesting to see if we do see any more of that in the future, because it does feel right now that maybe that's something of the past, and I think more people wish that we could see those
I think
things.
like during that time, that's back in the day when I was a young soldier back in 1976, 77, 78, is think about the technology and the news cycle. We had to depend on scheduled news. It was newspapers, wait till 6 o'clock to find out what was going on. But now the news cycle can change within seconds, within minutes, through social media. So I mean, I am praying and I'm hoping that we embrace this civility and that we embrace some of the, what President Carter left for us. But it's going to be challenging. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's going to be challenging to be able to actually embrace that and continue on in the future because of technology and because of the rapidly changing news cycle. I mean, what do you ladies think?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's a tall ask. In the current climate, we can only hope. I want to say we have to acknowledge that when Jimmy Carter was president, times were very different. We didn't have social media. To your very point, Ron. The news cycle, everything goes so much faster now.
Fast.
And new ideas, truth and fiction, all take root very quickly now, much more so than during the 70s when the Carters were in office. So, the climate, the atmosphere is very different, and everything is so different now that I don't know that we could ever get back to what what we saw during his era politically. But we can hope. And there are always new heroes. So there will be more heroes to come. Jimmy Carter is, someone the likes of which I don't think we will see again in all of his dimensions and all of his complexities. But there will be new heroes to emerge who, will do things that we never thought possible. And we will hail them too.
And while we talk about that civility, also the humility and the service that we saw from both Jimmy and Rosalind are also big things, big lessons that so many of us can take and build upon. And those things I think will build and add to the others. We talk a lot about the work of the Carter Center here and across the world. We talk about the work with Habitat for Humanity. There's just so much that family did, and even just their interactions with people. I think that's something we all can take a beat and think about how we interact with others. Are we speaking to even people that we pass by in the South? Now, granted, we're in the South, so we're a little more likely to speak to neighbors and people, but sometimes we get away from that. And remembering that aspect of Jimmy and Rosalind Carter are also big takeaways. How we treat each other, and how we serve one another and serve our communities.
I failed to mention this. Jimmy Carter was the first president I ever voted for.
Okay.
It was my first voting experience.
Wow.
I'm aging myself now, but
we're not doing the math.
No,
we're not doing the math.
That was the first time I ever voted in an election, and it was the presidential election and voting for President Carter. And I was, what was I, 18, 19? I'm sure I didn't have full awareness of who all he was. I'm from Washington, D.C. At the time, I was in school in Alabama, so that's where I voted. I didn't know everything about Jimmy Carter. I probably didn't even know he'd been governor of Georgia. I don't know what I knew. But I voted for him. And this is one of those instances where he didn't let me down. The Iranian hostage crisis, yes. The fuel shortage, yes. I had to live through that. It was painful for all to watch, for all of us who voted for him, for him especially, and his administration. And so, those things were discouraging. But the man, the man who occupied that office, despite the fact that he had challenges in his administration, troubled, big hiccups, some we call unsuccessful, he was the most decent person to ever occupy that office.
But you know what, when you think about it, because I know some folks said he had a failed administration and, you know, whatever. And I lived through those challenges of the oil shortage and the Iran hostage crisis.
The long lines at the gas station.
The long lines at the gas station, even though it was only like 75 cents a gallon back then. But anyway.
Yes.
That's another story.
That's something else we'll never get back to.
We'll never see that again.
Right.
But this is the deal. I really believed he used the presidency as a platform to do all the other greater things. Maybe as governor, maybe he could not have done Habitat for Humanity across the United States, maybe eradicating diseases in Africa as governor, but I believe he used that platform for a greater good, despite the fact that other people may have seen his presidency a different way.
And as a man of faith, I would imagine that former President Carter would say everything worked out the way it was supposed to.
Yeah.
Despite not winning re-election.
Yeah, re-election, yeah.
I'm sure that was a personal challenge in his life, but again, I think as a man of faith that we know that was such a big guiding star in his life that, especially upon reflection later, you take it and you move, and I'm sure he used that as part of his testimony to others. We talk a lot about the Sunday school services and at Maranatha Baptist Church, and how many people would wait in line and travel down to Plains, Georgia, just to hear from the former president. And I only imagine so many different things that happened, in whether they were successes and triumphs, or whether they were challenges, or what some might term as failures, were part of this amazing, incredible story of the peanut farmer from Georgia who rose to the presidency and beyond.
Which makes for a great story. I mean, he was so much more than that, right? As you said, Ron, he was a submariner. This is a very intellectual man, who was about more than peanuts. Yeah. But it made for a great story, and that was used during his first campaign here in Georgia. That this humble man is, the every man's leader would rise to the governor and then rise to the presidency. But he was quite extraordinary in so many ways. In an intellectual, he was a speed reader. He reportedly could read something, I don't know, 2,000 words a minute. He's a speed reader.
Okay.
And could synthesize all that he read and hold on to the information. This is why this man was so well versed in so many areas of his life.
Yeah.
He taught himself woodworking. He became better and better at it. He was an artist. He was a painter. And he became better and better and more skilled as a painter. He was a fly fisherman. He was an astute bird watcher.
Wow.
There's just so many layers to this man, who never stopped, worked from night to day, was very disciplined, which made a big difference in his life, because that enabled him to do so many things, to learn so many things, because he was so disciplined. An extraordinary man who people just think of, he was just a peanut farmer, peanut farmer from never heard from before, Plains, Georgia. He was so much more.
This is a live look. So you see in a split screen here, folks. On the left-hand side is the motorcade headed to the Navy Memorial. On the right side, the bigger picture there, that is the Navy Memorial. And for those of you who have ever been to the nation's capital, it's not too far from the Smithsonian Museum. It's just like 10 minutes away. It's also close to a lot of other places, like the FBI headquarters, not too far from there, the World War II Memorial. And so it's right smack dab in the middle of all the places that many tourists and those of us who just happen to know DC visit.
And when we're speaking of the U.S. Navy Memorial, we know that that was something that came from President Carter. He authorized the construction of the U.S. Navy Memorial Plaza and Visitor Center. Again, Ron, you mentioned that's over on Pennsylvania Avenue, doing that back in 1980 as a veteran of the Navy himself.
Wow. Yeah. So now you see the caisson there awaiting the arrival of the remains of President Carter. This is the big formal ceremony that's about to unfold for us today through Thursday, where there will be the service at the National Cathedral in Washington to pay final respects to this great president before he and his family return here to Georgia, and before he is laid to rest at the family compound in Plains, right next to his beloved Roseland.
Yeah, and as you can see, it looks like they're getting closer and closer to that destination. We understand around 3:30 is when we're supposed to see that transfer ceremony, along with the beginning of that funeral procession. As we know, the caisson and members of the Carter family will walk down Pennsylvania Avenue once that portion of the day arrives.
And it's on time, right? We've always been talking about it's on time, it's before time, it's early, and that's something, as you know, that the former president harped on during his presidency, and even later on after leaving the Oval Offices. You got to be on time. And I know we joke about it a lot, and folks, if you're just joining us right now, that we say if you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. And obviously, his remains are now showing up here early as they place his remains on the caisson, or some folks will refer to it as a horse-drawn carriage.
Yeah, the casket is going to be removed from the hearse, obviously. This ceremonial troops are going to present arms and give honors, the ruffles and flourishes, hail to the chief again, every time the body is moved. And then the Navy Band is going to play yet another hymn, Just As I Am, without one plea. All of these steps, all of these details, meticulously outlined by Jimmy Carter himself. These all have meaning. He was a man of faith, as you know, and all of the music, all of the hymns that are played, these are old traditional hymns of the Christian church, and they meant something to him.
Yeah, they really did.
He didn't just randomly pick, any song. Each one of these songs, Amazing Grace, Blessed Assurance, Just As I Am, Without One Plea, all of these songs were chosen by him for specific reasons, and so that will be yet another hymn played today in his honor.
Absolutely. And the great thing here, once again, ladies, even though we had that snowstorm yesterday, the roads are clear, the sky is shining, the sun is shining brightly down on this entire procession as they move forward. And so I'm glad to see that everything is on time.
And we saw people waiting. It's bitterly cold there, but people are braving the cold to recognize what is happening here. This is history. This is continued great history associated with the man we know as President Jimmy Carter. And many people are there braving the cold, lining the streets of Pennsylvania Avenue and Constitution Avenues as the horse-drawn caisson or casketed carriage are making their way towards the Capitol, where Jimmy Carter will lie in repose in the rotunda. People there paying tribute, bringing their children, their grandchildren, because this is history, and people will be talking about this for some time to come. I was there when. I was there when.
And this is just one aspect that people can take part in. As Jimmy Carter lies in state, there will be opportunities for people who live or visit the Washington, D.C. area to pay their respects in person. And we also know that from our Cheryl Preheim, who was reporting live for us earlier in the day, that there's a guest book that's available that people have been taking advantage of, leaving their reflections and their remembrances of their own personal encounters with the former president for members of the family to have and cherish later as well.
And you know the thing about it, because you had talked about this in one of our earlier broadcasts, that 23,000 people here in Georgia showed up at the Carter Center to pay their respects. That's those who actually made it. Then you think about those who lined the streets as his casket was driving by. Some of them putting their hands over their hearts, some veterans saluting as well, embracing the former president, even if they didn't make it to the Carter Center. And just the generations that we saw. You were out there, Jennifer. I was out there yesterday. I saw some parents pushing, the baby carriages or the strollers. What am I saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. They're pushing the strollers trying to get to the event as well. And even those from my generation and beyond, just so many generations have been touched by the 39th President of the United States.
And it's amazing to watch as all of this comes together. As again, we've been talking, these details were put in place by former President Carter himself. They had meaning for him, and so that makes this take on a special meaning for us as we watch, because this is just another extension of his life and legacy, and the person who he was as well.
That's right. And the Honor Guard, we just had that video just like maybe 10 seconds ago. You saw every branch of the service. So you saw the Army, you saw the Marines, you saw the Navy, you saw the Coast Guard. You saw them all lined up ready to receive the remains of the former president, because as we've been talking about, especially for those of you who may be joining us right now, the military was huge for him. That's the Navy. It appears to be the Navy there. They're standing what the Army would call either in a rest state, or if they put their hands behind their back, at a parade rest as they're waiting for the commander, the former commander-in-chief, to show up. And I'm sure as they get closer, and of course we're going to get silent as his casket gets closer, you're going to hear a thunderous "present arms." And so regardless of your branch of service, you're either going to throw up a really slow salute with your right hand up to your brow, your eyebrow, your right eyebrow, and slowly bring it down when they tell you order arms, or if you have a weapon in front of you, which will be, they're carrying a rifle, they'll kind of put it in front of them, and it's just a salute to the commander-in-chief. So when we hear eventually "present arms," it's a salute to the former commander-in-chief.
You know, we talk about how this particular service for honoring President Carter was designed by President Carter himself. The details of it, but Ron, I know you know this, and I'm asking you if you would speak on this some. These protocols are long in place.
Yes.
For any great dignitary of our country. You know, there are certain protocols that are they're mapped out, planned, and sitting, waiting to be executed whenever needed.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you have the Honor Guard there, that is their only job. They're not, in other parts of the branch of the service, in the barracks, doing other jobs or whatever. They are the chosen few to be able to do what they do. So they practice this day in, day out, whether they're guarding a casket, they're standing there for hours at a time. Their movements, whether they're marching, is all synchronized, starting off with their left foot, always starting off with their left foot, followed by their right. And then they get the commands either to turn to the right, turn to the left. They'll say left flank march, right flank march. It's maybe done silently, but it's all mapped out and it's all practiced. So when that day comes, there is no question. They know exactly what to do, and it looks so perfect and synchronized every time they do it.
Yeah, and if you have a loved one who has passed away, who was a member of the military, you're familiar with a smaller version of some of this, because sometimes those members will come to various funeral services or burial services. So some of you at home may be familiar with a small portion of that. They may come and play taps or something else of that nature. And so we are waiting for that particular moment here. We have been seeing and hearing "Hail to the Chief" at various points throughout the day in the travels. I don't believe we'll have that at this particular juncture, but we've been having that 21-gun salute throughout the day as well. And so again, right now we are waiting for the motorcade's arrival in the beginning of the ceremony here at the U.S. Navy Memorial. I believe that's all set to get underway at 3:30, and then at 3:45, just a short time later, we expect to see the funeral procession to begin. And again, we have been on time with everything that we have been seeing and expecting and anticipating so far today, and so we don't expect anything different. And we should see some of this start to begin in the next few minutes. And when we do, we'll take a pause so you can listen in and watch as everything unfolds.
Yeah. I saw platoons. Platoon is like where you have 30 service members, so you may have like 4 to 5 squads, and each squad you may have 7 to 8 people. So the earlier shot we saw a platoon. I'm not quite sure what they call it in the Navy. In the Army we call it a platoon. But when they show the tight shot of, and you can see the procession, the motorcade is getting much closer, and we'll pause for some of the pomp and circumstance there as it continues to move closer to the Navy Memorial. But what struck me was the diversity of the sailors there. I saw black, white, Asian, I mean, all colors of the rainbow, so to speak, representing our U.S. military. And that is so significant, you know, because when Carter became president, even though it was diverse, in the 60s and the 50s, it may not have been as diverse as it is now. And I just find that significant that this young generation is now being handed the baton as we move forward.
And so much of that, though, the diversity, many people, not our age, Ron, but many younger generations take that for granted.
Yeah.
You know, that's just the way it looks. Nobody even thinks about that.
And women too. We have to, make sure it's diverse.
Right. I mean, this is a good thing, right?
Yeah.
They take that for granted that that's just the way it's supposed to be.
Right.
But it wasn't always like that. It wasn't. And we many of us have watched us travel through that tumultuous time where we had to get to where we are now when it comes to diversity and embracing all kinds.
And we're coming up on 3:30, and we see some of that action there from the Honor Guard right now.
Yeah.
Let's listen in. there we're looking at now. The processional has begun. As we have noted, right on time.
Of course.
Despite the weather not being the best, but the streets are cleared. As you can see, the sky is blue. The weather gods have shined down on this moment.
Yeah, and you're watching as that hearse arrives at the U.S. Navy Memorial, and very shortly we will begin to see the transfer of that casket from the hearse to the caisson, and you can hear those military calls that Ron, some of which what you were talking about, as this begins, as we are watching this transfer about to unfold.
Exactly. So. You hear someone say present arms. If you look on the right-hand portion of your screen, there's a young, I'm not sure if that's Army or Navy, he's saluting as a casket goes by. Those are police officers on the left, obviously, but everyone else is standing at attention. And if you don't have a weapon in your hand, you got to have that right hand up. The arm is parallel with the ground, and your forefingers are touching your right eyebrow, or at least the bill of your hat, as you're paying homage to the president, showing respect to the president and those who have weapons. And I believe I hear someone say order arms. That's when they bring the salute back down. But those who have weapons, and it looks like they're still saluting, those who have weapons, they'll put that in front of them as a gesture or a salute showing respect to the former president. Okay. The next part of this ceremony is they're going to bring the casket out of the hearse. And you just saw some of the video maybe just moments ago. We saw the horses, they're in place, they're ready to go to place the casket onto the caisson, or some may refer to as a carriage, as they continue with this ceremony. You can see, look at all the security there. You see a lot of police officers there as well. Not that we expect anything to go wrong, but just to make sure that everything is done in decency and in order.
That's a good old church phrase.
That's a good old, decency and order.
Right, exactly. So the family will emerge from the vehicles shortly. They will be walking a portion of the funeral procession here along Pennsylvania Avenue, and it's quite a number of family members. Of course, the immediate family, 4 children, 12 grandchildren, 9 great-grandchildren in the Carter family, and then there are other loved ones as well. But as you can see, looks like family members have emerged now and are about to walk. It's a cold walk.
Yes.
But this is in memory and a reflection of exactly what President Jimmy and Rosalind Carter did at their inauguration, where they surprised everyone and got out of the vehicle and walked a portion of the inaugural route and waved at the onlookers. Never had that been done before. They did a lot of firsts, and that was one of them, and that was really how he started his presidency, working outside the box, painting outside the lines, setting precedents that had not been set before.
And what we continue to see today, and Brenda, you talking about the temperatures, our producers telling us up there in Washington, D.C., it is 35 degrees, but it feels like 29. We've experienced some cold temperatures down here. We know that it's made worse when those winds are blowing, and you can see those flags whipping out there. So we know that it certainly feels even colder than it actually is, as these family members and these service members stand at attention and participate in these ceremonies throughout the day.
But you think about it, especially the weather here. I mean, it was pretty rough yesterday, but it did not stop. The weather didn't matter for folks who love the former president. They're like, whether, rain or shine, a strong wind or snow, we're going to show up and we're going to show our respect to the former president of the United States. So here now, on the right side of your screen, it looks like they are getting ready to pull the casket. It appears that they are getting ready to pull the casket from the back of the hearse. On the back side of that, We're not in charge of the cameras here, folks, but on the back side of that, you saw a video of some of the service members when the president first got there. They were saluting, now they're not. Let's listen in to the rest of this.
Ready? Down. Ready? Set. Ready, down. Ready, step. side. Forward. Ready. Go. Stop.
And you have been watching the transfer ceremony taking place at the U.S. Navy Memorial. Right now, the members of the Carter family will be proceeding or taking part in the procession down Pennsylvania Avenue, along with former President Carter that you see there, the street lined with members of the police force. And right here, a look at so many people who have come out to pay homage, to bid their farewell and pay respects to former President Jimmy Carter. This procession will lead to the U.S. Capitol, where more ceremonies will take place before eventually the former president will lie in state and allow for another opportunity for people to pay their respects in person.
I imagine a lot of people, we saw a crowd of people, just one little snippet there, on the streets in silence, watching as this goes by. And I imagine a lot of them were people who remember the Carters well, who perhaps worked with the Carters in some capacity, were in the administration of the Carters, people who built homes with the Carters, who have traveled the world with them, all kinds of people there, who would brave this kind of weather to come out to pay tribute, and then just ordinary citizens who remember so well his contributions to America and around the world.
And and I'm sure there's some tons of tourists there, like they always go to the nation's capital. And just think of them just happening to be there at that moment in time. Maybe they didn't even know what was taking place, and they're learning from other folks who are standing around them, letting them know that they are actually witnessing history. They're watching the 39th President of the United States being escorted down to the Capitol.
And of course, we see these members of the military, but just behind them, we believe that's the personal pastor of former President Carter and Rosalind Carter, Tony Loden, and we believe that he is walking there with a Navy chaplain. We know that the family is also walking down Pennsylvania Avenue. This is a hearkening to the Carter family during that Inauguration Day processional back on January 20th of 1977, when they surprised everyone by getting out of their vehicles and walking with the people, something that we now consider as tradition during inauguration ceremonies. This is again taking place down Pennsylvania and Constitution as they prepare to arrive at the Capitol Plaza. We know that family members, the grandchildren of the Carters, will be honorary pallbearers, several of them acting in that capacity. And there will be also several invited guests who will be there for the ceremonies that we will see as well today.
And what's also interesting is watching the U.S. Navy having a lot of, obviously they are participating as well, but right behind the casket, you see this huge flag. It's a military flag, and actually it's a U.S. Navy flag. And on the flanks of the casket, it appears that these are U.S. Navy sailors who are walking along as well. But we know that it's not just the Navy there. You have the Army, the Marines, the Air Force, and also the Coast Guard as well. All part taking part of this ceremony to honor the 39th president.
And we did see some of those members of the crowd out there earlier. We've been talking about the weather conditions in the nation's capital all day, as that snow that was even going on this morning impacted the services with a delay earlier today. We know from our producers it's probably around 35 degrees, feeling like 29 as these services are going on with these members of the military, the Carter family and friends and loved ones, these police force members and officers, and also the just members of the general public lining the streets, all out there, as we've been saying all week here at the Carter Center, despite the conditions.
Yeah, the weather really has not been a factor, whether it's here, of course, at the Carter Center here in Metro Atlanta. I mean, it's been a factor, obviously, but it has not slowed down the hearts and the compassion that folks have for the former president.
And as we continue to watch this procession, again, we know that it will end at the U.S. Capitol, where we will continue our coverage. There will be special ceremonies taking place there with other dignitaries at that Capitol, and again, members of the Carter family. You have been watching coverage of these services as they transferred from here in Atlanta to the nation's capital there in Washington, D.C. Our coverage will continue with 11 Alive News at 4, and that's coming your way right now.
11 Alive News at 4 p.m. starts now.
And welcome back to our continuing coverage of remembering former President Jimmy Carter. Thanks for being with us. I'm Jennifer Bellamy.
And I'm Ron Jones. And of course, we have our former anchors here today, Jeff Hollinger and Brenda Wood as well. We really appreciate you guys giving us the perspective of what's taking place in the nation's capital.
Yeah, I'm glad Jeff is joining us. So you're a walking textbook of history.
Oh, certainly.
Encyclopedia.
Stop, Brenda. Right, you are amazing. You're always giving us context from a historical point of view, which really is so valuable at a time like this.
And again, we're watching live from the nation's capital. Jeff, we know that you were talking with us earlier in the day as former President Carter moved from the Carter Center to the Air Reserve Base here in Metro Atlanta and now to D.C. What are your observations and your remarks?
You know, I love the tradition, and I think everybody loves the formality of all of this. And you know, the Carters came into Washington, D.C. in 1977, and they were sort of the anti-Richard Nixon, anti-Gerald Ford, anti-LBJ crowd, where the presidency was seen as this sort of regal place where they ascended to this unique place in American history and American society. And that's still true, but the Carters came in and they shattered the ceiling of what was to be expected in terms of doing things. And you guys just mentioned it a moment ago, where in '77 during the inauguration parade they get out of the vehicle, and that was a shocking development at the time. There's that famous moment when President Carter and Mrs. Carter come over to Willard Scott, who was broadcasting for the NBC Today show, and came over to him, and it was like a moment that everyone was stunned by. That
probably including Willard Scott.
Yeah, right. And you can see it on YouTube, and you'll see just what a moment it was, because Nixon didn't behave in such a way, and past presidents were somewhat inaccessible and didn't do things like that. And the Carters did those things.
The Carters ruffled a lot of feathers because of that. They didn't play politics the way previous presidents had played it. They were just regular folks. They didn't want all the trappings of the White House, as you indicate. And that didn't always sit very well with members of Congress. They like having the taking the position of being important and being higher than others, and all of the regalness that comes with that. The Carters didn't play that at all. They wanted to be ordinary people, and I think members of Congress found that mystifying.
And there's a famous story about that in a small way, which I think serves somewhat as a metaphor of what 1977 and 78 looked like, that there was a breakfast for Tip O'Neill, the House Speaker at the time, and other influential American American members of Congress, and breakfast had been eliminated for them by the Carters. Instead, it was just coffee and a cinnamon roll. And,
You're right.
and Tip O'Neill was furious. He goes, not doing any business until the breakfasts come back.
Well, actually, and President Carter and Tip O'Neill had a contentious relationship. Quite a bit. Tip O'Neill just thought he wasn't formal enough. He just, I think he regarded him as sort of just a country bumpkin to some degree, and so he was not cooperative very much with Jimmy Carter as Carter tried to pass legislation, and Jimmy Carter read that as being uncooperative, and so there was a lot of sparring back and forth.
And also from that state was Senator Ted Kennedy. Senator Kennedy and Jimmy Carter were at war. I mean, they loathed each other.
They did.
And as we watch this procession, we want to take you to our Faith Jessie. She is live for us from Washington, D.C., just outside of one of the public entrances of the state capitol, which is where this procession is headed right now. Faith?
That's right, Jennifer. We are here on East Capitol Street, right across from Shakespeare Library. Behind me, a small group of people starting to grow by the minute, awaiting. A lot of people hoping to get a glimpse of that casket. Not sure if we're going to see that from here, but we do know that this is the entrance. Once these gates open up, the public will be able to come in and pay their respects to President Jimmy Carter. We do know that before that, around 4:30, we're expected to have that service. Senator John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, House Speaker Mike Johnson, and Vice President Kamala Harris all expected to deliver eulogies, and then a small private time for President Carter's family, his friends, those who worked with the administration, for them to pay their respects as he lies in state. And then it is going to open up to the public. Things have been shifted back. I've been speaking with people as well as security out here because of the weather conditions. Everything shifted back. News did not necessarily make it around to those who were traveling here. So that's why we're actually seeing some crowds. People thought that they were actually going to be able to get in right now. That is being pushed back a little bit. But as you see cars behind me, these streets are clear. Salt has been put on the ground. The snow has been shoveled away. Extra barricades have been put up for security. And they are just awaiting their chance to say their goodbyes. We did get on the ground and speak to some people coming all the way from California to Arkansas to right in our home state of Georgia and beyond. I spoke to a gentleman who came here from South Korea and people who lived during the Carter presidency and those who were just know him from their parents or their grandparents or history books, all of them pointing to a similar theme, that he was a people's guy. He was down to earth. He's the peanut farmer from Georgia. When he was president, he wanted to be with the people. And during all of our coverage, even the processional that is expected to go down Pennsylvania Avenue, I believe that could be happening right now, alluding back to what Jeff was saying, to what Brenda was saying, that iconic moment during the inauguration when they decided, no, we're not going to be in this limo. We're going to get on the ground and we're going to be with the people. Mr. Carter and his late wife, Rosalind. A man of the people. That is the theme that we're seeing out here tonight. And people are just very excited to be able to be here, to witness this. Some people came specifically for this moment. Some happen to be in town with family as the holidays are ending. New Year's is just wrapping up. And they found out that this was going on and they said, I cannot miss this moment. I am so happy that I'm here to see this. So that's what we're seeing right here. Just a lot of love from both sides of the aisle. Democrats, Republicans, and everybody in between said that Mr. Carter is a great man, and they are just really happy to be here. So that's what we're seeing right now in D.C. These gates are set to open in just a couple of hours.
Reference Faith with the reference to William Shakespeare, and certainly what comes to mind is the quote, heavy is the head that wears the crown, from Henry IV, and certainly this is applicable as you see Jimmy Carter in Washington, D.C., and his head was heavy at times with dealing with what he had to deal with in the late 1970s in Washington is unfathomable to a lot of people with inflation. You're still suffering the Arab oil embargo from 1970. 1973, talking about high interest rates as far as mortgages go. Certainly the rise of Islamic fundamentalism in the Middle East with Iran, and it was a time that was a brutal time in American history. I'm not sure anyone could have navigated it without getting bruised.
And that's what I have gathered from the people that we've spoken with who worked with him in his administration and expert observers, who really say, you know, that very few, if anyone, could have navigated that and come out successfully on the other end, having, you know, won re-election. That just was not likely. The circumstances of our time and in America at that time were just so very difficult to overcome. And you know, some of it, you know, for those who really follow this sort of thing, they blame some on Carter. Not every president makes all the right decisions. Everybody fails somewhere along the line during the administration. But some of it was, you know, he dealt with the cards that he handled, the cards that were dealt him, if you will. And so, you know, he did what he could, where he could.
And we're post-Vietnam right through there, too.
Yes, right after Vietnam.
There was just so much tumultuousness in America.
The all-volunteer army had kicked in, Ron?
Yeah, that's right.
As well?
Yeah, that's right, because the Vietnam War had just ended in 1975. Then we switched to the all-volunteer army. I'm not quite sure when the draft ended. And that was
I am. I'm old enough to remember. I didn't have to go. Thank you, President Ford. I'm always grateful for that. 1975.
75. Okay, so that's when the Vietnam War ended. I raised my right hand in 1976.
Mine is a generation that provided no service, the first one in the history of this country.
Yeah, there you go. But just think about that. The Vietnam War was the most unpopular war in American history. One of the most, because you had the media that was engaged in all of that. And then you had the recession. You had the long lines at the gas pumps. You had all those things that he was dealing with. The Iran situation where they took a bunch of American hostages before President Reagan actually moved in or was sworn into office, and then they released the hostages. So he had to deal with all of that. I would think, I mean, what do you guys think about this? I would think the burden of all of that he had to go through during those 4 years would make you just want to just kind of go off into the sunset and forget about it.
Absolutely, yeah. It's too much. It is too much to bear, as you just quoted from Shakespeare. You know, heavy as that. It was a lot for President Carter. I wonder, you know, how the history books will treat him. I think his administration will get another review in the context of what all was going on, and that perhaps his presidency wasn't as failed as it appeared at the time.
There's a famous line from Richard Nixon who says that history changes in terms of how you're viewed when you outlive all of your critics.
Yeah.
There you go.
And certainly
100 years.
Jimmy Carter at 100 years can claim victory
and
on
had
that.
so much. I mean, he had a half century, nearly a half century of doing something else besides the presidency and making a global mark. On this planet, doing tremendous things. That has to factor in.
We talked with Professor Ken Stein from Emory, who is a legend, who was with President Carter in the years after the White House, and he told us the story that in 1981, when the Carters came back to Georgia, there wasn't really a clear plan for what the Carter Center would be or what his life was going to be, but it sort of turned on a dime with a handshake with then President James Laney, of Emory, who is now 97 years of age. And that handshake sort of opened the door toward the affiliation with Emory and ultimately the Carter Center. I always wonder, and this is something that certainly I think a lot of people have thought about, had he had a second term, what would his post-presidency have looked like? Would it look the same way that it has, or might it have been different?
Good question. I think there were a number of initiatives that President Carter started that he didn't see completed before he had to leave office, and some of those things were given credit to Ronald Reagan instead. But those successes credited to Reagan, those initiatives had begun during the Carter administration. So who knows?
That's something we likely see with a lot of presidents, something they start that they don't get to necessarily finish.
A lot of times revolving around the economy.
Yeah, and when the effects take place, there's another person in office. But I believe that a lot of the Carter's legacy will be their post-presidency.
Yeah, I
think
agree.
so many people just think of all of the work that they have done. We talk about, riding off into the sunset after this, but they really went to work serving others, not just here in Georgia, not just across the U.S., but across the world.
Brenda was in the middle of all of that in sub-Saharan Africa.
Yeah, absolutely.
A decade ago or so. I mean, I thought your reports here on 11 Alive were amazing. They were astonishing in terms of what they were doing to try and stop blindness.
Yeah. We're gonna take a quick pause here. We're gonna continue in our broadcast, obviously, but we just want to listen in to this ceremony.
We're just sitting here reminiscing on times past when we've seen this sort of thing in the streets of Washington, D.C. Jeff and I commenting, Ron, I don't know where you were at the time. It's so reminiscent for me of, for the first time ever seeing a horse-drawn carriage and presidential hearse was the JFK funeral.
Yeah,
which
I remember.
I was a young child there, but still, that was just emblazoned in my memory.
With JFK's horse, Blackjack was its name, and the boots were in the traditional way turned backwards.
Right, and then of course the most memorable and precious salute that John gave as his father's
But all of
casket
this
passed.
really prior to the assassination of Abraham Lincoln, there wasn't any sort of choreography of how a president was buried or the various anthems that were played as the caisson made its way down the streets of Washington, D.C. But all that changed in 1865 with the assassination of President Lincoln.
And I think it's fair to say, I don't know, you may know this, historian Jeff Hollinger, but I would imagine that, protocol was put into place, cemented into place from then on, that this is how we're going to do it. And every step is measured, every piece of this. If our audience could actually see the news release that we received from the U.S. government, outlining every single detail of what is to happen, who moves next. The family gets out of the car, and then at that point, this happens next, and this, almost second by second is outlined here, and all of it is written down. This is the way it happens.
Everybody makes such a big deal about President Carter being so immersed in every detail, but I think you make an excellent point that there is a boilerplate or a template from the federal government about how it will play out. President Carter probably had some wiggle room in there federally, but more so here in Georgia about what can be done in Plains and Atlanta,
But
less so in D.C.
Also the details with the hymns being played and the Navy Memorial. Looks like we're taking a live look right now inside the U.S. Capitol, where former President Jimmy Carter will lie and stay. We know that there will be a small ceremony there, followed by some private time for members of the family and loved ones as well. And as we were watching, the procession looked like it was coming to its conclusion outside, reaching the U.S. Capitol.
Yeah, that's right. And the military, obviously, a part of all of that. All of them marching in step, left foot, right right foot, and it's all based upon whoever was playing that drum to make sure they're all are in sync. And now they have stopped. They're standing at attention as they're waiting for the next order to take the casket. This is called order arms, is where they had the rifle across their chest, and now they're putting it down next to them, waiting for the next order for them to take the casket and to take it up into the Capitol.
And speaking of order, a different kind of order, the order of march, it is prescribed who follows whom. So the Military Honor Guard, Advanced Motorcade, this is the order. Military Honor Guard, then the Advanced Motorcade, the National Color Guard, the clergy, the caisson with the body bearer team, the presidential colors, the horse-drawn carriage, the motorcade, all of those are in that order. Again, this is a detailed prescription for, to use your word, Jeff, template for how it is to unfold.
You know, when you think about the rotunda, you think about U.S. presidents lying in state there, but there have been others who also lie in state there. U.S. Supreme Court justices, you think about members of Congress who have been influential or unique. Congressman John Lewis was also in the rotunda. There are those exceptions, but they are not necessarily the rule.
And we know that the grandchildren of former President Carter will be serving as honorary pallbearers as they begin this portion of the day, removing the flag draped casket and moving it into the rotunda here. And if you look there to the left of your screen, you see U.S. Senators John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock there standing just to the left of your screen as they await the arrival of that casket and members of the Carter family.
Yeah, our two senators from the state of Georgia, respectfully and quite figuratively, very importantly, as they represent the state from which Jimmy Carter comes. The ceremony that's going to happen in just a little bit here in the Rotunda is going to involve a number of people. Of course, this is for members of Congress to pay their respects. There'll be several eulogies. The invited dignitaries include the Vice President, members of Congress, the Supreme Court, governors, the mayor of D.C., the cabinet members, the diplomatic corps, the Joint Chiefs. They are all invited. They will all be there. There will be several eulogies given by Vice President Kamala Harris, and there will be a laying of the wreaths and some musical selections as well. Those selections, no doubt, will include perhaps more hymns, and the U.S. Naval Academy Glee Club will be singing as well.
You know what's sort of interesting about all of this, and certainly a bit of irony, is that he dies 13 days before the inauguration of a Republican president.
Right.
This ceremony would have looked a lot different with the new administration coming in, certainly surrounded in the rotunda. It would have had a different ilk, one that Mr. Carter would not have been politically in step with. His death occurring when it did certainly gave him friendlier souls that are able to officiate his funeral.
Yes, point well taken. I think there's a lot of irony in a lot of ways that this is all happening in the same month, just a few weeks away from the inauguration of a very, very different administration that's about to take office. But, you know, we have talked over and over again about the complexity of Jimmy Carter, all the way to the very end here, and in this funeral, to underscore your point. You know, just there are lots of ironies, lots of things that are inconsistent or new or dissonant that don't go together. But he brings it all together.
I always think he's like an abstract painting in that everybody sees something different.
Yeah,
that's a good point.
That's accurate. And speaking of the irony here of this, you know, family members said that former President Carter was ready to vote for Kamala Harris. And we were later told that he did so.
He said he wanted to stay alive long enough to vote for Kamala Harris.
And he did so. And now she, as the vice president, will be taking part in these services today, attending and, as Brenda mentioned, giving one of those eulogies. So it really could have been a completely different look and feel to the day, to a certain extent, had this occurred at a different point in time. And again, we are watching as this procession nears its end at the U.S. Capitol, where that service is set to begin. We had been saying for much of the day that everything was running on schedule, maybe just a touch off. We think they had been scheduled to end this procession and arrive at the U.S. Capitol at 4:10 p.m. It's about 4:22 right now. The service is set to begin around 4:30, but we'll of course continue to keep bringing you these images and taking you along the way as the nation says goodbye to former President Carter.
It's interesting as you look at this and the proceedings in Washington, D.C., Jimmy Carter is forever perceived in word and deed as an outsider against government, as had been the case. And certainly he ran as a candidate for the White House that way, but he was an outsider after 1981 as well. I mean, he took on Republican and Democrats in the office and challenged them. He was not very popular with any of the presidents. That came after him.
He did not bite his tongue if he thought that they were moving in the wrong direction or touting some kind of a policy that he disagreed with. He had no qualms about stating that publicly.
He and Bill Clinton mixed it up famously.
They did.
And there are also the issues with President Carter, certainly of challenging the status quo on everything. And look, the Democrats really didn't want any part of him after 1981. He found
he was like kryptonite.
He found it very difficult to find a spot at their conventions to be able to make a speech, which traditionally has been a place where parties have given former chief executives an opportunity in prime time to speak. They did not do that with Jimmy Carter.
I wonder. So I wonder if this was coincidence or whether this was strategy. When President Carter planned out the role of the Carter Center, what he wanted it to be, which was to promote peace, to be a peacemaking instrument, to improve the lives of people around the world. Was that a fallout from his most successful element? Or most successful piece of his administration, which was the Camp David Accords. I mean, everybody hails that accomplishment, whether you're Republican or Democrat.
It's still in place in 2025.
It's still in place, right, from 78. And it was a very, very difficult and monumental thing that he accomplished. And so, to your point, Jeff, that when he lost the election and came back to Georgia, Democrats did not want to have anything to do with him because he was seen as having a failed presidency. But on the backside of that, Jimmy Carter took his most successful accomplishment and built on that, built an entire center, the Carter Center, around peacemaking. That, I don't know whether that was coincidental or strategy.
Look, if he accomplished only one thing in his life, and that's the eradication of guinea worm, then
he didn't know he was going to do that, though, and
that in itself is
he didn't have precedent for that, but he did have precedent on how to forge peace between two enemies, and he built on that by making the Carter Center. That's one of the key roles of the Carter Center, is it not?
Yeah, one of the missions.
Yeah,
and he found two leaders who were ready to make that step.
Yeah. It was difficult, though. 13 days of trying to hammer it out to the point where neither Begin or Sadat were speaking to each other during the negotiation. He had to run back and forth between cottages to make that agreement happen.
And Rosalind played a huge effort in that.
She's the one who suggested they do it at Camp David.
Yeah. I like the story of Mrs. Sadat coming to Plains, and then they took her to lunch in Macon and gave her a real taste.
Oh, I don't know that story.
Of South Georgia. She had a great time of getting to sample the sort of culture.
I had a chance to meet Mrs. Sadat in Egypt, actually. Wow. I interviewed her in the presidential palace after her husband was assassinated because of the agreement that he made with Israel. I went to Egypt. This was in another time of my career when I was working in Memphis, and interviewed Mrs. Sadat in the presidential palace under this huge oil painting of her husband.
This is in what, the 80s?
Before he got to Atlanta? This was in the 80s, yeah, in the 80s. Was invited to lunch with Mrs. Sadat, her family, and members of Anwar Sadat's cabinet. Wow. This is, after his assassination, but that was an opportunity. And
what a great life experience that must have been.
Yeah, I'll never forget.
And these are reasons why we really appreciate the both of you guys being here.
Well, I could bring up stories of going to lunch with ex-Falcons coaches, but that probably
that too, Jeff. That
probably doesn't have the same resonance.
No, not at all.
Depends on whether you're a sports fan or not, though.
We're going to take a moment and pause right here as they prepare to carry the casket into the U.S. Capitol.
John, we were just talking about, the procession here and all of the movements of the military. So the pallbearers have the body bearer team, as it's called, has the responsibility of taking the casket up all of those stairs. These are not, that job is not for the weak of heart.
No.
It's going to take a little bit of time, which is, what we're watching here.
Yeah.
Meantime, every portion of this has made for just a beautiful, rich scene.
It really is.
That is most memorable. But I don't know if you, as a military man, have ever had this kind of responsibility to carry a hearse up those number of stairs. Right. But I would imagine that's pretty difficult.
It's got to be difficult, and we talked about this earlier in the broadcast. This is the honor guard, so they're used to this. They practice this all the time. Because just think about all the stairs they have to go up, and they have to take one step at a time with precision, and they both have to, all of them, whoever's carrying the casket up into the rotunda, they have to do it with precision. Everything is done with precision, and we were talking about this during the break about the American flag. It's windy there in the nation's capital, and there's one person who's holding that flag, and that person, I think, is he's from the Navy. He has to keep it upright and make sure that that flag does not touch the ground, because in the military the flag is considered a person. So if the flag touches the ground, you have to burn it. You cannot use it anymore. And we're being told right now is 15-mile-an-hour winds, but he's got to not only keep that flag upright, but he's got to stand at the position of attention, unflinching as much as he can. And we had talked about this too. All those soldiers and sailors, Marine and airmen, that are standing out there, they're standing at attention. Those that are standing at attention, they can't lock their knees, because if they lock their knees, there's the potential that they will pass out. So they always tell you in the military, if you're standing at attention, don't lock your knees, kind of keep a little bounce in your knees, to make sure you keep the blood flowing.
You make a great point, because earlier today we saw at the Carter Center, as they were bringing the casket to the hearse, out of the center, we saw one of the military members collapse.
Really?
Oh, no.
Okay. And that could have been from not being dehydrated, or it could be locking the knees as well. So you have to be really careful with all of that, especially if you're carrying the casket, you're holding the flag.
Yeah. And as we've been talking, they are handling everything with military precision. That's where we get the phrase from. Yeah. There on the left of your screen is a look inside the Capitol Rotunda. That is where former President Carter will lie in state. We showed you earlier Senators John Ossoff and Reverend Raphael Warnock there. I think you can still see Senator Warnock off to the left of your screen. We also understand it's kind of difficult to make out, but we also understand that Representatives Rich McCormick and Nikema Williams, as well as Lucy McBath, also in attendance so far. There is a little bit of time for folks to still make their way inside from the Georgia congressional delegation before the service begins, because again, we are waiting for those military members to carry that casket inside of the rotunda there. And once inside, you see that that is there in the middle, that black structure that's called the Lincoln. And Brenda, help me with the pronunciation, because we were looking this up among the information that we were received. And according to the architect of the Capitol, that platform structure was originally constructed in 1865 to support the casket of President Abraham Lincoln while his body lay in state at the Capitol Rotunda. And it is brought out for various funerals, for lying in state and other dignitaries lying in repose. And when it's not there, it's on display in a glass case. So that is something that has been brought out for
Say the name of the word
Carter.
again.
Catafalque.
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 It's like a Jeopardy question. It's something you never hear. Right? You never hear any reference to that.
Yeah, it's a raised wooden box on which a casket is placed for this, for this express purpose.
And you can't really see the details, but I encourage you to look it up. It's beautifully made and clearly another significant piece of history that continues to reappear. We see the Carter family there on the left side of that image of the casket as those service members prepare to take it inside. You saw Jason Carter, former gubernatorial candidate here, former state senator, and we understand, again, we've been telling y'all that the Carter grandchildren, several of them, were serving as honorary pallbearers, so that is likely why they are in that position as we wait for the casket to be brought into the rotunda.
Really a majestic sight, isn't it?
It really is.
To see it on such a blustery day like this in January. And
Well, you know, we may see some movement here. I did hear a military order of squad attention. So that means when they snap to attention, they bring their heels together, their feet are pointed out, the toes pointed out at a 45-degree angle. They take their thumb and forefinger of both hands and they put it along the seam of their pants and they stand straight and tall. And so maybe we may begin to see some movement as they try to take the casket up to the rotunda.
And the use of horses in 2025 still is great, isn't it?
Yeah,
I mean,
it really is.
It really adds a certain dimension of tradition and meaning to a time that was very, very different in Washington when presidential burials first really came to the forefront with the organization. We've been talking about President Lincoln and some of the photos that we have seen of the long train ride to Springfield, Illinois, where he was eventually buried and then reinterred a number of years later. But all of this is derivation of Lincoln's assassination.
Absolutely. The horses, the carriage, all of that speaks to the history, the historical nature of what we're witnessing right now. As we see family members of the Carter family, make their way to the top of the steps to receive the casket as it makes its way up the stairs and ultimately into the rotunda.
I think it's kind of interesting to notice the stylistic differences in terms of state funerals for U.S. presidents, whether it's Gerald Ford or President Bush or Richard Nixon or the Reagans. I mean, it has a sort of fingerprint of who the president was by the ceremony that is administered.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not quite sure. I don't remember because I don't know what I was doing during that time period. But I don't know if President Nixon's of his funeral would have the same magnitude. You're an encyclopedia.
No,
so maybe you can give us
Nixon died in 1994, and of course resigned from office. So it had certainly a different look and a different feel than all of the others. But.
I don't remember whether it went over the course of as many days as what we're witnessing here.
Right. I think the eulogy was given by Senator Robert Dole.
Oh, okay. That would make sense. Yeah.
I'll throw out think, I know.
Right. Okay.
And again, members of the Carter family there at the top of those stairs awaiting the casket as it will be carried up slowly and securely by those members of the military into the Capitol Rotunda, where a service will then take place, including Vice President Kamala Harris and other leaders in Congress.
Ready, step. 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 Let us pray. Eternal Father, strong to save, whose arms have bound the restless waves, we thank you for the inspiration of a consequential and laudable life as we celebrate the legacy of James Earl Carter, Jr., the 39th President of the United States. We proclaim your generosity to this nation and world for giving us the gift of someone with the ethical congruence to be salt and light to his generation. Lord, he made the world more palatable. We thank you for his passion for integrity, his commitment to leave the world better than he found it, and his exemplary love for his precious Rosalind. Inspired by his great life, teach us to know you more clearly, to love you more dearly, and to follow you more nearly each day. We pray in your matchless name. Amen.
Madam Vice President, Mr. Speaker, Leader Schumer, Leader Jeffries, Jack, Chip, Jeff, Amy, and other members of the Carter family, and distinguished guests. Today we gather to begin a final farewell to Jimmy Carter, Navy veteran, peanut farmer, Governor of Georgia, and President of the United States. Sunday school teacher, Nobel Prize winner, advocate for peace and human rights, and first and foremost, a faithful servant of his Creator and his fellow man. In a commencement speech he delivered at Liberty University back in 2018, President Carter told a story about going on a mission to Massachusetts back in his younger days under the auspices of the Southern Baptist Convention. During that trip, President Carter was impressed by the success of a fellow missionary in winning souls to Christ. And so as the mission was winding down, he asked him what made him so successful. He was a little embarrassed by my question, President Carter recalled, but then he finally said, I try to have two loves in my heart. One love is for God, and the other love I have in my heart is for the person who happens to be in front of me at any particular time. It was a statement, President Carter said, that he never forgot. I think it's fair to say that it's also a statement he lived by. President Carter's term as president ended in 1981. And for the remainder of his life, the longest post-presidency of any American president ever, he focused on making the lives of his fellow men better. That meant things like the Carter Center, which among other things works for the eradication of disease in some of the poorest areas of the globe. And it meant things like his work with Habitat for Humanity to provide affordable housing for those in need. And when I say his work with Habitat for Humanity, I do mean his work. Jimmy Carter knew that his status as a former president could bring attention to good causes. It's why he encouraged Habitat to make use of his name and image. But simply lending his name, or maybe attending a gala or two, wasn't Jimmy Carter's style. He was here to get down in the weeds and the dirt. And he did that literally on numerous Habitat builds, including one back in 1994 in Eagle Butte in my home state of South Dakota. Well into his 90s, he could be found with his hard hat and tools on construction sites doing the practical work required to get families into homes. The Son of Man did not come to be served, but to serve. And Jimmy Carter did his very best to live according to the calling of his Lord and Savior. Today, I join all Americans in mourning President Carter and remembering his example. But I rejoice in the thought that he, together with his beloved wife, Rosalind, is now before the face of his Father.
To the family, to Jack and Chip and Jeff and Amy, the entire Carter family, Vice President Harris, members of the Cabinet, Leader Thune, my colleagues in Congress, and my fellow citizens. We meet in this sacred hall of self-government to honor an extraordinary man, a man who modeled the virtues of service and citizenship, as well as any other American. Surrounding us are the statues of those who gave their time, their energy, and their lives for the good of America. Before us lays a man who now joins their midst as a patriot, a veteran, a humanitarian, and the 39th President of the United States. When Jimmy Carter walked out on the east front of the Capitol and took his oath of office, I was just 4 years old, and he's the first president that I remember. Looking back, it's obvious now to me as an adult why he captured everyone's attention. Jimmy Carter was a member of the greatest generation. He lived through the Great Depression. He did that on a farm in rural Georgia. He knew the value of a dollar, and he modeled thrift his entire life. As long as he was in office, he hated government waste. His father, an Army veteran of the World War I era, taught patriotism to his children. And eventually his son, this young man from Plains, followed his father's example of self-sacrifice, and he joined the Naval Academy in the middle of World War II. In the Army, Lieutenant Carter learned from the legendary Admiral Rickover to always do his best as he served on the first fleet of nuclear submarines. It's telling that today the USS Jimmy Carter, a top-secret attack submarine, now roams the oceans, bearing the name of the only president who served in such close quarters. President Carter's life, his selfless service, his fight against cancer, and his lasting contributions to his fellow man are all truly remarkable. Whether he was in the White House or in his post-presidential years, as was discussed, President Carter was willing to roll up his own sleeves to serve and get the job done. We all know about his work with Habitat for Humanity, and that was mentioned. And the origin story goes that it was in 1984, when he first became aware of the work. He was in New York for a friend's anniversary. Millard Fuller, the founder of the fledgling charity at the time, called President Carter and asked if he wanted to visit a site in Brooklyn during his trip. President Carter agreed, and he found his way down to the Lower East Side. Standing on the roof of a dilapidated building, he looked out on the wealth of Wall Street to the south and to the power of Midtown Manhattan to the north. And then he looked down and he saw an image he'd never forget. An elderly woman cooking breakfast over an open fire in the rubble of the building, there in the heart of the richest city in the world. The Habitat for Humanity worker that was there with him turned to President Carter and said, if there's anything that you can do, we would take it. He said, if there's anything I can do, let me know. The worker said, well, maybe you can send some volunteer carpenters from your church. It was the very next day that President Carter called Habitat for Humanity and told them he was going to send some carpenters, all right, and that he himself would be one of them. And thus began his famous tradition of donating 1 week every year to build and restore homes for his fellow Americans. It's remarkable to think that one of the 45 men who has served as president, and one of the only 13 who held the role in the nuclear age, would humble himself to such service. We all know that his care for humanity didn't stop at building homes. In the face of illness, President Jimmy Carter brought life-saving medicine. In the face of conflict, he brokered peace. In the face of discrimination, he reminded us that we are all made in the image of God. And if you were to ask him why he did it all, he would likely point to his faith. I'm reminded of his admonition to, quote, live our lives as though Christ were coming this afternoon, and of his amazing personal reflection. Quote, if I have one life and one chance to make it count for something. We all agree that he certainly did. So today in these hallowed halls of our republic, we honor President Carter, his family, and his enduring legacy that he leaves, not only upon this nation, but upon the world.
Leader Thune, Speaker Johnson, Leader Schumer, Leader Jeffries, members of Congress, and distinguished guests. It is an honor to be with you this afternoon, and to Jack, Chip, Jeff, Amy, and Jason, and all the other members of the Carter family. On behalf of the American people, Doug and I offer our deepest condolences. Being with you today, I'm reminded of the enduring words of a favorite hymn. May the works I have done speak for me. Today we gather to celebrate the life of a man whose works will echo for generations to come. A man from Plains, Georgia, who grew up without electricity or running water, and served as the 39th President of the United States of America, and lived every day of his long life in service to the people. President James Earl Carter, Jr. So I was in middle school when Jimmy Carter was elected president, and I vividly recall how my mother admired him, how much she admired his strength of character, his honesty, his integrity, his work ethic and determination, his intelligence, and his generosity of spirit. We have heard much today and in recent days about President Carter's impact in the 4 decades after he left the White House. Rightly so. Jimmy Carter established a new model for what it means to be a former president, and leaves an extraordinary post-presidential legacy. From founding the Carter Center, which has helped advance global human rights and alleviate human suffering, to his public health work in Latin America and Africa, to his tireless advocacy for peace and democracy around the globe. And Jimmy Carter was a president of the United States who was ahead of his time. He was the first president of the United States to have a comprehensive energy policy, including providing some of the first federal support for clean energy. He also passed over a dozen major pieces of legislation regarding environmental protection. and more than doubled the size of America's national parks, including protecting our beloved redwoods in my home state of California. He was a president who, between the years of 1977 and 1981, appointed more Black Americans to the federal bench than all of his predecessors combined, and appointed 5 times as many women. And in the wake of Watergate, Jimmy Carter passed historic ethics legislation to help rebuild America's faith in government. Jimmy Carter, as president, was also a respected global leader. To be sure, the years of his presidency were not without international crises or challenges, but his legacy of global leadership is well established. In Asia, he instituted full diplomatic relations with China, which he would later call one of the most historically significant accomplishments of his presidency. And his legacy lives on in the Middle East because, do recall, in the decades before Jimmy Carter became president, Israel and Egypt had been at war numerous times. Few thought peace could be achieved between them. Yet Jimmy Carter did that. Through his persistence and perseverance, through his unshakable belief in the power of American diplomacy, he secured the Camp David Accords, one of the most significant and durable peace treaties since World War II. And throughout the world, Jimmy Carter elevated the role of human rights in America's foreign policy priorities and uplifted the importance of civil society in doing that work. Jimmy Carter was a forward-looking president with a vision for the future. Consider his establishment of the Department of Energy in 1977, which anticipated the central role it would play in addressing the climate crisis. His creation of FEMA in 1979, which enabled our nation to mobilize a national response to disasters, which has helped countless communities rebuild and recover. And his founding of the Department of Education later that year, which elevated public education institutions and increased national standards for the education of America's children and future leaders. Jimmy Carter was that all too rare example of a gifted man who also walks with humility, modesty, and grace. Recall the stories from the 1976 campaign about how he slept in the homes of his supporters to share a meal with them at their table and to listen to what was on their minds. How on their first trip for Habitat for Humanity, Jimmy and Rosalind rode the bus with the other volunteers. And when the group stopped for the night to stay at a local church, Jimmy and Rosalind gave their private room to a young couple who had put off their honeymoon to join the trip. And with the other volunteers, they then slept on the floor of the church basement. And then, of course, his work to eradicate the vicious guinea worm disease that once disabled millions of people a year. It was one of the Carter Center's greatest triumphs. And Jimmy Carter, of course, given his nature, attributed its success not to his own leadership, but to the thousands of everyday Africans who were on the ground doing the work. Throughout his life and career, Jimmy Carter retained a fundamental decency and humility. James Earl Carter Jr. loved our country. He lived his faith, he served the people, and he left the world better than he found it. And in the end, Jimmy Carter's work and those works speak for him, louder than any tribute we can offer. May his life be a lesson for the ages and a beacon for the future. May God bless President Jimmy Carter, and may God bless the United States of America.
My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my
Would you pray with me? Holy and loving God, receive into your eternal joy your good and faithful servant, James Earl Carter, Jr. Reward him richly and grant him your own well done for his humble and honorable life, worth far more than the many accolades and attributions we have gladly given. May President Jimmy Carter now rest from his labors and be received into the embrace of your everlasting arms. And when the ceremony and fanfare due this man of character and compassion fades into history, when the processions and parades have dispersed, leave with us, O God, the lasting impression and inspiration of a life well lived. Ignite in us the same passion for public service, the courage to champion the underserved, the strength to bear as faithfully the weight of the call to which you have called each one of us, to do as justly, to love mercy as unreservedly, to walk as humbly with you as we have witnessed in the testimony of President Jimmy Carter's life of faithfulness. We offer our prayers in the name of the one whom Jimmy Carter would have known to be the first and the last, the Alpha and the Omega, his rock and our Redeemer. Amen.
And you have been watching the service for former President Jimmy Carter in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. This service attended by various members of the U.S. House and Senate. You see Vice President Kamala Harris there, along with her husband Doug Emhoff, paying respects to former President Carter. The pair laying one of the wreaths, and Vice President Harris giving a eulogy earlier in the service. This is just one part of the events that we have seen and walked with you through for the day. And to follow, the rotunda will be open to members of the public, allowing them to pay their final respects as well.
And just to kind of reset the scene here, I'm Ron Jones, Jennifer Bellamy, my colleague is here, and also we have former anchor Jeff Hollinger and Brenda Wood as well. I mean, what is your takeaway from what you saw here? What I really enjoyed is seeing both parties coming together to celebrate the life of the 39th president.
That is one thing. I feel like that sort of comes under the heading of obligatory.
You have to, something you must do.
Yeah, I think so. You know, the harder job, the harder work is to actually come together and make progress, advancing ideas and concepts and policies together. And that is the harder thing that has been eluding Congress for a little bit now. And maybe, this will stir some hearts and minds as those members of Congress reflect on the legacy that Jimmy Carter leaves behind. I mean, his life is one of just pure, humble service from beginning to long end. And a service without expecting any kind of grandiose celebration or lifting him up to be anything other than the regular human being that he thought of himself as. He was not regular by any measure, but he thought of himself as just another person, another servant doing God's will.
I was really moved by seeing those young faces from the U.S. Naval Academy sing the great anthem of the sea, Eternal Father, Strong to Save, which is a 160-year-old British anthem that is played at funerals and moments of great gravitas by the U.S. Navy. And it sort of struck me seeing all those young kids who were 22, 23 years old, and then thinking of Jimmy Carter, who lived to be 100, who was with Admiral Hyman Rickover, and part of the ascension of the U.S. Navy into the nuclear world, that sort of redefined, what it was to fight and defend America in the open seas. And Jimmy Carter was such a big part of that. He's always framed as a peanut farmer, and we love that sort of Paul Bunyan myth about him. And that's not a myth. He obviously was running. He was running the farm, but it sort of turned him into this sort of Johnny Appleseed character of Peanuts and of myth in American life. But the reality is, he was at the Naval Academy and involved with nuclear submarines and all the complexities of that. Is just another element of who Jimmy Carter was and what he represents in this great country.
Right now, we just witnessed what we believe to be the honor guard, the military honor guard, getting into place. They will remain there as Carter lies in state. Again, the public will be able to come by and pay their respects. But right now on your screen, we are watching some members of the U.S. Supreme Court paying their respects. We also had a chance to see several members of Georgia's congressional delegation who are there inside that rotunda as well. At another point in the evening, we understand that Democratic and Republican members of Capitol Hill and the White House who served on that staff during the Carter administration will have an opportunity to pay their respects as well. And we see what appears to be members of the cabinet from the current Biden administration having an opportunity to pay their respects right now. And it looks like we're hearing Georgia on My Mind being played, a fitting song for former President Carter.
Yeah, let's listen in.
Here we see Georgia's senators, Reverend Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff. And now we see other members of the U.S. Senate stopping to pay their respects.
Jimmy Carter was 6 years old when that song was written in 1930 by Hoagy Carmichael.
Wow.
And it is, of course, the state song and most closely associated with the immortal Ray Charles.
But you know what? It was played, the arrangement was played in a rather jazzy fashion.
It was.
It really was. Yeah.
Which was sort of also a reflection of Jimmy Carter's tastes. We were talking earlier today, you were talking about the rock and roll president. He enjoyed music of all kinds. As we're looking at the Georgia congressional delegation now paying their respects. But Jimmy Carter really enjoyed music of all kinds. He was the first president to host a jazz concert at the White House and invite all kinds of people, Dizzy Gillespie and Max Roach. He partied with, if you will, the Allman Brothers and
all
Dylan
of the people
Willie
at
Nelson.
Capricorn Records in Macon.
Yeah,
You know, he was
he
very
loved
closely associated with it.
And that was a reflection of the 100th birthday celebration that we saw here in Atlanta with all of those people coming by to celebrate him. Yes.
It's a beautiful scene. I'm thinking, not in many decades have we seen the state of Georgia lifted, on a national level like this.
Certainly a beautiful reflection and a remembrance of former President Carter.
Absolutely.
We can take a break right now, but our coverage will continue with 11 Alive News at 6 in just a moment.
Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting. A little increase. Thanks for talking to me.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on the 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water.
11 Alive News at 6 p.m. starts now.
Well, good evening and thanks for joining us tonight at 6. I'm Ron Jones.
And I'm Jennifer Bellamy. Tonight we are following two big stories for you. Former President Jimmy Carter's state funeral services have moved now to Washington, D.C. after several days of reflection and remembrance here in Georgia. In about an hour, the public will have a chance to say their final goodbyes as the former president lies in state. We'll get you live out to the nation's capital in just a moment. But first, potential winter weather is on the way. Our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb, joining us now with your 11 Live weather impact forecast. And Chris, people really need to be paying close attention.
Things are coming together a little bit more where we're feeling a little more confident that this is going to be some sort of impactful weather event with different types of winter weather that'll be moving through. What we're focusing on right now is this weather impact alert that is in effect for Friday and on Saturday. The impacts are, we are watching a winter mix moving in. That's going to consist of some snow in some areas, some sleet and freezing rain, and also some cold rain mixing in. So based on what we're seeing right now, you need to be aware. Number one, pay attention over the next few days as we're going to be fine-tuning this forecast, but also you'll want to use caution driving. I do think that there will be some slick roads around during the day on Friday and into early on Saturday. Right now, no moisture moving in. In fact, the system that we're watching hasn't even really developed yet. We're going to see an area of low pressure develop in the Gulf of Mexico. So here's what we're thinking for Friday into Saturday. Now, just know that what I'm showing you right now is most likely going to change a little bit depending on the track of the low pressure system. But we are thinking mostly snow over areas of far north Georgia. Here in the metro area, generally along the line of I-20 northward, we could see some snow mixing a little bit with some freezing rain. And then south of I-20, more of a wintry mix, being more of a cold rain mixing in with maybe some sleet and freezing rain there as well, and maybe a little bit of snow on the south side, and then mostly rain down into parts of South Georgia. Right now, what we're seeing with the potential for accumulating snow around Metro Atlanta, a 60% chance we could see some accumulating snow, 80% chance up in North Georgia. And then south of the city, that still depends on the track of that low pressure system. Since we are now between 1 and 3 days out from the event, we have made some hand-drawn accumulation maps. I'm going to have more on that for you coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, Chris, we'll see you in a couple of minutes, sir. Here's a live look right now, Interstate 7585 South. Our team coverage of the winter weather headed our way is going to continue tonight as we monitor how the Georgia Department of Transportation is getting ready for possible snow and ice. 11 Alive Teresa Bowles joins us live from Gordon County. So, Teresa, what steps are GDOT, what are they taking right now to keep the roads open and safe?
Well, Ron, I'm outside the GDOT's hub in Calhoun. Behind me, these trucks are fully loaded with brine, a special solution for the roadways, and they'll be hitting the highways tonight and all day tomorrow.
The work is nonstop.
We have 66,000 gallons of brine ready to go.
To keep Georgia's roads from closing through possible snow and ice, GDOT is cooking up a special solution.
It's a mixture of basically like water and salt. And so we put that on the roads. It helps get rid of any of the ice and things like that, and also to prevent the snow from settling and accumulating on the road.
Because when that happens, you get this. Nearly 11 years ago, snow stranded thousands of drivers for hours. Communications Representative Joe Schulman says GDOT is doing everything possible to prevent a repeat.
Whether it's going to be a rain that's going to possibly freeze on the roads, which we put out salt, or whether it's going to be snow, more ice, really just depends on what the weather does.
That means pulling in literally every resource available to keep things moving.
We're getting all of our trucks ready, all of our personnel ready. We've got people coming up from the southern parts of Georgia to help up here in northeast Georgia, northwest Georgia. Our brine tanks are all full. We're ready.
And Schulman wants to remind drivers, if you must get on the road, be sure to be safe, get those tires checked, and make sure that your car is winter ready. Live in Calhoun, Teresa Bowles, 11 Alive News.
we also spoke with Senator Raphael Warnock, who was also there for that service. We spoke with him earlier today, or Cheryl Preheim did, and he spoke on Carter's legacy as well. Take a listen.
I think you look at somebody like Jimmy Carter and you realize that in the end, good wins. Good wins, that it's right to do right, kindness, justice, mercy, truth. I think those virtues still matter. And, there's been a lot made of the fact that he lived to be 100, but you can live 100 years and never do anything for anybody. Jimmy Carter didn't just live to 100, he taught us how to give 100.
And as we all know, Jimmy Carter was a Democrat. You're hearing from a lot of Democrats right now with my live hit. But it's also important to note that this was a bipartisan effort, people coming together from both sides of the aisle. Notably there, we saw Mike Johnson, House Speaker, as well as Senator John Thune. And so many people saying that this moment, especially as we're coming in time from a 4-year anniversary of January 6th, not long away from inauguration of a new president coming in. This is a moment, a lot of people telling me that it is a time for the nation to pause, to put differences aside, and to come together to not only celebrate his life, but think how we can move together as a country moving forward, reaching across the aisle as Jimmy Carter did. After the lying in state tonight, that will continue until tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we are going to see dignitaries from all over the nation, all over the world come together for a national funeral held at the National Cathedral. Then there will be a flight back to Georgia, back to Plains, where it all started, where he will take his final resting place. And before we saw the plane come here today to D.C., we did see the final times of the lying in state for the Carter Center in Georgia. Joe Hinkey was there. Let's go to him.
A military band playing Hail to the Chief, President Jimmy Carter's casket draped in the American flag, and his family close by with hands over their hearts. These were the 39th president's final moments at the Carter Center during a private send-off. Feet from the Carter Center and saluting one last time stood U.S. Marine Corporal Dan Dermer.
President Carter was my president. The 4 years that he was in office, I was in the service in Washington. His inaugural parade was the first big detail that I marched in when I got there.
Dermer saluted from amongst a small crowd that gathered Tuesday, watching on as the presidential motorcade left the Carter Center for the last time. In Dermer's hands, his presidential service certificate issued at the direction of Carter himself for Dermer's service standing guard in Washington and later Camp David.
It was an honor to serve him. Like I say, he would go to chapel services. There were no cameras around, but Sunday mornings at Camp David, he was praying for our nation, and I appreciated that.
And while the flowers, signs, and keepsakes left here outside the Carter Center will eventually be removed, that small crowd that gathered today to send off the former president, they say they hope he'll be remembered here for many, many years to come.
I wouldn't expect it any other way.
Sharing that sentiment for a man he once guarded is Dermer.
If the world could be more like him, it would be a better place for everyone.
At the Carter Center in Atlanta, I'm Joe Hinkey, 11 Alive News.
And former President Carter will lie in state at the Capitol Rotunda, allowing visitors to pay their respects there. You can stream those events live starting at 7 p.m. on 11 Alive Plus. 11 Alive Plus is free on your streaming device.
Straight ahead, we're going to explain why some first responders in Marietta are now seeing green. Next.
We know how much weather impacts your life, but some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended coverage of breaking news and weather live as it happens, with constant alerts and updates when the big story impacts your safety. Download the 11 Alive Plus app now, available on Roku, Fire, and Apple TV.
From inside Iran, from Israel, from Tampa, Hurricane Milton is here. Where we're standing right now is covered in water. Part of our continued reporting, a little increase. Thanks for talking to me. Appreciate you.
Lead could be in your kid's school right now.
It's a potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11 Alive Plus, streaming live local news free when you want it. Watch extended.
The city of Marietta is the first in the state to win a Digital Cities Survey Award. So this award recognizes city leaders' commitment to innovation.
Technology and public safety as well. 11 Alive's Grace King shows us how one project is helping the fire department respond to you more quickly.
At Fire Station 1, the clock starts ticking from the moment firefighters get the call.
Often you think, okay, a minute and a half, how does that really seem like a long time? Well, hold your breath for a minute and a half and tell me how you feel. So if your loved one's on the floor and they're not breathing, it could be a difference.
Plus, Chief Tim Milligan says today's house fires double in size every 2 minutes.
Time is absolutely what we fight against with every call we go on.
Innovative technology helps shorten their routes by turning every intersection green.
Oftentimes our trucks will come behind people, lights and sirens are blaring. There's just a lot of confusion on what to do and where to go. And this technology allows us to control that intersection.
As the truck speeds up, the intersections ahead turn green too, clearing the path for those who can't wait.
On average, we can save 10 seconds per intersection. So if you think about that, let's say we're responding to a call, we run 10, 12 intersections to that call, we're saving over a minute to that response when we get there.
Milligan says Marietta was the first to implement this technology citywide. Now he's helping other departments save those seconds too.
Our response times are better, but on top of that, again, it's really a safety initiative for our community and our firefighters. So, what we do is very dangerous, so we want to make it as safe as possible.
In Marietta, Grace King, 11 Alive News.
All right, let's get back to our chief to talk about this weather impact alert that's taking place. We're expecting possibility of snow.
We are. We're watching some winter precip that's going to be moving in by the end of the week. And now that we're getting closer and closer to the date, we're feeling a little more confident about at least some of us getting some winter weather that will be moving in. And a lot of people have been asking, when was the last time we had snow here in Atlanta? Well, the last measurable snow was only 1/10 of an inch on December 26th of 2022. The last time we got snow of an inch or greater was back in January of 2018 when we had 2.3 inches of snow here. And we've got some snow on the way once we go into a Friday and into Saturday. So we do have that weather impact alert in effect with winter weather moving in late week, Friday into Saturday. The cold air is in place. You're feeling it now. It is going to be cold the next couple of days. And then we're watching the moisture that's going to start moving in here on Friday. And we do expect some travel impacts depending depending on where you are in metro Atlanta, North Georgia, or south of the city. So here's the forecast track of what we're watching. For the next couple of days, it is going to be quiet. We're just going to see that cold air sticking with us with low temperatures in the 20s, highs in the 40s for Wednesday as well as on Thursday. We'll see a good bit of sunshine around. It's going to be on Friday when we start seeing those changes. So here's the timeline of what we're watching into Friday morning. This is at about 5 o'clock in the morning. We'll have clouds. We're watching this moisture, snow, and a winter mix that's over in Alabama early on Friday that's going to start moving in from the west. And by 8 o'clock, we're thinking we should see a pretty good coverage of snow and that winter mix. Right now, the dividing line is roughly along the line of I-20 north being the better chance for snow and I-20 south being that better chance for a winter mix that'll be moving in. With that, we're talking about cold rain mixing in with some sleet or even some freezing rain. This is going to be with us through around lunchtime. Once we get into the afternoon, we might get some slightly warmer air to change that over into rain for a brief period before going back to snow and a winter mix later on. So here's a look at the models. The American model and the European model still not really totally agreeing on what we expect. So we as meteorologists are using the models as guidance, and this is our first call for snowfall. These are our hand-drawn maps based on all the models we've been poring over. As I mentioned, roughly along I-20 and northward, that's where we could see some snow, some accumulations possible. Right now, we're saying 1 to 3 inches of snow on that north side and maybe 1/10 of an inch of ice. And then up in North Georgia, mainly all snow, 2 to 4 inches possible there. And on the south side, that winter mix being some cold rain, maybe up to 1/10 of an inch of ice. Please know, though, we're going to be tweaking that hand-drawn map over the next couple of days once more data comes in. So just know it's going to be cold Wednesday and Thursday, lows in the 20s, highs in the 40s. Weather impact alert Friday and Saturday, lows in the 20s, near 31 Saturday, and then 30s for highs on Friday and Saturday. We do dry out next week, but temperatures stay below average with lows in the 20s and highs in the 40s for the end of the weekend and beginning of next week, too.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Atlanta's professional volleyball team getting ready for its second season. We're checking in with the players of the Atlanta Vibe at their media day coming up next in sports.
Potent neurotoxin for children.
But 11 Alive News uncovered most schools aren't testing for it, even though it's free.
Why are we having to convince facilities to protect kids?
We expose why most Georgia schools may be declining testing to avoid the results. 11 Alive News is holding schools accountable because your kid's safety shouldn't be optional. For solutions that protect your family, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
Good morning and welcome to Today. Nice to have you along with us.
Every day.
Star power is in the air.
Come on now.
Thank you for letting us impose.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
I would never want any other family to have to go through what we've gone through.
This Georgia family lost their daughter after a crash into what they say was a faulty guardrail. 3 years later, our investigations led to a statewide inspection.
What did you guys find? Roughly about 1,400 that had installation issues.
GDOT also made changes to keep deficient guardrails off the road.
It was certainly based on conversations that we had with your team at 11.
For solutions that protect your safety, watch 11 Alive News. Stream this story free on 11 Alive Plus.
We know how much weather impacts your life, and some days are worse than others. 11 Alive weather impact alerts get you ready for all of it.
Very heavy rain out there right now.
When weather threatens to mess up your plans or even threatens your safety, 11 Alive News will immediately issue a weather impact alert, warning you about what's coming, the impact, and how you need to prepare.
It is very cold. Put your coat on this morning.
Weather impacts all of us. Stay ahead of Metro Atlanta's changing conditions with the 11 Alive Weather Impact Team on 11 Alive News and 11 Alive Plus.
11
Welcome to 11 Alive News Plus.
Live News anchor Jeff Hellinger. Jeff, it is a pleasure to have you with us.
It's a pleasure to be with both of you.
You bring such a wealth of knowledge as we continue to cover and reflect on the life and the legacy of former President Jimmy Carter. And it has been quite a day that we have observed.
It's really, I mean, it's really satisfying to be able to sit here and talk about President Carter's life and the many moving parts of it over the course of 100 years. You know, we could sit here for weeks and weeks talking about Jimmy Carter and still not be complete. I mean, everybody has a sort of different view of him, of what you found interesting in him, and oftentimes there are many things that you found interesting in him. And we were talking about earlier that it's almost like an abstract painting in the sense that everybody who looks at him or at a painting comes away with something different.
A different angle, and especially the things that he has done in his post-presidency. Here's a live look right now at the state capitol, not the state capitol, but the U.S. Capitol right now, where the president is lying in state right there. We're going to have a live look inside there, hopefully later on during our broadcast. But you know, he's really known for all the things he's done post the White House, when he left the White House, and all the things that he had been involved in with Habitat for Humanity, all of the things that he's done throughout the United States and around the globe.
And we began the day with people having their final opportunity to say goodbye and pay their respects here in Metro Atlanta at the Carter Center. You're watching video from earlier in the day as we witnessed the transfer of Mr. Carter's remains, him and his family traveling out to make that trip from the Carter Center to the reserve base, the Air Reserve Base of Dobbins here in Georgia, to make their way on to the nation's capital of Washington, D.C., as we knew that these services would shift from the Metro Atlanta area onto the nation's capital for additional formal services, and that will be taking place over the next few days before Mr. Carter's remains return here to Georgia for his final goodbye.
It has been a day and a night of great ceremony, not only in the rotunda, as we have seen within the hour, with the moving music of the U.S. Naval Academy, to the benediction, to some of the most important people in the American government in attendance, speaking about what Jimmy Carter represented and meant to them on a personal level. By that we mean certainly Vice President Kamala Harris, who had a very moving speech as well about the meaning of Jimmy Carter, at least in her own experience as a girl growing up, and certainly as an adult, and the second most powerful position in the American government.
We'll get back to Vice President Harris in just a bit, because she did speak during that service in the rotunda, but you're watching images now after Mr. Carter and his family arrived in Washington, D.C., and we know that the services and the order of the day was delayed a little bit because of the weather conditions up there in D.C. He arrived at Joint Base Andrews in Maryland before a motorcade carried him to the U.S. Navy Memorial, and what you're seeing now was following the family's processional with members of the family following behind the casket. It was removed from a hearse and put on a caisson and went down Pennsylvania Avenue before it arrived here at the U.S. Capitol.
And we talked about the military precision, right? Them walking up the steps into the Capitol and what it took. You know, they were like, ready, step, and they're still showing that right now as we look at this video. But just the military's involvement and honoring the 39th president, as well as you see some airmen, some sailors, some Army personnel, and Marines as well, as they continue to bring his casket into the rotunda.
And this is another look from earlier. You see various members of Congress, both the House and the Senate, so members of the U.S. Supreme Court, members of the Biden administration and the cabinet, all in attendance for that ceremony that we watched with you live on 11 Alive earlier in the day. We heard remarks from the majority leader of the U.S. Senate and the Speaker of the House, but we also heard, as we mentioned just a short time ago, remarks from Vice President Kamala Harris. And let's take a listen right now, if we can, to some of the things that she had to say.
It looks like we're having some technical difficulties. We're going to try to get back to those statements a little later on.
Yeah, she talked about the merits of not only his political life, but that after serving in the White House, and his humility, his gentleness, his kindness, his decency, all of these attributes which are certainly rare in American life, not just politics or sports or corporate America, but he was a rare man in that sense, that he never lost a sense of his own purpose, nor did he ever lose a sense of himself.
No, not at all.
We also talk a lot about the humility that we saw from Vice President Carter throughout his life, and it was on full display during his presidency. And when you hear from people, as we have this week, paying their respects in Plains and at the Carter Center here in Atlanta, it's a common refrain that we hear from people about how President Carter and his family, his wife Rosalind, wanted to be of the people. Yesterday, we had a chance to share with you a story of a custodian at the Carter Center, and she talked about how President Carter would come into the cafeteria and how they'd always have to fix some fried chicken when they knew he was coming, but that he would sit and he would talk, and that they felt just as important as anyone else as they spent time with the former president.
And from that, you know, she says she was so inspired that she's going to start her own business, and it's only because of President Carter. I believe we have the sound now from Vice President Kamala Harris. Let's listen in.
Being with you today, I'm reminded of the enduring words of a favorite hymn. May the works I have done speak for me. Today we gather to celebrate the life of a man whose works will echo for generations to come. A man from Plains, Georgia, who grew up without electricity or running water and served as the 39th President of the United States of America, and lived every day of his long life in service to the people. President James Earl Carter, Jr. So I was in middle school when Jimmy Carter was elected president, and I vividly recall how my mother admired him, how much she admired his strength of character, his honesty, his integrity, his work ethic and determination, his intelligence, and his generosity of spirit. We have heard much today and in recent days about President Carter's impact in the 4 decades after he left the White House. Rightly so. Jimmy Carter established a new model for what it means to be a former president, and leaves an extraordinary post-presidential legacy. From founding the Carter Center, which has helped advance global human rights and alleviate human suffering, to his public health work in Latin America and Africa, to his tireless advocacy for peace and democracy.
I mean, I always think of President Carter and Mrs. Carter as two people who, you know, life was always changing around them, but they themselves never changed. As we take a look at the plane departing Dobbins Air Base today on its way to Washington, D.C., there was a couple of years ago I was down in Plains, and I spent the day there doing a story on the Carter Family Foundation with Chip Carter, and I found myself in the presence of the chef for the Carters, and she was grilling black bean burgers for the Carters and carving up some fruit. and I know this is somewhat I'm going a bit of a ways here, but what struck me was she was pouring wine for them. They both liked red wine, and they were drinking modest wine. I mean, this was essentially wine out of the box.
Oh, boy. Okay.
And that's how they were. I mean, these were people who had ascended to this incredible place in American life and in the world, and they were still drinking the kinds of wine that the rest of us drink when we're having a barbecue or just hanging out. They weren't drinking, $50 bottles of wine. That's who they were. They were, even when no one was looking, that's who they were.
That's how they were able to connect with the common folks, so to speak, not just in Plains, but anywhere that they go across the United States. And even when he became president of the United States, I think you shared a story about Hail to the Chief. Of course, we know that as an introduction to the president and his presence in front of others, but he said that he canceled that. He didn't want that. But other folks were saying, no, you need to have that.
There was a great groundswell against it. They wanted it back. People wanted Hail to the Chief for a president when he walked into a room. Mr. Carter relented and brought it back.
And Jeff, you talked about how they were just so salt of the earth, everyday people. The fact that they returned to Plains.
Well, look at the house they lived
speaks to that. Exactly, that
from
home.
the early 60s, and you would see the room where they would hang out and watch Braves games and have their dinners, and you're seeing paneled walls and like framed maps of the state of Georgia and all the kinds of things you would expect to see in your grandparents' home. It just had that sort of lived-in feel that opulence and wealth and great opulence was something they weren't interested in. It didn't do anything for them.
Our Cheryl Preheim told the story as she reported from Washington, D.C. along those lines about the home in Plains, saying that it still had a phone cord connected to the wall.
Right.
And when asked about it, former President Carter said it still works.
Still works.
Other people, many of us even, would update and upgrade and move to something else, but that was not the life for Mr. and Mrs. Carter.
I mean, up 6 and 7 years ago, he was still swimming in the pool in the backyard of that home. And if you're thinking about a pool in the way that we think of them in Alpharetta and North Fulton and places like that.
Waterfall.
Right. This was, the kind of pool that your grandparents had. It was a very small kind of pool that was not fancy, and it was something that the 39th President of the United States enjoyed swimming in.
Yeah, and I'm sure, obviously he's written dozens of books, and I'm sure he's been on speaking tours as well, so he wasn't broke, obviously, and I'm sure that he was doing quite well financially, but he didn't flaunt it at all.
Yeah, and when we think about them living the regular average life, part of that was the work and the service that they did to the community. There's been a lot of talk about Habitat for Humanity. We know that Mr. Carter and his wife Rosalind would dedicate 1 week a year at least, and they continued to do so until 2020, going on various Habitat for Humanity builds.
That's hard work too. It's hot too during the summer.
It is not easy. It's physical labor and spending all day. And we heard from some folks talking about how competitive former President Carter was. He would get out early and stay late because he wanted his house to get done most quickly if there were several being built at one time. But we also talk about how he lended himself, his image, his name, his likeness to the cause of Habitat for Humanity. We were saying earlier, Brenda Wood was with us, and we talked about how sometimes people may have associated Habitat for Humanity with the Carters so much that they thought they actually created the organization, when they really were just avid supporters and people who helped to bring a significant amount of attention.
Well, they were so influential that Habitat eventually moved to Americas. So, I think that illustrates what their meaning was to the group as well, that Sumter County was, where they have had their world headquarters. And the other thing about the Carters, when they weren't living in Plains, they were living here in Atlanta, and they were living at the Carter Center apartment or condominium, and it too was modest. It wasn't large. Yeah. And there's a famous 60-minute story where Leslie Stahl is getting a tour of their place.
Living quarters.
Yeah, their living quarters, and President Carter brought down the Murphy bed from the wall.
Wow.
That's where he and Mrs. Carter slept. This is a very modest bed, and the thought of an American president sleeping in 2010 on a Murphy bed somewhere in Atlanta. Well, somewhere would be the Carter Center, but nonetheless, very modest digs,
Yeah. And I think that's just a reflection of the life that was lived, a life that reflected his strong faith.
That we'll never see again.
Highly unlikely.
Yeah.
Highly unlikely. And Jeff and Ron, as we talk about the Carter Center, we've seen, the Carter Center told us nearly 23,000 people who came by over the last few days to pay their respects and honor the life of former President Carter. And when you speak to some of the people who came by, a lot of them said that they wished at some point that they'd come by sooner. And this unfortunate event, this celebration of the former president, really opened their eyes to what a gem there is here in the city of Atlanta, the history and the knowledge and the artifacts and the exhibits that there are to be found inside of the Carter Center.
Yeah, and and you were out there a couple of days ago. I was out there last night, and just the generations of people who were showing up. You had millennials showing up, Gen Xers, baby boomers, and beyond, showing up there, paying homage, showing respect for the 39th president. And some of them, as you pointed out, maybe they never saw him in person. Maybe they never, actually got a chance to interact with him. However, all the stories that are coming out about the impact that he's had on these lives, it shows that even though he lived a modest lifestyle, but as much as he gave back, whatever he was receiving, he was giving back. And that really, truly was who the former president was.
He will forever remain a favorite son of Georgia. But Washington, D.C. is going to be different. I think one of the interesting aspects to keep an eye on tonight that I'm curious to see, Jimmy Carter has been out of the Washington, D.C. scene for a very long time. And we were chatting before we went on the air about, I'm trying to remember times when President Carter was in Washington, D.C. post-1981. When you think of him, I really think of him in places like Africa and South America and Central America more than I think of Washington, D.C. There weren't many photo ops of him in D.C. after 1981. So to see him in Washington, D.C., it strikes an unusual chord in the sense that he's always been an outsider in Washington. And that's how he gained the White House. But at the same time, Washington has always been sort of an Achilles heel for him. It was not a place that he spent a lot of time after 1981, seemingly. I mean, and I say that from the standpoint of just, if you Google him and look at this vast cadre of photos of his life, you really don't see anything in Washington, D.C. in the 80s or the 90s into the 2000s.
But and we talked about this earlier in one of our broadcasts, is even though he may not have, there's a lot of controversy when he was still in office, in Washington, D.C., and some would call it a failed administration. It depends on how you're looking at it. But he used it as a platform to do so much good afterwards. He didn't just sink into obscurity and say, well, that was a bad experience, but he used the presidency to be able to elevate other people. We're told that we have Ambassador Donald McHenry on the line. He's a former U.S. ambassador and permanent representative as well. Mr. McHenry, thank you for joining us today. If you can shed a little light on your perspective of the former president.
Well, I happen to be one of those who thinks that, for the most part, we're all on the wrong track in evaluating Jimmy Carter. I said 18 years ago at a meeting in Georgia that this emphasis on his post-presidency work in some ways denigrated from his prior work, his work as president, and that what we really need to do is to take a fresh look at what he did as president. And I am convinced, I was convinced then and I am convinced now, that his presidency was one of the most outstanding that we have had in American history.
Do you believe that historians will share your view? Do you believe that will be a page that will be turned 25, 30, 40 years from now?
I think it's already starting to turn. I think it's already started to turn. You look at the bios which have been done on Jimmy Carter in recent years, and I think you'll see the change is already starting.
I know you said that you think people may be viewing the history or the story of Jimmy Carter and leaving out a big piece of his presidency and the impact that he had. What do you think people should remember about former President Carter, especially when we think about the younger generation who maybe did not live through his presidency? What should people remember and take note and take away from his time as president?
Well, let's look at two aspects of it, his foreign policy and his domestic policy. In terms of foreign policy, Camp David stands out, but there was more than Camp David. Despite the current president-elect's idea about Panama, it was a step which Jimmy Carter took at great political risk, and it was the right step then, and it remains the right step. The Camp David is of course there, but there were other things as well. His firm addition of human rights, of the character of the United States and its conduct with regard to its friends, which became an important part of our policy. And that remains true today, despite some slippages here and there.
Ambassador McHenry, when I think of you, I think about 1979 and the incident involving the Soviets with the Russian ballerina Lyudmila Vlasova. Can you talk a little bit about that incident and sort of share with the people about what was going on in August of that time and President Carter's involvement?
I'd be glad to do so, but let me underscore that the impact of Carter in foreign affairs was great. Very little attention has been paid in the last several days to the work which was done on Southern Africa, for example, or on refugees after the Vietnam War, or the change with regard to the one-party dictatorships in Latin America. These are very, very important things. Now, with regard to the Russian ballerina, that was another instance in which we tried to introduce a sensitivity to human rights. We were not opposed to the ballerinas going back to the Soviet Union, but we did insist that she had to go on her own accord and that she had to make it clear that she was doing so. So she had to have an option. It had to be her choice, not the choice of the Soviet Union. And given that choice, she made the decision for her, which was to return. But we stopped the Soviet Union from simply trying to take this lady out of the United States and back to the Soviet Union.
Ambassador McHenry, could you please talk to us and share with us a little bit about your personal reflections on the relationship that you had with Mr. Carter and who he was as a person for you?
Well, I worked with him primarily, as you know, on foreign affairs. I worked with him very closely with regard to the Iran hostages, a ordeal which went on for a full year. We had that on our plate at the United Nations in terms of the stance of the international community, and we successfully got the international community, including the Soviet Union, on our side in terms of the violation of international law. He was also extraordinarily helpful with regard to the negotiations in Southern Africa. It was under Carter's watch that Resolution 435 was passed, and which led to the independence of Namibia. It took a long time after Carter was gone for the implementation, but in the end, it was implemented on the basis of the terms negotiated under the Carter administration.
You know, I have a quick question for you. This is my last question for you, Mr. McHenry. You talked about the hostage situation with the Iranians during that time, and there was a failed attempt to try to rescue them. If you could take us into the Situation Room or the Oval Office, how did the president deal with that? How was he able to come back and spark any type of positivity in the room when all of that happened?
Well, as you know, in any type of situation like this, complex situation with lots of emotions, a president is bombarded with all kinds of advice. Very early on, there were those who wanted to use military force. Carter's belief was that the safety of the hostages was paramount, and he wanted something that ensured their safety. At some point, he decided that to go ahead with a rescue effort. I was not involved in that decision process. I would have been opposed to it, and I've made that very publicly clear. But I think what is important, and you can talk with the hostages themselves, Carter placed their safety and their return higher than his re-election. That was the important thing for him, and he succeeded in that. None of the hostages died.
Yeah, that's true.
All of them were returned safely.
Ambassador, I always think of you also in terms of you were in between Ambassador Andrew Young, you followed him, and you were before Jeane Kirkpatrick. So those are about as opposite of personalities and opposite sort of ideologies as we can possibly imagine in American life.
They would not have been bedfellows. Andy's Young's importance to the United States during this period must be very greatly respected. Andy gave us an entree, a hearing with countries and people who were very opposed to the United States and felt that it was not living up to its own values. And Andy's reputation allowed us to have a dialogue and to begin discussions on Southern Rhodesia, on Namibia, on South Africa, on any number of other Asian questions.
And Andrew Young, one of the most important lives in the history of this country. And it should never be understated, his greatness and his meaning on so many different fronts. Ambassador, thank you for your time. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
The other top story today, obviously, is the weather, which is, a big deal that we're dealing with, not just here in Metro Atlanta, but also in the nation's capital as well. I believe we're going to go to Chief Meteorologist Chris Holcomb to talk a little bit about that. Chris?
And we have that weather impact alert for the end of the week. Between now, tomorrow, and Thursday, we're mainly just going to be talking about sunshine here and really cold air, but we're focusing on what to expect for the end of the week, as we're going to see some winter weather moving in. And this is something that we've been hinting at for a while. We are feeling a little more confident that at least part of our area is going to be experiencing some impactful winter weather that'll be moving in. So the weather impact alert is mainly for Friday and Saturday. The impacts we're watching are the potential for snow, sleet, freezing rain, and cold rain in spots. It all depends on where you are. So that's what I want to break down for you here. So what you need to be aware of, number one, pay attention over the next few days, because what I tell you today may change tomorrow when new data comes in and once we see how that area of low pressure is going to be tracking. But I want you to be prepared. You definitely need to be thinking about driving on Friday or Saturday and maybe not wanting to do that, because we're most likely going to have some slick spots around. Now, a lot of people are asking, when is the last time that we had snow here in Atlanta? Well, the last measurable snow was on December 26th in 2022, and that's when we had only 1/10 of an inch of snow. The last time we had snow at an inch or more was January 17th in 2018. We had 2.3 inches of snow with that system moving in. Now, what makes this difficult still with pinpointing exact timelines and exact impacts and exact amounts is the system really hasn't even developed yet. We're going to be watching an area of low pressure developing here from the Gulf of Mexico, moving up the Gulf Coast, and then eventually pushing into the southeast. And that's what's going to spread the moisture into the already cold air that is out there. And it's is cold out there now, and it's going to stay cold really for the rest of the week. We are still above freezing here in Atlanta right now. We're at 35 degrees. We made it into the 40s today. I'm thinking 7 to 8 o'clock tonight, maybe 8 to 9 is when we'll drop to freezing, and we're going to stay below freezing until about 10 or 11 o'clock tomorrow. So another long period here with temperatures that'll be below freezing, but at least we will have a few hours tomorrow when we get back above freezing. So I do think, again, around 9 o'clock potentially below freezing, 30 at 10 o'clock, and then moving down into the mid-20s here tomorrow morning. It is going to be a really cold start with mainly clear skies. So here is that developing low that we're going to be watching. And yesterday we showed you a couple of scenarios. Depending on where that low goes, that will determine what type of impacts we have now. Well, again, as this is developing now, we're getting a little clearer picture of how this low is going to move along the coast and then move into parts of South Georgia. And on this track, that gives us that potential of the rain being to the south of us, the winter mix through Atlanta and along I-20 southward, and then north of that better chance for snow. So that's what we're going to be watching with the development of this system and the type of precip that is going to be moving into our area. So here is the forecast track. Really quiet weather the next few days. We're just going to see plenty of sunshine, but it will be cold. High temperatures both days in the lower 40s. Low temperatures for Wednesday and Thursday will be in the 20s, but no real weather features moving in. Maybe a few more clouds late Thursday. It's going to be on Friday. This is Friday morning at 5 o'clock. We have the clouds here. We're beginning to see that snow and that winter mix back in Alabama getting closer to the West Georgia area, right over the Georgia and Alabama line. That will continue pushing in through the morning hours on Friday. So try to stay off the roads early on Friday because that's where we're going to see this precip beginning to move in. I want you to notice here is I-20 right here, roughly north of I-20. Those are the areas more favored to have some snow. South of I-20 would be that winter mix where it could be cold rain mixing in with some sleet or maybe even some freezing rain, all depending on the surface temperatures there. Into the afternoon hours, this is at around lunchtime. Still that better chance for snow in North Georgia, maybe mixing in a little bit with some cold rain, freezing rain or sleet here in the metro Atlanta area with more of that rain down to the south of us. And then by 7 o'clock, still that snow to the north, the winter mix here. So that's really what we have to watch here. This is for Friday afternoon, the model comparison that we have. You can see that the models still aren't in total agreement. Again, showing that better chance for snow on the north side. Atlanta being close to the line there along I-20 and southward with that winter mix down to the south. So here's what we're going to be watching here with those precip types. We really feel a little more comfortable that at least far north Georgia is going to be seeing mostly snow. In the metro area, snow mixing at times. Not a complete snowfall, but also not a complete rain either. There will be just some mixes going on there. And then down to the south, we'll have a wintry mix of some ice, maybe potentially into some rain there. So maybe some slick spots on the south side, but not too widespread there. So the chances for accumulating snow, Atlanta northward, about a 60% chance that we will have at least some accumulations with an 80% chance in North Georgia. And then on the south side, the chances for snow, that's all going to depend on that track as it comes in. So based on all that information that I just showed you and based on the models that I've been showing you as well, here's our first call for our hand-drawn snowfall maps. Now, the computer model maps are a little bit misleading because it's taking in all of the precip, and if all of it was snow, all the moisture there, it's a 10-to-1 ratio of how much rain would end up being actual snow. But since there is going to be some rain mixing in or freezing rain or sleet, those snowfall maps are a little more misleading. So we're taking all that information, we've been poring over it, and this is what we've come up with. Now, what I want you to know, today is only Tuesday. We're talking about a system on Friday. So over the next couple of days, we're going to be fine-tuning this map and that those potential snowfall totals based on what we're seeing right now. And again, roughly along I-20. There's just not really anything magic about I-20 that makes that the dividing line. That's just kind of roughly along what we're seeing right here. South of that, less than an inch of snow, maybe 1/10 of an inch of ice.
Atlanta northward, maybe an inch to 3 inches. Those higher amounts once you get into the North Metro area, and then 2 to 4 inches over parts of North Georgia is basically what we are watching for right now with this system. But we'll be fine-tuning it as more model data comes in. Stay with us. We're going to have a lot more for you coming up for the week ahead, and especially moving into Friday and Saturday as well. Back to you.
All right, Chris, thanks a lot for the update there. We'll talk to you later on in the broadcast. Here's a live look right now at the Capitol as President Carter still lies in state.
And we have been with you all day long as President Carter and his family have traveled from here in Atlanta to the nation's capital. Inside the state capitol is where the former president is lying in state. There was a service there earlier today, a bipartisan service where we heard from various leaders of Congress, including the House Speaker, the Senate Majority Leader, and Vice President Kamala Harris. We also heard some beautiful music from a military ensemble, and that's really been a theme of what we have seen today, just the beauty and the majesty of the proceedings and the services and the ceremonies as they have been put together.
And their family, you know, they've seen the Carter family there, family and friends as well. And of course, as you pointed out there, Jennifer, the dignitaries, you know, from the House and the Senate represented there, all the lawmakers, Republicans and Democrats coming together to participate in this event. But for me, what was really striking is seeing his family there to show their support.
We talked about how we saw nearly 23,000 people show up at the Carter Center over the last few days, overnight, in 24 hours to pay their respects. And now it's an opportunity for people in the Washington, D.C. area to do so at any moment. If they haven't already begun, the public will have its opportunity to pay their respects as the former president lies in state inside the Capitol Rotunda. And that will go on for a couple of days here until the National Funeral Service, where we will continue to see other dignitaries, former presidents and the like, to pay their respects. We want to give you a little bit of how some of Georgia's other members of Congress, Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock, to be exact, our Cheryl Preheim is in Washington, D.C., and had a chance to speak with him about his reflections of the former president.
We're inside the Russell Rotunda of the Senate building here with Senator Raphael Warnock, of course, representing Georgia on an historic day here in D.C., a final journey for the only president from Georgia. Your thoughts as we start these ceremonies here in the Capitol?
Well, let me just say that Jimmy Carter, President Carter, is one of my heroes, and I'm so proud of this leading light coming out of Georgia. He's the first president that I really remember as a kid. And I never thought as a kid growing up in public housing that one day I'd get to know him personally. But I got to know him over the years. He would worship with us virtually on our online service every Sunday. His grandson is a member of my church, and I've been deeply honored to walk with his family even to this very moment.
I think it's really telling that he made an impression on you as a child, and that you still draw on that in your service to the country.
Well, I'm Baptist and he's Baptist. And, you know, here's somebody who really demonstrates for me what it means to make your faith come alive in public service. I often say that I am not a senator who used to be a pastor, but a pastor in the Senate. My work here, in a real sense, is an extension of my lifelong commitment to ministry. And I think that's why I feel a real resonance with Jimmy Carter, because he's an example of what that might look like. Somebody who, as a Sunday school teacher, read Matthew 25, I was hungry and you fed me. I was in prison, I was sick, you visited me. I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. And Jimmy Carter literally took those lessons and applied them to public policy. First, as a president, where he centered human rights in American diplomacy, which was no foregone conclusion. He pushed that and centered it as a piece of our agenda, something that must remain there in his view. Someone who fought for peace in the Middle East and made great historic progress there. But then long after leaving the White House, continuing to fight for the poor and most marginalized members of the human family. For me, that's what faith is all about. My faith is not a weapon, it's a bridge. And Jimmy Carter is one of my examples.
What do you hope, based on his character, what people are remembering about his kindness and the way he kind of handled himself as a person above politics, would you like to see carry on even as we transition to a new era here in Washington?
You know, our politics has become so coarse, and there's a kind of cynicism that attends much of American politics. I think you look at somebody like Jimmy Carter and you realize that in the end, good wins. Good wins, that it's right to do right, kindness, justice, mercy, truth. I think those virtues still matter. And, you know, there's been a lot made of the fact that he lived to be 100, but you can live 100 years and never do anything for anybody. Jimmy Carter didn't just live to 100, he taught us how to give 100. He gave 100 as an American citizen, as a patriot, and as a humanitarian who cared about people all over the globe. We could use more of that right now in our politics.
I really like that. He didn't just live to be 100, he gave
100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Joining us now is Ken Stein. Ken Stein worked at the Carter Center, also a professor at Emory University. So we spoke with you last Saturday, sir. When you reflect and you see the services that took place today and what we've been watching here for the past few hours, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's truly bipartisan. I think that's important. I think people were reflecting on Jimmy Carter, the person, more so than on Jimmy Carter's presidency. That was more spotty than his post-presidency. I think that's perfectly dignified to do when a person is being honored at the Congress and by leaders of both parties. I remember meeting him in 1981. I was a young assistant professor, and he was, I don't mean to be funny, but newly defeated as trying to run for re-election. Carter would often talk to Emory students, and he'd give a lecture once a year at the Glenn Memorial Church. And one of his favorite stories was, "Hi, I'm Jimmy Carter. I was 39th President of the United States, and I left my position in office 4 years sooner than I had wanted." While he could joke about it, I think it's important for us to remember that he and Mrs. Carter were crushed by the landslide defeat at the hands of Ronald Reagan. And I think all during the early 80s, he felt that he was entitled to a second term. And some people have argued that the Carter Presidential Center became his second presidency. It was his renewal. And he evolved the Carter Center into what he wanted it to be, namely a place where he could intrude, intervene, and make a difference in people's lives.
Professor Stein, Jeff Hullinger here, and it should be noted here that Professor Stein is the country's foremost expert on Israel and the Middle East, and his extraordinary life in study and research and in his involvement with Emory University and the Carter Center. There is no one in this country that comes anywhere near you on your knowledge of the Middle East. Would you talk a little bit about the Camp David Accords, which singularly would seem to be, you know, again, depending on what your historical view is or your political take, Camp David Accord remains the greatest accomplishment of the Carter presidency, and just how significant it is that here we are in 2025 and it still has been able to hold?
It was significant in the sense that it made a 90-degree turn in Egyptian-Israeli relations. There's no question about it. Carter was fortunate that he had two grisly politicians who believed that their national interest was more important than ideology. Carter didn't know it at the time, but bringing Begin and Sadat together made Middle Easterners understand that national interest is much more important than ideological preferences. And national interest is what followed when Jordan and then the Abraham Accord countries signed with Israel. The interesting part about the Camp David Accords, Jeff, is it was significant in terms of the change it made in the Middle East. I don't think it was transformational. I think it was a transaction, actually, because I don't think it was a major embrace of Arab states for Israel. But interesting here at home, the success of the Camp David Accords only was barely a blip in increasing Carter's uptick in public opinion.
Why do you think that is?
I think he had, I think first of all, Carter was never wanted to dwell on yesterday's success. He just was running on to whatever the next one was. And the Camp David Accords really wasn't an Egyptian-Israeli treaty. It was a setup for the Egyptian-Israeli treaty. So he had to focus on making that Egyptian-Israeli treaty work, which was 6 months later. That was one reason. I think the other reason is he needed to get back to focusing on other matters of foreign and domestic policy, not least of which was the tumult that was unfolding in Iran. He had devoted so much time to this in his first and his second year in office. And people would argue, and I've heard it argued, that in the process of pushing Israel to do things it may not have wanted to do, I think he created a real stumbling block with the American Jewish public. Carter once said to me in the post-presidency, there were several reasons why I lost the election. People have said it was the hostage crisis. And I think it was because I was challenged by Teddy Kennedy and the Democratic Party primaries. But he also then added, I also think evangelicals and Jews abandoned me in the 1980 election.
Can you explain that, why Jewish people would have abandoned him at that time? Can you clarify that for us?
Well, I don't like, forgive me, Jeff, I don't like using the word Jewish people. I think Jewish voters thought that he was disingenuous. And I also believe, he believed, and I mean this fervently, he believed that the Israeli Prime Minister, Menachem Begin, actively but privately campaigned for his defeat in the 1980 elections. You know, I only thought it was speculation until it was told to me by a man that I felt was irrevocably truthful, and that was U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Samuel Lewis. And Lewis told me, while he was ambassador, he went back in 1980 and 81 and he checked all the people he knew who were close to Begin, and Begin really did very quietly reach out to people in the Jewish community saying, if Jimmy Carter's elected, Israel's really going to be in trouble because a second Jimmy Carter term will not be favorable to the state of Israel.
Would this deal have been brokered by Ford or Nixon or Reagan?
No. No. I mean, I don't think so. I mean, it's a what-if question in history, and we never can answer what-if questions. But Jimmy Carter had a passion and a thirst for detail, and he immersed himself in it. I don't think Reagan did or would. Nixon, maybe, but not to the degree that, you know, Carter had within him another characteristic which very few people have. And that is Carter's desire to find middle ground between opposing sides. Carter thought it was his duty and responsibility, even in other aspects of his presidency, to mediate issues, to bring respective sides together. And in the post-presidency, he reached out to people who were not considered to be the best leaders in the world, dictators and autocrats, because Carter thought that everyone deserved a chance and he could bring people closer and they could then be accepted. I don't think Nixon had that in his character. I'm not sure about Clinton, but Carter had it, and Carter developed it in South Georgia in trying to navigate the issue of segregation and integration. I come to that conclusion because I read several times the biography of Jimmy Carter by Peter Bourne. Peter Bourne was one of the first biographers of Jimmy Carter, and he makes the case that Carter understood mediation and he understood how to bring sides together, and he tried to do the same thing when he was governor in Georgia. I don't think many people come to office with an experience on how Washington works and operates. They know the appropriations bill process. They know how legislation is give and take. Carter came to office with the formative experience of being a mediator. And I think there's a lot to be said in how we analyze people who are going to be a president. We want to know how did they grow up? Who influenced them when they were young? How did they tackle problems? How did they resolve them? And I think that was a center core of Carter's personality and his character.
Tell me if you agree with this, that really the centerpiece that triggered all of this, maybe two things, one led to the other, but his deep Christian faith, his interest in the Middle East as a result of that, and the initial trip that he took with Mrs. Carter, I want to say in 1970 or 71, when Golda Meir loaned him a older Mercedes with a driver, and he took a tour around some very sacred sites which had a deep impact and influence not only on his faith but on his psyche as well.
He very much was a biblical scholar. I remember, I don't know about this particular incident, though I certainly heard him tell me about it, but I remember walking through the streets of Damascus in 1983 with him. Carter was both a teacher and a student at the same time. And I remember him putting his arm around me, walking down street named Straight in Damascus. And he said, you know, this is where Christ was. And then he explained it to me. Now, I grew up in an Orthodox Jewish background on Long Island. I didn't know much about what Carter was talking about. But sure enough, he spent 15 minutes giving me a tutorial. And at the same time, he expected from me, as he's expected from other people who worked at the Carter Center. Bob Pastor, for one, who was a Latin American Affairs Fellow of the Carter Center, worked for Carter in the National Security Council. Regrettably, Bob passed away several years ago of cancer. But Pastor, too, could fill Carter up with incredible amounts of information. And Carter loved learning. I remember being in Jordan, and he'd want to see what the maps were of where we were going and what we were doing and how much water was coming down the Jordan River and what was being conserved and what was being used for agriculture. The guy couldn't get enough. And people who worked in the State Department who commented afterwards in their exit interviews, they said the nice part about working for Carter is we knew if we wrote a memo late in the afternoon, by gosh, we would get a response back and with notes in the column. we never got those notes back with Reagan. Reagan never took time to read them. Carter did. And wow. I think Carter not only read, but he digested and he devoured. Maybe he spent too much time on detail, but he was a passionate learner and also, I think, an excellent teacher.
Professor Stein, we really appreciate your
There's no one like him.
Yes.
His life is an extraordinary life of learning and action. It's a great honor to have Professor Stein with us. Thank you, Ken, so much.
An illuminating conversation for sure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, so we want to get you back over to our chief meteorologist, Chris Holcomb. Chris and his team has been following some very important weather information that we are all really focused on.
And we have that weather impact alert that is in effect for Friday. We've been talking about this moisture that's going to be moving in to the already cold air that is in place. So here's the timeline of what we're watching for Friday morning. We're expecting that moisture from Alabama to start moving in the morning hours on Friday. Most likely the steady snow and mix on the south side will arrive anywhere between 4 and 10 o'clock in the morning, depending on where you are. Now, I think it'd be more West Georgia, 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, the metro area, maybe closer to 6 to 7, and then moving on across to the east here through those morning hours. Any untreated roads could become slick with the snow maybe piling up on them and any freezing rain or winter mix that could cause them to be slick as well. Into the afternoon on a Friday, we're going to see mostly snow on the north side, but from metro Atlanta southward, a snow and winter mix there. And again, any snow-covered or slick roads could be slick there if they are untreated. We're expecting high temperatures on Friday to be only a few degrees above freezing. So I don't think everything would melt immediately there. And then it gets cold again, getting into the late night hours and overnight here on Friday. Still, that snow to mix on the north side, mix to rain on the south side, and roads could stay slick again if they are untreated, just due to that cold air that we're going to be feeling here Friday night and also into Saturday. So here's a look at those morning lows. Now, the next couple of days we're going to be dry, but it's just going to be really cold. 25 Wednesday morning, 22 on Thursday morning. Friday morning, when that moisture's coming in, we're going to see temperatures below freezing at about 29 degrees. Then on Saturday morning, we'll be at 31, but then highs on Saturday and Sunday are only going to be getting up to, actually Friday and Saturday will only be up to about 35 to 37 degrees. In fact, you can see what we're watching with that. Lower 40s for highs Wednesday and Thursday. The average high for this time of year is 54. So as you can see, we're well below that average. On Friday, our high will be around 35, Saturday 37, back up to 41 for a high on Sunday. That moisture is going to be moving out of here on Saturday. It's just whatever is left on the ground. It is possible that it could remain slick in spots. Here's the European track that we're watching. I'm going to show you a couple of tracks here as we go through the next couple of days. There's that moisture moving in. This is Friday in the afternoon. Atlanta northward, the best chance for snow. That mix to the south, and then it changes over to all rain down into central Georgia. Maybe later some slightly warmer air in the upper level starts to come in. It might kind of start changing over a little bit late on Friday. Saturday, most of the moisture is gone, but it's just going to remain cold, and anything left might still be slick as we go through the rest of the weekend. Then we're moving into a dry pattern heading into the beginning of next week. Here's the GFS model. This is the American model. Again, Friday morning showing that moisture there from Alabama moving in. This is showing the snow extending a little bit more down to the south. We'll keep watching that to see if that's going to hold together. That's just the differences in those models here that we're watching. 7-day forecast shows the dry weather, the cold weather Wednesday and Thursday. It is Friday and Saturday where we have that weather impact alert in effect with that moisture coming in, mixing in with snow on the north side, metro Atlanta, a mix, and then more of that mix changing to rain there on the south side. And then really cold still Sunday with a low of 23 and a high of 41. Holding in the 20s for lows Monday and Tuesday and highs in the 40s, but at least a dry weather pattern going into next week.
All right, Chris, and we will be sticking with our chief meteorologist and our entire team over the next few days as they continue to track what we are expecting toward the end of the week. And Chris, we'll be back live at 9 o'clock here on 11 Live Plus to give you an update, a live forecast. So make sure you're here for that.
I know we have just a couple of minutes, not minutes, a few seconds left here. Jeff, what is your take on what you have seen so far for the past few days?
It's been a great day, and certainly we're celebrating a great life. 100 years. It's a different funeral. It's different than the funeral for a younger man or a younger woman. This is a life that has had extraordinary accomplishments and impact on a country, on a city, on a state, on a region. I mean, it's a life well lived to use the cliche, but there's probably nothing else to say at this point other than Jimmy Carter, the likes of which we will never see around these parts again.
I think a lot of folks will agree with that. Jeff, thank you so much for spending the day with us.
My pleasure to be with you guys. It's
we
always
also
great.
appreciate former 11 Alive anchor Brenda Wood for her time with us today. Don't forget, you can watch other parts of this service and what we have been experiencing all week long as we remember President Carter on 11 Alive Plus. Thanks for being with us tonight.
Good night, everyone.